Okay, word. See the live streaming on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, it should be. Okay, yeah. So that's working. Greetings, family. This is the first installment of Sound Science series, and we're just running a test. Got my brethren, mental, rhythm, quality in one, in the other driver's seat, and let's see here. Guess if I click on them, it changes to that. Got it. Anyway, how to do a split screen though is the thing. There we
It's
go.
corner. You see, it's right up here in this corner, right up here. If you
Yeah, there
wave,
it is now. I see
I
it.
got
I translated YouTube. Um, there it is. Yeah. All right, that's in play.
bim.
What'd you say?
No, just said bim bim. Yeah, there it is. You got it. It's like,
Let's see here. Okay. So, all is well, giving thanks. I'm also testing some functionality of some things. Like, first of all, let's see how this sounds. Beneath the sea, where did it all come from? Oh, whoa. Like that it's in the sun. Suns. I know that I don't know myself. I see. What you know about that?
that's Jules, man.
You up on that?
Huh?
Say you up on that music?
That's sweet. I don't know. I think that one's kind of new for
Okay,
me. It's new for me. I don't know if I heard
okay,
it.
exactly. I gotta put you up on some more songs.
Please. I was trying to get the whole catalog. I said I pay. We'll
Uh,
pay. We'll pay.
yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
That's
See how
gotta
that,
have.
see how this works.
And whenever you're ready to send some tracks this way,
I feel you. Yeah, man.
yeah, we was working on one last night or yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of decent.
Okay, nice. Okay, the music functionality works fine. Um, let's see how this works.
Aha, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh,
See, I see. Mhm.
some next level business. Um, so also I got this one. Um, uh, which I was trying to get your info. So
Mm.
some I just wanted some actual info. I just did this. Oh, this one don't have it. Okay. Here we go. Here.
Yeah.
Saying
Mm-hmm.
some vibes with that. I think I got a longer one with this one here. Uh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Got to do a scroll and popping. Anyway, yeah, man. So, what's the revelation for the day? What you vibing on?
Um, it was just like I said, we was making that track yesterday, working on that. So that really motivated us to start, doing some more too towards that. And then pushing this Liberated Minds Expo too for the people, you know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like homeschooling is serious, man.
I saw that.
You gotta
That's
snap.
going on when
That's
and
on
where?
the. Let me make sure I got the right. Well, it's really of course there is nowhere because of the COVID. It's gonna be everywhere.
Oh, it's online. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. We're doing online. Um, so matter of fact, the sister Queen Thais just sent a you know um a blast out on it.
Mm-hmm.
The ninth annual Liberated Minds Black Homeschool and Education Virtual Expo. It's on from June 26th through the 28th. You know, and
Okay.
yeah, so if anybody interested, man, just check it out. Because again, it's Black homeschooling and education. So it's not just homeschooling, because some people may not have their children in homeschool, you know. So even if their children are in regular school or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they still have workshops, activities, literature, certain type of you know fundamental things that can help with education, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And again, education leaning towards just learning and studies. So it's not necessarily, you don't have to always look at it as, oh, well, my children graduated, or I don't have any children. It's still education because they teach gardening and health and wellness, holistic health and wellness. They have workshops on those, have workshops on real estate, different things, and buying the block and different things like that. So
Nice.
well, yeah, it's well rounded, and don't for one.
Would you say there's a an age range?
Yes, yes.
What's the age range?
Um, um, living to not living. As the Quran says, seek for knowledge from the cradle to the grave.
What about ageless?
Exactly. Ageless.
Birthless, deathless.
Love it. I love it. Your ancestors can pull it up online, then by all means, they can sign it on. Yes,
Mm.
it is the Ethernet.
See,
Yeah, so June 26th through the 28th, and it's virtual virtual.
though I guess I'm saying, would you say that it's specifically geared towards children of a particular age, and then
Well,
there's auxiliary knowledge that's going to be for everybody else, or would you say it's just knowledge for all,
right, it's knowledge for all because,
or it's
well,
geared
okay,
towards children?
let's say it like this. Say it like they say it, and not put my own little spin on it. You have
Mm-hmm.
the Watoto village,
Mm-hmm.
and that's for the youth. That's from the ones, I guess it's let me see, from 11 down, and
Mm-hmm.
then you have the Sankofa. Um, with the Sankofa, they are older, and that's from, I think, 11 to 17.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the adult workshops.
Got you.
So those are the different ones. You have the Watoto village, the Sankofa Sankofa scholars, and the adult master classes, the adult workshops, the adult master classes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we say, it's from that range. So
Got
that's why I would say it's education, not necessarily specifically homeschooling. It's
you.
homeschooling and education. So,
Mm-hmm. Got you.
there's really no limitations. I think the only limitation is, you know, the
Mm-hmm.
oneness of us, the blackness,
Exactly.
you know. So
So, can you give like a roundabout pricing type thing?
very, very beautifully affordable. Um, you will not be paying um you will not be paying $50. I'll say that it's not $50. It's much less than $50.
It's
So
less than 50.
yeah,
And
and of course,
and
children, you won't even get past 20 or whatever with the children pricing.
mhm, per
So it's
child
well, remember,
or per person?
it's online. so
Exactly, gotcha.
so
Or per
so
family,
yeah, so oh yeah, per child.
per
So
child, gotcha.
if you got 10 people in your house, you gotta pay for all 10 of them. I don't care if y'all all looking at the same screen. Everybody come over. Social distancing. If you got 10 children, one of your 9 of them got to go somewhere else and look at another screen because it's 6 feet. So you got to go find.
You get the feeling you're being sarcastic.
I am very much so. But yeah, so it's, of course, I'm pretty sure it's for the household. But if you feel generous and you want to purchase more tickets, then by all means,
Hmm.
you know.
Exactly. And it's over the course of how many days again?
Um, my math is not good. What's that? 4 days? No, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 2 days. I said four. June 26th to the 28th. That's two
Okay,
days.
gotcha. Exactly. Nice, nice. That's the head. That's the head.
Yeah. So
I'm interested. So now that I know it's online, because I was thinking it was going to be somewhere like
yeah,
Atlanta or somewhere.
not in Georgia.
So
And
that's
normally,
good. It's good to clarify.
yeah, that's why. Yep. So
And you verify that the teachers and ones behind it are solid.
decent, decent teachers.
Huh?
You saying are they? You said it again.
I said you verify that the teachers and ones behind everything are, everybody's solid. The teaching's
Oh
gonna be solid. Everything's gonna be. well
Yeah.
worth the time.
Yes. Some serious, serious good wealth of knowledge, you know. And I
Nice.
mean, it's the things that people are teaching, science, again, science, literature, economics. Uh,
Nice.
it's I mean the workshops are phenomenal. You know, I've been think for the past maybe 3 to 4 years. I think 3 to 4 years. Been working with them, and just it makes me level up more and more. You know, each year it makes me level up more and more to be, worthy of being affiliated with something so great. It's phenomenal.
Nice. And you said the name of the organization again?
Liberated Minds Expo. It's the Liberated Minds Expo, and I guess the organization would be the Liberated Minds Institute.
Got you.
So yeah.
Mm.
So and their actual if I may, their website is liberatedmindsexpo.com. And it's
Okay.
liberatedmindsexpo.com. And for those who are going to, for you all that are going to register, um, you can use the coupon code if you have not registered already, or if you don't have the coupon code already, you can use the coupon code MENTAL, like the mind mental, MENTAL, mental. And that's and that gives you, gives you a discount. Get your discount as well, discounted price. So it's Liberated Minds, and that's LIBERATED Minds, MINDS Expo, EXPO.com. LiberatedMindsExpo.com.
Okay. Gotcha.
And again, that coupon code is mental. So yeah, that it would be great. Great to see you guys on there, so for the children of all ages,
Have you
adults,
talked with them as of yet?
with the people.
Yeah, because I know you teach, you know.
Well, oh, have I taught with them? I thought you said talked with them, spoken with
Yeah.
them. Yeah, give thanks, man. Give thanks, gracious deity.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I have not.
Not as of yet.
Yeah, I spoke with Queen Thais, and I mentioned it, and she said yes. And then I think I'm not saying I punked out. I'm not saying that I didn't, but I'm just, I want to be worthy.
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Got you.
I want to be worthy. So I am working on it. I'm like I say, I'm leveling up. I'm leveling
Step by
up.
step, I feel you.
Yeah, living and leveling.
Rising, rising to the occasion. Though I,
Exactly.
I, I appreciate it, you know, big time because it's perfect timing because everybody's dealing with their children being at home,
Mm-hmm.
having to homeschool their children,
Hey.
and they're faced with the reality of like you got to pay some attention, and they have to pay attention, and the
Right.
parents have to pay attention as well
Mm-hmm.
because we pay attention to what we feel is valuable.
Right.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, we go ahead and pay that fee.
Right.
It was like,
Yeah.
you know, we're faced with that reality all
Mm.
around, you know,
Yeah.
America, all around the world right now.
Yes. Yep.
So it's a pertinent topic, like how best, you know, to maneuver with those type of things.
Right. Yeah. Cause it's well, again, it's been time. It was always time. And it it's time for us to, like you say, just start really just saying, okay, why wait until? Why do we keep waiting until? Like we always say, people say, you know, well, what you gonna do when Walmart close, or what you gonna do when all this stuff closes down? It's like, well, really, it's like, what are you gonna do to close it down? You know, these things are open because of us. If we're still supplying them, you know, and we're
That's true.
listening to their demand, because they supply and then they demand that you buy it. They supply and then demand that you buy it. The supply and
True.
demand, then we're constantly feeding into the thing. So the minute we say, you know what, I know some teachers, you know
Mm,
what, I know some horticulturalists, you know
mm,
what, I know some inventors, I know. So then you start putting those things together and putting it in place. And this, the Liberated Minds Expo, is 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 prime, is for that. You have key entourage of greatness coming together for the families, you know, for the
that,
family.
it's beautiful.
Yeah. So
It makes me think too, just of the thought and of the word like organizations. Like
mm-hmm.
have an organization.
Right.
Like in a lot
Organize.
of cases, we have ideas, we have theories, we're
Mm-hmm.
building, we're talking. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? We have our own brands in our mind. Like when we were children, we have our own rap group names, and you get a hat with the embroidered,
Yeah.
name of your set or your group or whatever. It's like,
Uh-huh.
so have we organized to create an organization
Mm-hmm.
to be able to build upon and have something, what I'm saying, that
Yeah.
can be a legacy works.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
For real. Like it's like,
And what brought that to mind was like you were saying, Walmart, and what I'm saying, they have their businesses, their organizations, so they come standing, they come present to the thing like with something.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like
Mm-hmm.
we don't have no organization, then how we gonna have an organization?
Right. Exactly. If it's not organized, then they can
Organize.
call it an organization.
Exactly.
Right. So, and that is key. It's like it it's fundamentals to the things that we are learning. And now, one thing that I'm learning, I it's hard to say I've learned because it's a process, you know. One thing that I'm learning is responsibility. Like, it's like, in life we want to, sometimes we want to blame, you know. It makes it easier to blame, you know. You blame this person, you blame that person, you blame the ones who came before you blame the ones who did this after you or whatever. And it's like you look to blame, but then the responsibility comes in that, hey, regardless, it's how I dealt with this situation, how I dealt with it, you know, what choice did
Exactly.
I make, the choice that I made.
Like,
So if we choose not to grab all the information and not just grab it and take it and say, I got this, I got this, I got that, but now take it and to now ingest it and
exactly.
let it say, you are what you eat. You are what you eat. So if we're ingesting this information, now we become the information. And that's what I'm learning, to become the information, to become the knowledge, to become organized. That's the only way to become organized, is if the people realize
To organize it and activate it.
Right. And watch this. The organization does not start with organize, because that's not even the root word. What is the root word of that? The organize is dealing with what? Organs.
The organ.
Exactly. so
Exactly.
therefore you have
the vibe.
Yeah. You have to ingest this into the organs. And that's where it starts now really coming
and that brings it to, like you're saying, the origin.
All in the same. Exactly. Because in the original languages, what, there were no vowels or whatever, they didn't use vowels. So what happens is now you're stuck with, you take the word organ and origin, you pretty much have the same root. So you're right.
Exactly. Which takes it further to or.
Yep, dragon. Anyway.
Or
dragon.
The or is like the light.
Yeah.
From the Hebrew perspective, from what I know.
Right.
Like Shemesh Shal Or is sons of light.
Yeah. The garden of light. Yeah. Exactly. So again, it's just, just realizing that antiquity. Yo, I have to say this. We have to, and this is all jokes, any little lightness away, bringing all heaviness to this thing that I'm about to say. We're getting to the point where we are starting to feed into this mentality of, oh, it don't matter, it's we're all human and we're all this and so on and so forth. That's good, that's beautiful, that's love, that's divine love. And the problem, where that becomes problematic, is my cousin just showed me something, and it threw me into a whole nother headspace. Worse than I was already in with this whole, what we're dealing with and our people and our children, our families, what we're doing. He showed me that there's a picture of Mansa Musa. Anybody know who Mansa Musa is?
What? There's an actual picture?
No, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you know Mansa Musa, my brother? Who is Mansa Musa, my brother?
Of course.
Oh, go ahead. Huh?
I mean, I know of him, yeah.
No, you know him. Who is Mansa Musa?
The richest.
Where's he from? Where is he from?
Mali.
Okay. And Mali's where?
Africa.
Okay. All right. He was back in Mali and he's Africa. And so Mansa Musa was, do we agree that he was an African king? One of the wealthiest African kings of Mali? Timbuktu, right?
Exactly.
My cousin showed me a picture of Mansa Musa that these people had stated of, they were, I guess, pinpointing great, powerful people in history. And I don't even know if I can do it on here, but I'm going to do my best to do it, which is why Liberated Minds Expo is very, very, very important, because this is what was done. I don't know. I don't know if you can see that. Nope, you can't see it. Nope. Uh-oh, it's getting a little better.
Oh, they Zeusicized him.
Mansa Musa is a white Zeus man now.
No.
If we do not teach our children, and we do not give them the information, and we stop letting this other stuff come into the mix, This is what our children are gonna start to know. They're gonna know that Mansa Musa, who was the wealthiest man ever to exist, this is what they're saying in his story. He was an African king of Timbuktu. But now they've placed this picture in magazines to promote that, yes. And and my cousin also pointed out that in that whole article, when they did point out other, successful people of this day and time, that they can't put no white pictures in there of them, because then them people will come up and start whatever, defamation or whatever, because you put a white image of me. No, I'm not white. So Mansa Musa can't fight this fight, but we can fight that fight for him. We have to start stepping out there. We have to start putting our children in front of the Liberated Minds Expo. Start putting our children in front of these things so that they can see the truth, not based on our personal racism or whatever,
Real.
but
and feel free to share the screen at any time too, though. I want to show you this while you're saying it. Look at this.
Yeah, right.
Nefertiti, supposedly, right?
Yep, they Europeanize them.
Europeanizer.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let me show you this. I'm gonna put that book.
Uh-oh.
Put that book. Nefertiti, where are you? Tell me this is European. Tell me this body is European. Well, let me take the lower third down here.
Right.
So you can see what's really going on here.
Yeah.
My friends. Okay.
Right.
Tell me this is a European body.
Mm-mm.
I don't even need to show you the head for you to get my point.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? This is an African body type, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And it's beautiful.
Yes.
I love that pouch that Black women have right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like they try to put on that little waist trainer.
Yeah.
It's like, no, man, that African body type is beautiful.
Yep.
Every time.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to show the difference of what they're trying to do, like you're saying with Mansa Musa, now look what they have her as. This is the head they want to give her, since they chopped off the head, separated from the body so you don't see the body.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They just want to give you the head. I can scroll all the way down. They're not showing you the body. Head.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
It's crazy. So that's just to back up what you're saying, man.
Yeah, man. It's just and I'll say one of the teachers said, our teacher said, Dr. York said, he said the reason why he puts his image in all of the books is so that they will not be able to say that Dr. Malachi York was a white man and in the future. Like you won't be able to, and he literally said that. So when my cousin showed me the whole Mansa Musa thing, I was like, wow. He said this years ago. He said they're gonna. He said if you start looking at some of the images, I seen it too. I seen a picture of Martin Luther King. He was a lot lighter, and he had red lips. And I was like, yo, if it, just imagine if we don't do what we're supposed to do, and we don't educate, and instill this knowledge into the youth as well as our families and friends, then they're gonna easily
with Michael Jackson.
right.
They're gonna want to do the biopsy on Prince and Michael Jackson with like Brad Pitt and what's the pirate guy's name?
Say the which one?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh right, pirate. Oh Johnny
Depp and Brad Pitt for
right.
Prince and Michael Jackson.
Exactly right, and that's honestly saw how they did with what is it the biopic of Nina Simone and had
I
the
didn't see it yet.
well I'm saying that they were talking about it, and then the sister that they had supposedly playing Nina Simone was this light skinned sister with the straight hair and all this other stuff, and you like what? Like
It's crazy.
educate, man, liberated minds, expo. This is the need of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we have scholars amongst us, you know. We have people who are well versed in this knowledge amongst us, you know. It's so much information out there that if we don't obtain it, then our future is going to be this long Europeanized, you know, brother named, you know, that white guy named Martin Luther King Jr. You know, he's the one who you know got us civil rights.
Exactly. We finally seen the mountaintop.
Right. You know, if it wasn't for that white guy Martin Luther King, we wouldn't know. And that's what they're doing. They're gonna do that. Malcolm is gonna be some hippie guy, maybe, you know. So if they're doing it now to Mansa Musa, imagine what this guy they call Jesus might have looked like, or Abraham or Moses, or but I'm not going there. Not just I'm just saying if all lives matter, then all lives matter. And if we say Black Lives Matter, then you wouldn't have to come back with the response of all lives matter. Because I didn't say only Black Lives Matter. I said Black Lives Matter. So therefore, the response shouldn't be, well, all lives matter. Because now you're trying to now imply that
push an agenda.
Right.
Also.
Right. So it's like, you should be like, you're right.
That people shouldn't be pushing their own agenda.
So it's like, if I say it, then if you accept that all lives matter, then you should be saying it with me. You'd be like, yes, you're right. So it shouldn't be a, no, all lives matter. Okay, so we're in agreement then. It's like, we're in agreement.
Though I feel like one of the ways that ties in is the fact that we have to position ourselves for greatness.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's a thing of positioning, where it's like for instance, I've been thinking about, because when I was little, I always was interested in like being an astronaut and all of that type of stuff, NASA and all of that. So to see like to see what Elon Musk is doing and like all of his moves right now, like and he's pushing some stuff and it's like coming to fruition. Like he's really moving on some stuff.
Right.
And this is regardless of his race, whatever. Though I think, not to say it's not particular to that as well,
Mm-hmm.
though in some way, though it's like, or not to say that the way he's moving isn't particular to that in some way as well.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's like the greatness of the things that he's doing, it's not based on his race. I think it's more based on positioning, you know, and he positioned himself for greatness through money and just through ideas and money and like opening his mind and not letting people stop him, you know, going forth with a vision. So I just say that to say that with this Liberated Mind Expo, it's a part of positioning ourselves and our youth because that currency is the ideas, you know, and the knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that's the first section of, like I said, like we said, organizing and having an organization,
Mm-hmm.
you know, have the knowledge, have a vision, and you know, and then you can have an organization that can make moves, you know, as a family, you know,
Yeah. Yes.
as a household, you can have an organization that can make moves.
Right.
So I just say all of that to say that it's not about race necessarily, as far as when it comes to getting to greatness and fulfilling a vision. Like it can be done by any race.
And that's where the all lives matter come in though. See, the point is we as people know it's not about race. Yet you start seeing who's making it about race. When they start whitewashing the race, when they start knocking off the noses of a race.
Exactly.
So when we come back and say, hey,
that's an accurate statement.
Where the nose go? Hey, where the lips go? Or we point out and say, hey, look at that nose. That nose is a big nose. Hey, that nose is an African nose. That nose is a black nose. That nose is a whatever. So when we start pointing it out, now we become reverse racism, but it's like, no, we are reversing racism. We're taking racism back to what it was initially, because a true racist knows what race is. A true racist knows what race is. Why do we say that? Because a botanist, they know what? They know botany. A pianist knows what a piano is. A true pianist knows what a piano is. A true scientist knows what science is. A true so on and so forth. Flutist, a flutist or flautist, however they pronounce it, but a flutist, a person who plays a flute, knows what a flute is. You wouldn't expect a person who says they're a flutist to hold up a flute and you'd be like, what's that? It's a sandwich.
Exactly.
Use me. So therefore, a true racist knows what race is. So therefore, there's a saying that says, no one wins the race in races. No one wins the race and race is so a true racist knows what race is. So no one really wins the race in races. If you're talking about races, then you don't know what race is. So
Exactly.
we are reversing race is. So, and we're reversing it to what it really is. We're trying to not be blind to what really exists. Because again,
Exactly.
if you ask me for some fruit and I say, well, what type of fruit would you like? And I say, and you say a banana,
Mm-hmm.
and I hand you an plantain.
Mm-hmm.
They look the same, they look similar, but
Mm-hmm.
they're not the same. So then
Exactly.
there's specifics about it. So a racist knows what race is. A racist is not somebody who like, I hate them I hate them white folk. I hate that. That's you don't know what race is. You
Mm-hmm.
should, the beauty of it, it exists. There's greatness in each race. Like you said, there's greatness in each race. So if you accept them for what they are, we don't have a problem with it. We're not saying we hate anything. We're saying we embrace those things that are
We
of. So
acknowledge them. We're not ignoring them.
right.
And
So
and the thing is
that goes
like
back
you're
to
saying,
organs. Each organ plays a certain part. Oh, go
it's
ahead.
like it's almost like it's a secret that they're not ignoring it. And that's the thing that's weird.
Mm. Say
Like for
it again.
instance, like like for instance, like you said, the fact that they're, changing stuff around and like whitewashing stuff, that
Mhm.
shows that they're not ignoring it. Though
Mm.
they act like they are ignoring it, they're acting like, oh, we're all one, we're all equal.
Right.
Then
Right.
why are
When I
you
see you,
changing
I don't
stuff
see color.
around?
Right.
You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's
exactly.
like the fact that they're acting like they're not ignoring it shows that it's a secret behind closed doors. There's some secrets there. You know what I'm saying? And there's many different ones. Some feel superiority. Some feel like, okay, we got some knowledge in the back off in the Vatican. We don't need everybody to know that. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or whatever. We'll just pray to our Black Madonna in private. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's
But in
different,
public, we make certain.
different,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. So and that's why we have to step up. So even with that, it's to say you're gonna stop whitewashing us. You're gonna stop bleaching us. Because they say, oh, you get brainwashed. Well, I want my brain washed if it's dirty, but there's a certain way to wash. You don't wash your colored or your dark clothes the same way you wash your white clothes. You don't wash your
Mhm.
um light or whatever. That's why you separate them. You wash them.
That's something I remember the great Dr. Ando mentioning, uh, just about how the best foods for you are when you can find where your DNA, where you're from.
Mhm.
That's
Origin.
the best food for you. The
Your
foods in
origin.
that area, in that
Right.
origin. Exactly.
Your organs, your origin. That's why again, going back to that organ for the origin from the organization, it's all still connected. It's so therefore organs have, and if you take the color from and organs, certain organs, when they are sick, the color changes.
Mm.
So again, we have to be mindful. Everything has purpose. So if you take a rose and you don't like the rose being red, which is the natural color of a rose, if that's the natural color of a rose, now we get to now have to be suspect with the things and the colors of the things that we see now. Are those the
Exactly.
original colors
Is
or
that
this?
the original? Exactly.
Did someone manipulate those colors to fit what they wanted this thing to look like?
Exactly.
So that's all. When you see me, you don't see color. Stay away from me then. That's dangerous. You might mess up and throw bleach on my dark colors.
Exactly.
So don't wash my clothes if you don't see color. I need you to see color. It's
Exactly.
all
I mean,
about
I think it's the type of thing of like for instance within music, rather if you're classically trained and you know harmonies, you know, by the writing of it, or if you just can feel it and you know a harmony, know your harmony
know
in,
your harmony.
within the organ.
Right.
You know your key in the organ, or we can't play.
That's it.
We can't jam. You know what I'm saying? If we can't harmonize.
Do not grab my piano and start trying to blow on it. That's not
Exactly.
what it's for.
Like you got your own instrument, your own key. We all got our own instruments, our own keys, and we can learn about each other's. You know, so we can see where what fits how best. Though it's like
Which, yep, which takes us back to a true racist knows what race is. There's not hate involved in that. I know what a European is, what their makeup is, the color, their skin tone, their makeup, their hair texture, or their fur texture, the way that they're built. I know they're made up this way. I know that. I know this African or Nubian or black man. I know what they're made up of, their hair texture, their skin tone, I know that. So now I know what it is. And I don't hate one or the other, or I don't choose one above the other. I choose, if I am one, then I choose that one above the other because that's what I am. So it's not because I hate
by
this.
nature.
It's not hate. It's I'm saying, okay, well, let me master this. Therefore, the same thing. A person who plays a flute doesn't hate a guitar player. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. You're look at the way that guitar is made. It's got that round. What is that? I don't hate. I we can come, and if we can do things properly, we can make great compositions together. They are needed in certain things. Everything
Which
has its
I think brings to light the knowledge of or the thought of the fact that that good things come from mimicking nature or being in tune in alignment with nature.
in tune and in alignment.
Mm-hmm.
And we're learning from people who, unfortunately, again, who appear to want to be out of tune with nature. You're constantly trying to, if something as simple as something becoming extinct, if nature has extinct that thing, then nature is saying its time is up.
Exactly.
Its time is up. It's time for, because now it either will not fit in this new paradigm that's coming, whatever. Is certain times where things phase out. So the point is, if that's what the nature is asking, we're not talking about the ones where, again, those who are out of tune with nature makes things become extinct because of what they're doing and they're being out of tune. We're talking about when you're in tune with nature, these things that nature created, the way nature created it, nature meant for it to be that way. So now we have to start finding that in tune with
And
nature.
I think that also brings to mind the thought of The fact that some folks believe that there's intelligence in nature, and some people just believe it's just Big Bang, just like it's
No,
just
no,
what do you call it, chaos.
just happen, just is.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Mm-mm. Everything. If you really pay attention to it, everything is on purpose, as they say. And again, we take that word purpose, we break it down to pure pose. Everything is a pure pose, a pure position. Pose is the root word of position. So pure pose or purpose is pure pose or pure position.
mm-hmm.
Everything has a pure position. We are taught to be out of our pure pose, our pure position. Like you said, even something as simple as when I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut.
Mm-hmm.
Something came along and said, astronaut, you need to be more realistic. Astronaut, there's no future in astronaut, or astronaut, ain't no black astronauts, or whatever. If let's just say whatever detoured that person from their purpose, if that was their purpose, you
Mm-hmm.
know, let's say when I grew up, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a musician. Then when you get older, people are musician. Come on now, you know, life of music. You ever see the people that musicians? They got to get a job and da 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 da. Ain't no life in that. You better computers. It's the computer age. You better go get a computer. Boom, boom, boom. So
Mm-hmm.
purpose. What is your natural instinctive feelings? What do you really feel naturally, or what have you acquired and accumulated based off of what people have taught you and told you, the TV, the media, news. You want to get married and have a family, but when you're growing up, they show you all kinds of sex and lust and whatever, and then you watch a movie, and in the movie, this guy is married with this wife, and then on part two, he's got a whole new wife, a whole new family, and then in part three, it's a whole nother wife or whatever. Or you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Aunt Viv looks like this the first few episodes and seasons. Then that's, you know, Aunt Viv or Viv or whatever. It's a whole nother woman. You like, how does that mess with your psyche growing up when you want to have a family and get married? And so all of this stuff, you know, and we're not
Mm-hmm.
understanding those things that feed that fuel of psychosis that we deal with. So
That's real.
it's natural. The natural, we're taught to defy that and deny that and be out of tune. Yep.
And that brings to mind too, even the thought of just the science of being your own guru to a degree, you know?
Being your own.
Guru.
This is where responsibility comes in. Because one thing that I started having issues with, I was having issues with for a while, is people say, well, you need to lead by example. And I was like, well, why do I have to lead by example? If nobody led by example for me, so why do I have to be the example? I need an example to lead me so that I can lead by example. That was what I
Right.
kept battling for years. But then I started realizing is lead by example. You have to be your own guru. If you say
And
this,
being true with your vibes.
right,
What you know, what you feel, with your feelings, your vibes,
right,
and really tune that relationship up.
right. And this is now you start saying, hey, I have to be the example because I am the example, because I'm looking for people to either be like me or think like me or do what I do or do it the way I want to do it. when it's what I want. I want to have a wife and children. I don't want to have baby mamas and baby mama drama or whatever. So if I step up and if I start doing things outside of me, then what am I going to get? Baby mamas, baby mama drama, and so on and so forth. Why? Because I didn't stick to being and following my example. I wasn't following my own example. But I'm trying to tell people this is what you should do, what you should do, what you should do, instead of doing what I know I should do, regardless, being my own guru or being my own master. Who's the master?
Show
Show
that.
not show enough. Show enough, not show enough. I am.
Exactly.
But if you never do it, like his master told him, there is one
It's
place.
Converse. I'm playing.
There is one place that you have not looked, and it is there, and only there you will find your master. You sure look like a master to me. Boom. And then it hit him. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And I can honestly say it revealed itself to me because I was in a Chinese restaurant and sitting with this brother, and we was building hard, and I'm kind of getting emotional and getting into this into my feelings, like I just want to talk to the master. I just want to speak to the master. I just want to, reach out to the master. I want him to talk to me personally. And then we sitting there and we talking, and we in the Chinese restaurant, no lie, this is all truth, sitting in the restaurant. So I grabbed my little, fortune cookie, and I'm talking and we talking or whatever. And then I grab my fortune cookie, open up the package, pull out the fortune cookie, and then I open the fortune cookie up. There's no fortune.
Wow.
And I was like, and I'm telling you, I didn't have to think about it. I didn't be like, what does this mean? Immediately when I opened it up, boom, my mind, mainly because that's one of my favoriteest movies, The Last Dragon. Just for those who don't know what we're talking about, we're referencing the movie The Last Dragon with Bruce Leroy.
Mm-hmm.
I opened up the fortune cookie and it did not have a fortune. And that was the whole premise of it. I was saying the same thing, literally what Bruce Leroy was saying in the movie. I want the master, the master, the master. And he's like, I'm no longer your master. And he said, you have opened a fortune cookie without a fortune.
Wow.
You are looking for a master, and there is one place that you have not looked, and it's there, only there, you will find your master.
Wow.
And that's within. And I've been fighting that for years, years and years, until now. I can honestly say that I'm starting to get it. I ain't got it. People are like, well, you do this and you did this and you don't do this and because I don't have it. I've been trying to figure this thing out on my own. In a, quote unquote, I have help.
Which is a real authentic vibe.
Yeah.
Leslie, yo, what's up? Leslie said within.
Yeah, give thanks, Leslie.
YouTube. Yeah, give thanks for feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. It's all within. Speaking of that, while we at it, let's pull up another tune.
Yay.
See what else we got in the bag real quick. Let it breathe for a second. What else we got in the bag?
I'm gonna try to pull something up while you pulling that up.
All right.
Yeah.
Word. The Small Sons, the Bam Music, Bam Bam,
Yeah.
Me Mental, Kendra Ray.
This is how we build our family. I know your own music, man. Couldn't hear it, so I was fumbling over it. But yeah, give it back.
Okay. Let me take a breath. Lion King.
Yeah.
Ooh, flavor.
Yes. That's serious.
Yeah, man. Nice little commercial break right there.
Right, right. Yeah, I was trying to think. I was trying to look. That's in my where am I saved? It was something I was peeping with gracious deity Lydia Minna.
Okay, let your mana.
Yeah, something she had posted years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Saved it to my archive. I mean, saved it saved it. I don't know what to save. What is it? Let me see.
Yeah, man. Though I feel like that's key, man. Like you're saying, tapping in within
Mm-hmm.
and everybody knowing their own part to play, their own resonance, getting their resonance correct.
Right.
Because, like I
Yeah.
say, when you go to the doctor, the first thing they ask you is, "What's wrong with you?"
Right. They ask you what's wrong.
They ask you, "What's your symptoms?"
Uh-huh.
Because you know best what's going on with you.
Yep.
You're your best first doctor because you feel it. Who
Yep.
feels it knows it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that's the first question they want to ask. You
Yep.
know,
Woman goes in and she's pregnant and she goes in. The first thing they ask her is, when was your last, you know?
exactly. And you
So,
paying them to check, like you thinking like they're gonna check something, they're gonna run a scan and figure. Nah, that's gonna be the last resort.
yeah, you mean to tell me you can't tell me when the egg hit the sperm hit the egg? So you just going off a guess after what I tell you. Okay.
Exactly.
Well,
Like
yeah.
that's that.
Since this was your last, like, yeah. So I man, I agree with that.
Well, but yeah, just refining the process,
Mm-hmm.
positioning ourselves from one day to the next, like
Mm-hmm.
through organization, organizing our mind and our plans, our visions, get a board, you know what I'm saying, write it all down and see what you can take action on from one day to the next to position yourself so that the next day you're set up to take that next step. Just
Right.
positioning ourselves for greatness, getting in that right angel, and
Yeah.
taking that track, you know,
Yeah.
keep going to the fruition.
Yep. That's
Because I think like you're saying, the masters have always motivated us to, like, it's like they're motivating us to create a different mind grid and break this thing down as a what do you call it, a unit of masters
mm-hmm. Right.
coming
Right.
forward with a whole nother mind frame, a whole nother system.
Mm-hmm.
you know like you see this COVID thing going on, it's like it kind of threw a glitch in their system for a second,
Period.
you
Yeah.
know and it just shows you that even the guy who has the championship belt, he gonna get knocked down. He may get back up for a second. Like he gonna get TKO'd one day, and the next person gonna be the person with the belt. So is
Right.
that person gonna be you,
Right.
or is it gonna be China? Is it
Mm-hmm.
gonna be the African Americans? Is it gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Who's gonna have the belt? Is it gonna be humanity as a whole?
Mm-hmm.
The benevolent side.
Right.
Is it gonna be the aliens? Like, who's got the belt next? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's I mean it's all it is just like I say, it for me personally. I don't know, I can't speak for everybody because even within your church, your temple, your mosque, your organization, you still have people who have different views even within that. So for me personally, it's not about hate. I don't hate a race, a gender, or anything. I don't, you know. My thing is, I just feel like everybody has a specific purpose and goal. You understand? So I can't say, though a female is human, that we're the same. We're clearly not the same. She is much greater than, again, this is me personally. She's much greater than I because of the things that she is capable of doing. You know, the power that she possesses to give birth, to bring forth life, to carry life, to take on the energy and the mentality of that child or those children, because they're connected beyond what we could even imagine. They're connected in that, you know. So therefore, to just, oh, we're all the same, it's no, we're not all the same. There are
That's why I'm interested in more knowledge about the relationship between Bilal ibn Rabah and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam,
mm, mm,
because that's Ethiopia and Arab playing their parts to create something great.
mm, mm.
Though it's possible that the Ethiopian side, like, it's not spoken of what credit goes there. You know,
Of course.
how could he just come with Azan? How could he just come with Adhan out of nowhere, like,
Right.
and know
Be,
how to sing it, unless Prophet Muhammad was the professional singer and taught him how to sing the thing? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe there's some part of the story that's not there.
and,
You
and
know,
and and one thing is, if, not even if, when we are honest, you know what I'm saying, we already know there's so much to the story that's not there. Why do we know? Because we see that within our life, how people say stuff about you and you be like, no, that's not how it went. Or you said this. No, that's not what I said. That's not really what I said. That's not how I said it. And then even if they get you what you said down to the T, they don't know why you said it. They don't know your intentions of why you said it. They don't know your background, your full background. You know, it's like,
exactly.
do we know the side stories to what these people were? We, a lot of times with these people, we pick up when they become important. Like, okay, what were you doing when you was 10 years old to 13? Well, that don't really matter. It kind of does, because it kind of paints the
Exactly.
picture of what you were and why you were what you were.
Who's your mom and dad? Who's your moms
Who's
and dad? Mamas and dad.
right?
Like,
And
for
what,
instance, where do we go beyond Mary and Joseph?
imagine this,
Does anybody go beyond Mary and Joseph?
right?
You know,
Imagine this. We're quoting Jesus. Who's to say that what we're quoting from Jesus is not what his mama told him when he was a little boy? Like, this,
yeah, exactly.
we call him like, oh, Jesus is deep. But like, nobody, nobody didn't know that that was Mary telling him that when he was a little boy. No,
The wisdom of Mary.
bird is right. The wisdom of Mary, or the wisdom of Muhammad's mother, like, seek
Mm-hmm.
for knowledge from the cradle to the grave. And who's to say
Exactly.
maybe that was his mom who said that, or, just certain things. Not to say, it's not to take away from them as what we know them to be or what we accept them to be. It's just to stop giving all the credit to them, which takes away from the people who invested their time and space into their lives. The same as with our teachers and leaders of this day and time. Marcus Garvey, certain things that we quote from Marcus Garvey, who's to say that his mother or his grandmother or auntie didn't say these things that moved him to feel and think the way he thought? Like with me, like when people say, that's why I like to say my mother said or my father said or whatever, because I don't want people to think, oh, Mintu, that's if ever. I want people to know that no, I had a whole lot of people who invested their time and energy into what I am.
Exactly.
Even though sometimes they be like, you done became this, that. I'm like, you're the reason. The things that
I
you
feel you. Exactly. And
like, you
beyond said and done, because
right. Like you're
what
the reason.
you said go to school and become a you know what I'm saying? What you
Right.
did was you went to Nation of Islam and you
Right.
became a Muslim
Right.
or whatever. Like
Yeah.
you was slinging bean pies on the street. No,
Right. So so you impacted this. There's an impact
mm-hmm.
because and that
Big
and
time.
a true master will let that be known. They will share their mastery. They'll start sharing their mastery and letting it be known, hey, this is what helped make me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it is that little ant, like you said, looking at nature and being in tune with nature and saying, look, I was watching the geese and the way they dealt with their babies and whatever. That's what pulled that nurturing out of me as a man, because you're not taught nurturing as a man. You're taught, you know, I'm a man, yeah, play with these Lego, play with these Tonka trucks and
Exactly.
basketball, and so you're not taught.
And like I've said before, just like the for anybody who studied the books of the Essenes or something, the Essene Gospel.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Yeshua, the character that he is in those scrolls, it's like he's taking people to the forest,
Mm-hmm.
and seems like he's cleansing them. You know what I'm saying? They're getting colonics. All these worms are coming out of them. First of all, you know, and then he's dealing with the angels of the elements. So
Mm-hmm.
he'll be like angel of air, this, that, and the other. Just particular prayers for angels, the angels of the different elements. Angel of sunlight. Like it's some interesting teachings.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So he's a whole nother character in those scrolls. It's quite interesting.
Man. And that's it. It's just going deeper, and then just again, just being more holistic in our approach. If I would have learned holistic years ago, it would have made the travels even better, even better, because you're like, okay, all right, I get it now. Now I understand how to treat the feminine. It's like we call them sacred feminine, but are you treating them as such? Are you talking and speaking with them? I wouldn't have two baby mamas, if I was knowing how to honor. Just look, regardless of what you want to do, I will not allow you to do this, because that way you say we're supposed to be protectors. Within that's protection. Though you want to be with me, no, let us wait for that relatingship to begin. You
That's
know.
real. That's real. Though I feel like there's so many elements in that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's people playing out their karmic scenarios, letting those run out in different ways.
Hey, I look. I like I say. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not trying to buck it. I'm just trying to say, like, it's there's a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, I truly agree with that. Like I won't saying I don't agree. I agree with that. And in the one thing that I'm again learning
because it's
about,
a growth process on both sides.
boom, that's it. That's why I say
simultaneously.
That's one thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm learning. Again,
So I guess what I'm bucking is
it should have happened anyway.
no.
Oh, okay.
Your if I woulda, if I coulda.
Well, I mean,
I understand that. And for that sake.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
Hold on. Let me see if this thing works. I give you 5 minutes to explain yourself.
You silly. Oh,
no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like I say, it's simple. I get you, and I agree, because the reality of it is it's still saying the same thing, because when people say karma is just a result of an action done. So therefore, like you said, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So therefore, karma is basically cause and effect. Okay, good.
1 second, my bad.
Yeah, no worries.
Let me pull up a commercial break real quick.
All right.
Yo, E, what's poppin', bro?
Hey.
Nice. What? Oh. Wowzers. This is what you need to me.
Come give me the more I need. Yeah. You muted your talking in the sweetest night. Bet you feel alright. Deep on the inside. So let's take the time to make love. Because making love is making life. Paradise. Let's see if I can get that one. Let's see. This time we'll be doing it right.
Sons and Interrupter. We got another one.
You muted if you I don't know if you.
Oh, the music is muted.
All right. Okay.
The music was muted.
Yeah, you had muted it. So.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know if my voice was muted or the music.
Yeah, it was everything. Yeah.
Okay. Let's wheel it back a little bit. Okay. So. May have a special guest coming through here. Another special guest. Cause every time I look into your eyes, my heart is now like it's so hot. So come and ride with me in low ride. The sunshine wings, no feeling so nice. Plus shining like a diamond, I'm reading your eyes. All the women, I'm killing your rhythms, so shy. You know, getting your heart start fixing, your knees start shaking, and your feet start racing like you can't stop thinking I'm outside. Dancing out your right, yes, when your heart start racing, your feet start shaking, and your hands start racing, you can't stop thinking I'm outside. Dancing out your right, yes, I do. It's 'cause I need you more and more. I want to see you more and more. Tell me you want more and more. The safest word, so I can give you more.
Hey, I've been through things.
Choosing not to do it again. So we for lovers, I'm hoping we can be best friends. There's been a lot of drama, baby mamas really lynched and kept us under. If we keep ignorance, listen, we deserve to stay in slumber. More than intellectual, we're known as intellectual. Here to show them that making love is more than sexual. Because of making love is making life. And we're gonna make this love right here in paradise. And about that love, we will not think twice. Because of making love is making life. I hold you mentally tight up and stronger. More and more will I so stronger with you as my best friend. There's no way we'll discuss. I need you more and more. I want to see you more and more. Tell me you want more and more. So I can give you more and more. It's 'cause I need you more and more. I want to be more and more. Tell me you want more and more. So I can give you more and more. So ancient divine, you're one of a kind, girl. I wish you would mind to step into my world. I dress you in that linen with my pearls. Energy to your club, 'cause you're so fine, girl. You shine into my mind's world. All the one, the goddess of the highest order, daughter of the sun. You're the one I'll be flipping over. There's nobody else on this earth with my time. Lady, you're the first. All the rest come behind you. I'll conquer the world and give it to you. 'Cause there's nobody else to do what you do. I love your dark skin, melanin sparkling. Big eyes, honey, I'm drawn in. Baby, more and more. Going live right now. Right here and more. It's taking a bonus dance. I knew you was the one from the first glance. And not to mention all the chemistry on the first dance. You know, as the epitome of beauty. Yeah, what's up, family? And since I'm right, I'm going live on YouTube. Who else should I tell? As well. So just beautiful ellipsis. Shout right now. I get so depressed when I can't give you all the riches. Because you deserve it all like a queen, not like the harlot woman, but the one respected like a king. I'd win a billion battles tenfold for the respect of this precious soul. Her satisfaction gives me a strange reaction, makes me love her more and more with a passion. I take her high, man, I take her low. I take this deity everywhere I go. Her dress is blown way down past the knees. Show the world
She ain't no sleep.
Live on the Hard Work channel. Got the Instagram family here as well.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, I'm trying to see if our other brother is gonna come through. He may be popping in soon. Let's see. Do. Looks like he got the message. Well, okay, here we go. Yep. So, what's popping with your music? I know you were rocking events for a while.
Yeah, pretty much. That was it. We was hosting the event every Wednesday at this place called the Urban Grind. So you know that was one thing that's popping. Urban Grind's beautiful restaurant. Cafe, 962 Marietta Street out there in Atlanta area. Of course, they still, serving it up for the people. Got the pastries, got some vegan options as well. So nice, beautiful restaurant. Beautiful owner, Cassandra. So we were hosting that every Wednesday. Music night, original music night. Teresa the Songbird was one of the hosts. I think hers was first Wednesday. You had a few other hosts, Brother Marcus, and some other people started hosting as well. But it's just, and every Thursday they do the little open mic poetry night. So that was one thing we were doing. We did a few shows in
Is it still going on, or?
Well, I mean, of course, due to the present situation. So for right now, it's on pause. But I will say this though, if you want to check it out, people want to check it out. Urban Grind Atlanta, Urban Grind ATL, they do Instagram live feeds for the Thursday night event. Because they were more, that was the thing. They had a nice little following or whatever. I hadn't gotten to that part level yet, but I mean, hey, if there's what is it? If there is a calling for it, then by all means, we could do the live feed for the Urban Grind Wednesday night original music.
What's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I've been there. It's enough vibes, enough flavor, great time, great music, cafe vibes, great food.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, man.
That's what's up. What can you say about this tune I just played? What did I just play? More and More?
Yes, More and More. The hook, it's 'cause I need you more and more. I'm wanting you more and more to tell me you want more and more. So I can give you more and more on more. So it's give you more and more on more. The
More
Black on Black.
More. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
That was there.
Yeah.
Your lyrics in there.
Yeah. So
More.
yeah. So again, so that's again like it's almost like you say a play on the words, knowing the word more, if it's because I love you more and more. I'm wanting you more and more to tell me you want more or more, so I can give you more or more or more. Now that's more or more.
Okay, we get it.
Yeah.
Negro.
Yeah. So yeah. So, but that's the hook. I mean, then in the verses, the lyrics, I guess. I've been through things, and choosing not to do it again. So of course it says, so before lovers, I'm granting that we could be, best friends. So this is kind of speaking to what I was saying again, because knowing karma, what karma is, the karma is decision making. So it is about decision making. You can't avoid karma, and you can't unwed karma and decision making. So our decisions give us the karma that we get. So it's like, I think some people, and that's what most people feel. Most people always say, well, you're gonna get yours, karma.
Exactly.
But
karma, destiny that you can't really do nothing about.
Right, but it's
based on decisions, is what you're saying.
It's based on decisions.
Mhm.
And so karma is not this evil thing that people keep trying to put on it. Karma is just is nature, is divine nature, is cause and effect. Every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. So karma doesn't mean that you're going to be punished for something or whatever. Karma just means that this is what happens because you did this. Now this happened. And the this that happened, most people only focus on it as if it's the negative. They only focus on the negative. They feel like if someone did wrong, that wrong is going to happen to them. It's not necessarily that wrong is going to happen to them. It's that they are going to feel the effects of what they did. Because
Exactly.
again, it's about
It almost
learning.
make me think of debt. Like there's good debt and bad debt. So
It's learning, right? It's a learning process. You learn, okay, well, so now, like you said, if I made the right choices, then would the karma be bad? You know? And then even though I made the bad choices, is the karma bad? Because I'm learning from it. I'm learning what I should not do ever in my life again. Or that's why I said, and choosing not to do it again. I've been through things and I'm choosing not to do it again. So be for lovers, granting, I'm changing it to grantfully, but and he says, hoping we can be best friends, but I don't want to deal with hope anymore. Let's deal with grant. Let's grant it to be so. So grantfully we could be best friends, you know?
exactly.
So it's that reality of it, like taking that mindset of being more in control, being a master. That's what about being a master is. So it is the I coulda, woulda, shoulda, but we know now that I can't. You know, I can't go back. If I could go back and change the things that I did, I would to a certain extent. You know, it's certain things that I would change. But then there's certain things that I'm like, dang, but I know again, karma.
So that's one of the questions. Do you want to change it?
See, that's
No,
what
because we learned from it. If we ain't learned from it, then you know what I'm saying, which makes up who we are.
Well, again, like you say, it's always layers. Like we know, it's always layers to it. So in me, I could say, hey, what's up, gracious deity? Essex. Hey.
I gotta let you know, we live on YouTube, Instagram, Zoom, the whole nine. So just letting you know that, big brother.
What's up, broskies?
What's up, S?
Man, chilling. Good to see y'all, brothers shining.
Great to see you, gracious deity.
Bro.
Likewise.
I see you playing in the dirt again.
Oh man,
I love it, man. I love it.
You already know. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, and I see, you know, you continuing with the wonderful music vibes, and I see you in that dirt as well.
Yeah, man. Step by step.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yeah.
So
man.
what's the topic? Y'all want to hear some beats or what? What's good?
He got beats.
We in here. What?
Yeah.
Is this a versus?
Oh, a triple versus.
Triple versus. A versus. A versus.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man. Nah, we were just building, man, having a good build.
Okay.
One of the last topics we were building on was relationships. You know, the karma of it, and as well as just the learning lessons, and you know, the whole nine. So that's kind of where we were at when you popped in. You know.
Okay. Wow. You know, um, I remember there was a play on words, and they said, what's the only ship that doesn't sail? And you say, well, what? And they say it's a partnership.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel you.
You know, I mean, that's deep,
Yeah.
you know, because when you think about it, everything is really based on a partnership,
Yeah.
you know, which is a relationship,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I was on this one of these gardening boards, and I said, I posed a question because I noticed that some of my kale greens was doing better than the other one. And then I saw a spider web.
I saw that spider web.
You saw that?
I think I posted the spider, right? It was a spider in the ground.
Did you know? I said, who can see, you know, who can find it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I posted on another one, I said, are spiders allowed in your garden?
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
And, you know, for the most part, everybody was like, oh, yeah, they good for this and they gonna do this and that. I was like, word, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, last time I checked, the spiders don't eat no kale.
You're right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so then one person was like, well, what do you mean allowed? How can you even say allowed when that's nature? How can nature be allowed to be in nature? I was like, yo, they came at me real hard, bro.
The audacity.
The audacity.
Nature's law versus man law.
Nature's law versus man law. They was like, I mean, they went deep. They was like, when you see you know, stuff out there growing, it don't say, hey, I want to be growing right here. I want to be growing right there. It just be growing.
Mm-hmm.
They was like, it's this man-made idea of I gotta have this little lawn here, manicured.
Cut
Man,
this here, cut that there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So then I was like, man, I appreciate that. You right. You right. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like that whole concept of what belongs and what don't belong, what mixes, what don't mix.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's something I've been thinking about recently, which is I feel like there's a benefit to nature in the way of like spiritually, in the way of like, for instance, how nature sets it up where in most cases, man loves woman, woman loves man, or feminine loves masculine, masculine loves feminine.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's an advantage in that spiritually because if you can translate it to your longing for spirituality and for the Most High, it's like that's how it's supposed to be used. Our attraction to the other gender, it can be utilized as a plus spiritually, you know, because it's a natural nature. It's an urge, though. If it can be flipped spiritually, then it's like it's almost like the code, code type of thing, you know, somehow.
Man, it just always baffles me, kind of like how in like, our traditional Western, what I'm saying, philosophy, like we totally just exclude the woman up out of there. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at like, how the brother got the unk right there, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and that's the next level unk. You got to expand on that unk, brother.
Please, big brother.
You know?
Yeah. I'm go ahead. I'll let you finish your bill though, because you was into your groove.
Oh yeah. And then I looked at that unk, which really is where I was going to, is when you look at those traditional Egyptian, symbols, man, they always, you know what I'm saying, had like, that balance, that man rocking with that woman, you know what I'm saying? That female energy rocking with that male energy, among other things, you know what I'm saying? But it's like they touch on that balance, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's real. That's the, and this is like how you said ship, it's only ship that doesn't sail, or whatever. And it's like, of course, relationship has ship in it as well. And I used to say that, like I said, there's a difference between a relationship and a relatingship. I said, in a relationship, you're in a ship that shuns relating. But in a relating ship, you're in a ship that focuses in on relating. How do we relate? How do we relate and end this thing? Because if you're not relating to one another, then that's where the shun comes in, and then it always breaks. It always breaks. The continuity is when you're relating. You're focusing in on relating. And it's like, because when we use these words in English, like you say, a play on words, like people used to say that to me, like, it's semantics, it's a play on words. And then because they was using it in an offensive way, I eventually didn't like being offended, or being, whatever they were making me feel at the time. So then I looked the word semantics up to find out that semantics does not mean a play on words. Semantics actually means the scientific study of the meaning of language. So if you're not semantically speaking, then you're never really saying what you mean and meaning what you say, because you don't even know what you're saying means. Yeah. So relatingship is what I'm learning how to start growing into, because I look back and see that I have been in relationships. That's why they didn't last, because they were shunning relating. We weren't relating.
Just a small note on that is like, it makes me think of how I say we pay attention to what we feel is
most whatever
valuable enough, I guess. Or
right.
Like
Yeah.
to what's valued.
Mm-hmm.
So our attention is our currency, and that's becoming more and more apparent, during this lockdown. It's like, so to pay, it's who we're paying attention to, what we're paying attention to. Yeah. So that's just to say, there's a lot of relationships going on where spouses ain't paying the attention to each other.
Yep. Exactly.
And which is basically action statement that says that, my attention is where the value is.
Yeah.
It's always about value.
Yeah.
It's always been about value, and it will forever be about value. Yep. What you value is what you automatically pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? It's like a baby, when a baby is born. You know what I'm saying? When that little, like, let's look at when those deer come out and they in the wild and they legs is all buckly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
they got to learn how to get it cracking real quick. You know what I'm saying? But as humans, man, you know, if we didn't pay attention to a child growing up and just left them to their own means, like it's kind of like we have to put value in a child almost. You know, you got sick people out here who do all kinds of stuff. I just saw something online the other day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, can't stand to see that type of stuff.
I can't stand it, bro.
Elders or children.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so I before I go off on a tangent, I'm just gonna say, you know, value, brothers. That is the deciding factor of everything.
Yeah.
If we place value on the earth, if we don't place value on the earth, if we place value on the soil and the water, or we don't, or the air, you know. You know George Carlin, that comedian, George Carlin, white dude.
Yeah.
You know, he was saying his little comedic spiel, and he was like, "Man, I don't know why y'all getting all up in arms about, oh, save the earth, take care of the earth. Man, the earth been around for 46 million, million years."
Right.
He like, look, man, the earth gonna spit us up and chew us up 10 times before, you know what I'm saying, we even know the difference. So don't worry about the earth. Like, kind of like the earth is important, but don't let the powers that be shift your attention from the real deal while they make you just focus on earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, earth is very important, but what's the real value? We look throughout history, and what have they put value on? Our bodies, this human cargo, when they, you know, but again, the value that we put on, you know, say the Back to Africa movement versus was my people already here movement versus, you know, NASCAR. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, you know, and I know we on live or whatever, but you know, I remember that dude, one of those guys who was dealing with the towers or whatever when they went down. The main guy they was looking for, I think Obama had got him eventually or whatever.
Taliban. Dude, yeah, Laden.
You know what I'm saying? That dude, in his critique of America, man, he was like, yo, how can you guys even come at me when you use your women, you know what I'm saying, to sell sex? You know, use their bodies to sell Coca-Cola or a new car.
Yeah.
There goes that value once again. They done put us into a whole technology. And you know, you look at some of those coaches, they be like, man, I'm just gonna ban music. Look, can't nobody listen to music. You be like, yo, that's wild. You know what I'm saying? They banning music. But when you look at some of the stuff they got out here nowadays, man, I wouldn't even want that around, man. And I come from the era when they made us put parental advisory shall be advised. But again, what do we put value on? Now, you know, we all in the house now. Everybody, look, hey guys, remember when we was all telling people they need to homeschool their kids?
Exactly.
Yeah, now that's what we was building on earlier. Yeah.
That's what I was building on earlier?
Yeah. Liberated Minds Expo. Yeah.
Boom. Boom. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole new time.
Yeah, Bilal, real quick, I don't know, your Instagram froze up or something.
Yeah, so, I gotta charge the phone.
Oh, okay. So people was on it trying to say what was going on.
Oh, seeing what's going on, okay.
Yeah, so I'll let them know.
1 second, I'll be right for you.
Yeah. But yeah, that's real. That's real. Like it's just that value piece is real. That again, if we're not relating to each other, then we really don't value each other for what each other is worth. And even the word attention.
Go ahead.
The word attention. What is the word that's within that word? Attend. So you can't pay attention if you don't attend, meaning you're not present. If you're not present in that space and time, which most of us aren't. Why? Because we're constantly thinking of the past and the future. We're constantly thinking about the past and the future. A woman will see this man and be with this man, but she is constantly thinking of what she wants him to be in the future. So she can't deal with him in the present. So she can't attend. She's not attentive or attending where she is now. And then again, oh my gosh, again, that word attend is at tend. You are at tending. And what is tending? When you're tending to those plants and you're tending to your garden, you are presently at that garden, dealing with it and seeing to it, making sure it is taken care of, it is whatever. So most of us are not at tending. You know, we are pretending.
We're butt tending. No, I'm playing.
Or we are intending. We are intending, meaning we are in our minds tending to something, and then we are pretending. But then when you're at tending, you're actually doing it. You're actually doing it. There's nothing wrong with pretending, because before you tend to the stuff, you have to get it in your mind. That's where the intending is. You're in your mind tending to it. You're figuring it out. You're planning it in your mind. You're putting the black print together or the blueprint or whatever together in your mind and saying, okay, I intend to do this. And then you pretend, what they say, fake it till you make it. No, don't fake it till you make it. Pretend before you make it. And that's the practice makes perfect. So it's like when you're pretending, now you're getting to that point where before I tend to this, before I get to these plants, I got it in my mind, already intend on what I plan on doing. Now let me prepare. Now give me the tools that I need, get the tools in place, plan out the things that I need to plot out or whatever. And then now, yeah, go ahead.
It almost makes me think too, like there's muscles in the mind as well. So to even conceive of something, it takes mental muscles. And maybe that's the biggest muscle you have to flex in certain things sometimes. Like for instance, if you want to work out, the biggest muscle you have to flex is conceiving of yourself working out right now. Like
I was just talking to one of my,
you know what I'm saying?
Right. I was talking to one of my family members, you know what I'm saying, over the little holiday there. And, you know, they lost a lot of weight. And you know what I'm saying? Almost half of their weight they lost. And, you know, they were talking about how they was, you know, eating, they cut out the processed foods, no preservatives, nothing come in a box. They were watching their portions. They was eating just nothing but, you know, fresh fruits and vegetables. You know what I'm saying? It was like,
right.
I'm like, so you really just explained to me that you was eating healthy. Okay, I get that part. I get it. And they was talking about how they was doing a little workout, doing a plank and this and that. I was like, okay. I said, but what made you, how did you discipline yourself to do this?
Beautiful.
You know, and so they paused. You know what they said? They said, man, I just ain't want to be fat no more.
Hey.
Exactly.
So to your point, you know, B, they had to flex that mental muscle was like, yo, I'm tired of the double cheeseburgers with cheese on top, with extra cheese.
Exactly. It was stagnant too long.
It was, they said, ugly.
Exactly.
And that's really,
it's almost like mental yoga, flexibility.
Yeah.
Like when your mind's rigid in certain places, you can't even conceive how to fit, you know what I'm saying, how to be or think something different.
You too rigid. You're too rigid. And then when she said F it, it was like an explosion in that rigidness of the brain, like blah, blew it out the frame.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, it's kind of like, Ando, when he told me about the Tabernacle Iboga, and of course, he talked about all kinds of plants. So it's like.
Speaking of that, let me just formally, like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Introduce the
love to Dr. Ando.
Oh,
you know, and the great Dr. Ando, since as you're on the line, representing the legacy.
Oh, thank you, brother.
I know it.
Ooh, that libation.
You see?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anthony Kwaku Ando.
Ooh, AK himself. Ashe. Ashe. Man, I wish I had some frankincense and myrrh up in here because he put me on to that. I remember one time when he was making a deal to get the land, he had to get it from these cats. And so when he was talking to them on the land or whatever, he was smelling like garlic. I'm like, man, you about to go talk with these people and you got the straight garlic breath, bro. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, because I'm thinking business etiquette. Like, you about to be doing business. You about to be talking about some land. He was like, Essex, when you're dealing with vampires, you gotta rock the garlic. I was like, yo, this man just hit me with one. Because I was always taught that, that garlic, it do push people away. But I would assume that that's the best time when you're dealing with a vampire. Because it's all about the energy. You talk about 6 feet, they talking about 6 feet of distance now. Yeah, man. But, he was the one that put me on that frankincense and myrrh, and just how the energies of stuff can push stuff away. It's kind of like, I don't know, man. Sometimes when I drive my car, right? I done had this car for a minute, old Goldie. And for certain reason, like I go certain places and she just act up on me. And then when I think back, I be like, man, I was around some energy over there. I was around some energy and Goldie got drained. Man, I'm all about the energy, man. Like, I tell you, you know what I'm saying? That's really, and once again, we go back to that aspect of value. You know what I'm saying? Because self-preservation is the number one thing, So if I value myself, that means I value you just instantly, But what you have to learn in this world is that not everyone sees it through those same filters. I don't care if you're Muslim, Christian, you know what I'm saying? What's the main ones we got over here? We got Muslim, we got Christian. That's the main one here in the U.S.
And
And Judaism, of course, Judaism, I don't know why, and Catholicism, But the reason why I bring that up is with all of that, we still got all this foolishness going on.
Bro, that's that rigidity of tradition. And like me and Mental were talking about a little while ago, the science of refining to become your own guru.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like the rigidity of the traditions have us at odds with each other. Because it doesn't allow for the view of all the different parts of the elephant. It just says it's an elephant. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You standing over there, I'm standing over here, you standing over there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, as a family unit, if we're stuck on one prototype, it's all, then it's gonna fail every time. Like somehow it seems,
Like for me, like a programmer, You know what I'm saying? That's not all that I am. Of course, I'm a musician, you know what I'm saying? I'm a lot of different things, you know, but sometimes horticulturalist, I'm trying, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, try it, Phil. You doing it, bro.
You got the spirit with you, so.
Yeah.
Yo, you listen, man. Listen, that's a whole nother topic, man. That man Ando, bro. And I just feel like because that man gave me so much, man. I got to do a lot of things that's on my, you know, heavy on my heart to do. But dang, I forgot what I was gonna say.
You were saying being a programmer.
Oh yes. So it has caused me to look at things methodically, you know, sort of very rigid. You know, it's either going to do this or that, if this or that. But at the same time, I think there's some rules and some laws that you can find within that. You know, like for example, I was even thinking as a joke one time, what if I came up with like a handbook talking about Programmer's Guide to Life? You know what I'm saying? Because a program is nothing but a script, a code that's going to run, right? Like you have a television program, you have radio programming, you know, these are scheduled, you know, things, you know, scheduled entertainment or whatever, you know, that's going to come on. So now, if you have 90%, well, I don't even want to get into no numbers, but if you got all these programs running daily for different people to connect to in different ways, via radio, via internet, via whatever, that means that there's scripts running, there's code running all the time, and it's up to the person, the human, to tap into that script. For example, you know, you could grow up in a family where their script is, hey, everybody in this family gonna be a doctor. You know what I'm saying? That's the code that they telling you to run. You could grow up in a family where they like, yo, everybody in this house, we banging. You know what I'm saying? Stack them things, lock them things. You banging over here, right?
Right.
You know, you got a kid growing up, you know, in Sudan, you know, running that script, running that code. And like the interesting part is, no matter what code you running, as long as you got food, clothing, and shelter, you pretty much are gonna thrive. It's that point where those needs become unmet that then your script or your code can kick into a different script. You have those things like, you know, people like, he comes from a good home. He had everything. But he only had certain things. There was still some missing things. And then another script, another code started running. Because you'd be like, how did he change? How did they change? They was such a good one.
Exactly.
So it's like, you know, you got to watch out for what script you running.
That's real.
And then also, you got to incorporate new scripts. You got to bring in new codes, like in the Matrix, you know, where they say you could just download a new way of thinking. And really you can. Because I'm telling you right now, I sat up in here, you know, doing this COVID thing, and I taught myself quite a few different new things.
Right. Yeah.
You know, at least I touched on the surface to where I know I could go deeper. It's kind of like if someone's forced to, you know, if you're in the penitentiary or something, you got to do a little time. Cats be coming out of there, lawyers.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Cats been taught themselves, law, everything. They're all the prisoners released.
Yeah.
That's real.
That's what they say. What talents you walking out of this with?
Exactly. Exactly. And see, that's a whole nother
I almost feel like some of the codes are like cracks too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because like for instance, a traditional code is like for instance, mom's always says like, you guys were on such a good path. You know, you were college bound and this, that, and the other. And then Baba Nasi.
Good.
You see what I'm saying?
Let's introduce a different code, huh?
You see? The code that is Baba Nasi.
Right. Right.
It
Yeah.
just shifted our whole thing, though it's a crack.
Right. It's a cheat code.
It's a cheat code. It's not
Yeah.
it's not the college bound necessarily. We could have did that still because we were right on the campus when we started on JP Broadley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh, JP Brawley.
that's where we lived. That's where we was at. We're Baba at the gates.
Oh, man, you was right there, yeah.
Exactly. So we could have did that, though.
Mhm.
Instead, we were selling our flutes, making bamboo flutes, selling
Right.
it up and down, and
Pour another libation.
playing.
Pour another libation, if you could, my brother, for the flute man, Melvin.
Oh,
Yeah.
please.
Big up.
Yes. Flute man, Baba Melvin, master musician.
I say.
Ah, Shay.
Yeah. That brother showed me how to make bamboo flutes.
Wow. Yeah, I hadn't even got a chance to hail him up like that. That's a great look.
Yeah, but like you was saying, you was over there about to run that script.
You know what I'm saying? On one script. And we had a few scripts going, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't we always?
You know? Right.
Music business, Hollywood, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
College. There's always, parents always like, you may want to consider military or and all types of scripts going.
Yeah. Yeah, you really running the script then. That's that soldier script.
Exactly. It's all possibilities. So I just say that to say it's one that may not look right at first. Then later down the line, it ends up being ahead of time. It's high tech, ahead of its time. You know what I'm saying? So different scripts, not to say one is better than the next.
And you know what? I was talking to Mom's Dukes, and we was talking about how like the election might play out. And so, it was kind of like she brought up a point that I thought was very crucial. Because we was talking about, hey, if Biden picks, Abrams and what position that will put her in for even later big things. And so she was like, but I think that Kamala Harris, she kind of need to just stay in her lane because she's great at interrogating people. You know what I'm saying? So like, based on her record, I might not necessarily want her making laws, governing over me like that, but she great at grilling folks to get the truth out, right? So it made me think like, in terms of effective movements, what if there's no real somebody out there like the big mama of the whole deal and say, you know what, Kamala, you need to stay right there because you good at that, okay? You stay in your lane right there. You run that script. And then you, Abrams, we need you to do that right there. So you do you know what I mean? It's kind of like you got to have more of an orchestrating body. And I think they try to do that with like these little political things, but they're not close enough.
Hondo was that for us, like as far as the Sons.
Oh, wow.
We would come have to sit down with him.
Right.
And he'd be like, this is who Baba Nasi is. This is who your parents are. You won't have any success until you please your parents. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he was coming 100.
He'd be like, Baba is he's connected to Sirius Star, this, that, and the other. But your parents.
Right. What's your parents?
Your father. Please your father. Or you will not see success.
Mhm.
He takes it there. You know what I'm saying?
Woo! And
It's
you
like, yo,
feel
you gotta find a way to get some good vibes, or just open that energy flow to
right.
where he's pleased with you, and that's gonna open up your success, the vibes, everything. You know what I'm saying? So I just say that to say he was that, like, for us, kind of.
Mm. That's deep. That's deep that you feel like he opened up those success vibes for you, because real talk, I feel the exact same way, brother.
Mm.
I'm gonna tell you, I know this might sound like a metaphor, but I was literally wandering through the forest. I was wandering through the forest one day, wondering what was meant for me. What was I supposed to do?
Mhm.
You know? And I came upon the Carver Center, and it was all this smoke just coming up out of one of the windows, man. It looked like the place was on fire or something.
Wow.
Right? And I'm walking, slowly approaching, and Ando come out the door. Poof!
Mm.
Essex! Come here! I was like, oh shoot. What'd I do?
Wow.
So I walk over there and I get inside, man. And this man, he's holding like one of those like, I don't know, like a sheep's tail or something. You know, that little
Oh, for the African,
Yeah,
yeah,
you know, it's got like a little tail on the end,
right, yeah,
right? Or the fur of a tail or something, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's holding one of these like septum, what do you call that thing that Little John used to have? The goblet.
Oh yeah, the
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He had like one of those. It was just smoking, man, full of incense, just smoking. Like, I know it was sage and frankincense and myrrh and all this. And he's just praying, man. He's praying so hard. He's praying so hard, like in his native tongue. And every now he says, and bless him, bless Essex, bless this young man. And bro, out of every church I've ever been to in my life, out of every mosque I ever been to, every time I ever kneeled down and prayed for myself, I never prayed with such fervor for me as much as this man prayed for me that day.
Wow.
It was almost like he was commanding God. That's when I learned how to pray. I learned that when you pray, you don't have to be all begging. Oh, please, please. No, I learned that you can actually command, be like, yo. And I feel like after that, man, my life just, it increased.
I see that. That's powerful.
I mean, when somebody can pray for you, bro, man, it was just, I walked up out of there like I was on cloud 10,000, bro. Couldn't nothing stop me. I didn't have to believe it. This man believed it for me. So I was working off of his belief in me.
Yo,
that's something I was building on the other day about blessings. Like, people feel like blessings are something you're like, oh, thank you. It's like, I almost feel like blessings should be something you feel. Like something tangible should be about them. Rather than just like, you know, okay, hopefully this works. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, you're right. Grant.
Feel injected.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? With an energy type of thing. Or there should be manifestation of some degree.
And that's the whole point. Like you were saying earlier, as far as see, that's why certain people when I talk to certain people and they like, and to get off topic or on another topic, I was like, it's all on topic. It's all still, because if we really was to take it and say, what does this got to do with value? Boom. Now we right back at value again. Now we right back at relationship versus relationship again. We right back at it, because most times, most of the, as you said, the blessings, what'd you say? You said you never prayed for yourself the way this deity was praying for you. And that's what we do. We don't value ourselves enough until someone teaches us. But over the years, we're being taught by these things. All the, like Bilal was saying about the experiences that we have, the relationships that we have, teach us to now want, I don't want this no more. I want a relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship no more. So now you start learning how to now value yourself enough, your worth enough, your value enough to say, yo, I want these blessings. Like you said, the blessings. I want to feel this stuff. I don't want to just believe in it no more. I don't want to just have faith in anything no more. That's why we changed from the word hopefully to grantfully. Don't hope it so, make it so. My father pointed that out from Star Trek. When Star Trek, was it, what's his name? Jean-Luc Picard.
Yeah.
He would say that. Like, if you got to do something, and they'd be like, oh, I want to do such and such, such, and he would like, make it so. You know? And that was just another way of saying what I learned from Shaka Zulu. So be it.
Oh, so be it. Oh,
so be it.
Bro.
Yeah.
That's Shaka Zulu?
Yeah. I'm telling you, that was my, because like people say, well, when did you get into this? When did you get into this? I say, you know what? I can probably honestly say I was always there, because why? Because when Shaka Zulu came out, and I watched that when I was little, back in the 80s or whatever. That like my mom would right. Yo, man, I'm telling you, that movie stuck with me through the years, like the certain jewels that implanted in my psyche. That again, like I say, those were the things that let me know. Like, what was one biggest thing was, the whites are magicians, Shaka. They work with illusions. You have taught us to live in reality. Like, yo, it's like that reality that you're saying, that crack, that code. Like, yo, all these people over here, they're living a falsehood. Like, this is the reality over here. Like, you go through this door, it's reality. But you're still, what is it, straddling the fence, because you're like, but I love these people. But I love this thing, or I love this, or I'm used to this, or this is all I know from TV and whatever.
Yeah.
It's only one Shaka Zulu movie. Everything else is Disney Channel and Nickelodeon, whatever, you know. So it's like, so now you have to again create the new paradigm. This dimensional shift. What Maku, you know what he's, you are the one you've been waiting for. When I first heard him say that, I was like,
we are the ones we've been waiting for.
Right? Yeah.
I'm trying to get him on, but
yeah, he was on Instagram.
Yeah. Be in a second.
Yeah, that's a powerful one. That's I think that's one of those pieces, like from the Ashanika Nation. You know, you have, see, a lot of people, you know, you talk about value, right? And when you speak about how does one get one's value scorecard, if you will? How do you get your value system, right? And when you do get your value system or your programming, how strong is it? How strong is it? And as you go through, and that's why I think you can relate programming to life, because when you have a piece of software, you know, the software has a life cycle. It has a development life cycle. You know, it starts out as an idea, and then it grows and grows, and then as it grows, it becomes, you know, what the world asks of it. You know, what the stakeholders need it to be, it becomes. And so, you know, the stakeholders of this country had, I think, one goal in mind, which is a capitalist goal, because I think, you know, this country's never been anything but capitalist. And so if the goal is to capitalize, then that means that everyone and everything is a resource. And so then when you step into that mindset, it's like, okay, so the value system then is, how can I make this human resource come on my team? Like in the Star Wars, you know, they want you to go on the dark side, or do you stay on the light? You know, and I mean, man, I was telling my kids about how I don't agree with this philosophy right now of chasing a bag, getting a check. I'm out for that bag. I'm out for that check. Because that's really a philosophy of, I have a price tag. I am for sale to the highest bidder, or maybe the lowest. Because nowadays,
I think some of the root of it too is belief system, the BS.
the BS.
And what we choose to put, like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Man.
We choose to put our love or fear, or attention or fear into. So it's like, it's all based off of that. So what we believe is what we fear or what we love. You know, possibly. The one stream of consciousness that I'm getting from what we're saying is like for instance, initially Mintu and I, we were talking about organizations and how they relate to origin, the organs, and how it's like, and we were tying it also to paying attention to what has value, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, the so be it is the organization bringing all of these thoughts and things into organization. So it's like going from the focus, putting putting the focus on what has value,
Right.
which is based on what we believe, you know. So breaking out of the rigid thoughts, Babylon's conception, and walking that down to organizing those thoughts, you know, and bringing it to a point of almost like an organization, something that can live and breathe as a business, that can stand as a business in this world, you know. So I just see how, you know, it's like, that's the so be it. It's like,
so be it.
you know what I'm saying? Like, bring it forth as an organization.
Yeah.
Something that can live and breathe in the world.
Because that's why we're looking at, we have so much knowledge, and a lot of times we keep judging people based off of the knowledge you came from and not the knowledge that you're getting. Like, we already know, like, I was born and raised in America, you know, and the crap that America gave me from childhood. Now I get into this crack code. Not they gave me crap, but then I get the crack, how to crack the code. Now people are looking like, oh, but you da da da. Hey, I'm a part of this crap. I was born and raised in this crap. The stuff that we were watching when we were little as children on TV was and getting in, experiencing and all this other stuff, you know, we weren't raised in that type of mindset of like you said, with this system that we have, whether it be the belief system, even though some people might have been born Christian, but were you really born Christian? Like, were you doing Christian things according to what Christian is supposedly to be? Muslim, were you really doing Muslim things? Like the things that you should do as a Muslim? You know, it was like the things that we were doing, the TV shows that we were watching. Would you and should you be watching that if you were a Christian? Would you and should you be watching that if you were a Muslim? Would you and should you be watching that if you were going down the line, like you say, the Black Power, African liberation, whatever the things that we are
It
coming
almost
into?
makes me think too, like what y'all singing the other day. Why are there windows pointing this way? What about up here? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, yo,
Why don't we watch the sky no more?
You gotta
Yeah,
blame
real.
that. You gotta
And
blame
this is
that
our
on
TV screen out here.
Yeah.
exactly. And like you said, say it again. Blame that on who? The architect. Blame that on who? The programmer.
Right.
The programmer. So yes, you do put program that everything that we see is a program.
Yeah.
So they're not calling it a radio program just because the radio thing is a program. They're saying that this thing is to program.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's to program. The television program is to program you.
It's a script.
It's
You
a
know,
script.
I never forget. Yeah.
And life imitates that art.
It imitates
What
it.
about some windows down here? We could watch the earth too.
That's true.
You know
But
what I'm saying?
watch the worms. Watch the
Yeah.
worms go by.
Don't
I don't
get stuck in the program of you have to look up or you have to look out.
Yeah.
Open your program too.
See, that's out of the box. That's out of the box. You know, it's kind of like I was looking for a book scanner, right? And of course, you got like the traditional lay it flat, close the thing, scan it. Of course, that would take forever.
Mhm.
And then, you know, you got the one lay it flat on the table, flat out like that. And then a beam comes and scans it like that. And then somebody just went outside the box, dog. And it's quite simple how they did it, right? When you think about it, they came up with the shit that looks like this. So the book lies flat like a roof. You see what I'm saying? So the book lies perfectly as it's supposed to.
Wow.
And that's just out of the box thinking, you know?
And that's what it. Oh,
That's
No, go.
encouraged, man.
That's what it-
Meditationally and spiritually out of the box thinking. What?
yeah. That's what it
If
takes.
you can
man.
breathe and expand your mind and your aura, which
Yeah.
is a part of sex, even if you can do that well,
Oh, B,
that's
Yeah,
a
that
part
was
of being a
crazy.
sex master.
listen.
You know what I'm saying?
You
Because you don't
haven't,
be on the
you
body.
haven't had sex until you made love to the Most High. I'm gonna tell you that. Yo, that's
brother. Rashid over there, like, oh, they go in there. They go in there.
yo.
Oh no,
that's
that was the yo. I love it. I feel it. I know it. Yeah.
Listen, man. I'm telling you. See, people just don't even know. You know, I remember when Ando used to tell me, you know, about astral projection, and now you've got this whole idea where scientists have found. They found an alternative dimension that the time is in reverse or whatever. Okay, So once again, you know, you now you're opening up more of the secrets, right? Because apparently if something is there, that means we have the ability to tap into it. You know what I'm saying? It's all interconnected.
Mhm.
You know, so I'm just like, wow. You know, now you're starting to get people talk about lucid dreaming, right? Lucid dreaming. I actually saw an ad on Facebook where they sell a device that will help you learn how to lucid dream. And you know what they showing? They showing some little hands flying through the air, right? Now, when I lucid dream, I'm flying. I'm always flying when I lucid dream. And then I do shit like I chill and strike a pose in the air and do shit like that, like I'm playing around, you know? So why are they trying to promote something that has, you know, come to me as just like a natural? I've talked to people before who said they don't even dream in color. I thought that was the most craziest thing because I was like, yo, yeah, I was seeing all kinds of color, this and that. And they was like, oh, you dreamed in color? I only did that once.
Wow.
Now, you know, I'm not going to go into any further details, but my thing is like, wow. So again, I feel like, man, and again, now they're talking about aliens. I saw on CNN where it said, oh, yeah, we're going to release some footage, you know. I don't know, whatever department is responsible for releasing that type of footage. It said, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we had a few pilots take some pictures, and here it is. They took some video, but it don't mean nothing. It's not a threat to us. Wow, really? You're revealing this now? This is 2020 now.
Mhm.
Now, see, it's like we're like babies being ushered into the new reality. You know what I'm saying? Because remember when the Illuminati was only stuff that you talked about at the Carver Center? That you talked about at the African Jelly? You know what I'm saying? That's where we talk about Illuminati. When you go to little Bobby Hemmett, you know, you go to see Bobby Hemmett speak, or you go see Steve Coakley, and he talk about the Go-to-Mendes and all this.
Now the high school students talking about it.
You know, or Lil
Now they
Boosie,
got Gaia TV.
you know, Cardi B talking about Illuminati.
Mhm.
So this stuff is becoming mainstream, guys. It's amazing to me. Because it's like 20 years ago, you know what I'm saying? You had to be one of those tree huggers.
Exactly.
You know, I remember the day after 9/11 happened, when I was sitting at the kitchen table with Ando and them, and they was talking about how somebody told the mayor of San Francisco not to fly. And we couldn't figure out who did it. Or at least they couldn't. I was just listening.
Mhm.
15 years later, you hear it comes out. Who told her? Condoleezza Rice. Who's sitting there right there with your boy himself, who we always said was in on it. They was talking about gold sitting in the bottom of the subway cars at the bottom of the towers. They said they was talking about that gold on day 2. So it really made me wonder why Ando, you know, I got a lot of questions.
Of course, and that's what we were saying too about, you know, again, shameless plug, the Liberated Minds Expo or whatever, is because if we're not pumping this information strategically and consistently, then what's going to happen is we're going to keep having the conspiracy theories with our deaths of our people and the different what happened to this person, that person, and then the misinformation of the people. It's like it keeps happening because people aren't getting on board. Enough people aren't on board. It's like people are still watching from afar. Like, wow, that happened with that person. Wow, that happened with those people. What happened? And then what happens is now we believe the the missive that was told, that was given, and we say, okay, well, guess that must be what happened, as opposed to saying, look, this information has been out there for years. There have been in our communities, but we have our people who are still not valuing because the program doesn't say value that.
It does not say value it. It does
The-
not say. You
the
know,
program
Yo, the
says,
other day I was looking at I found myself looking up how far does a radio wave travel?
oh,
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
mhm.
And so it travels like far, like way out into space.
Mhm.
And things travel from space in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you said, they're
Right.
talking about now there's a constellation that's sending out posts
Yes,
at a uniform rate.
yes,
You know what I'm saying? Which mentally I'm picking up that light is a package of
yes.
information.
It's a packet. Yeah, yeah. And see,
So
that's
there's
you know, that's
information.
like-
So that brings you to radio frequencies as well. As this all this static frequency, if you can tune into it, you can catch that radio frequency and the information that's inside of it. You know, so even like channeling, it's like you can channel all this information, put it down, and then make sense of it, decode it, because there's information in there. You know what I'm saying?
right.
It's static, but if you tune in, bring in some info, then decode it, you'll find there's information inside that frequency.
You just described the process of song making, B. Yo, that was deep. Like, cause you know how we always talk about like the songs don't belong to us; they belong to the Most High. We just grab it and decode it and put it down.
Exactly.
That's deep.
So how that
Would that be-
ties to the frequencies, it's like the frequency, the radio waves and sound waves, they go a certain distance, though there's a limit. So for instance, like our traditions, our DNA, you know what I'm saying, and our ancestors and ones, it goes back. Though if we can keep the line and we can get the frequency of the message that's coming through, though what they plan to do, like Mintu's saying, is what's forgotten about, we can snip that off because ain't nobody thinking about that.
Right.
We can say we're the Egyptians because so much time has passed. The frequency, you know, they're not paying attention to the frequency. They're not keeping, you know, the frequency. We
That
can
resonance,
chop that
yeah.
off because they're not looking. You know what I'm saying? And say that this was that.
So basically, since you were talking, I just looked up radio waves, and basically it's saying that there's no limit to the distance. The issue is they get weaker the farther they go.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say too, chime in too. It's like it's not necessarily the limit to the radio waves, it's a limit to their tracking it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
they can only
The
track but so
reception.
far. They can only track but so far. So, and that's the thing. It's like a lot of times, because again, this is again, because a lot of times when we speak truth, sometimes it comes across as if we're negative or we're against something or somebody. It's just saying that this is in their story. They said that they believed that the world was flat during a time that we knew that the world and the planets and the galaxies and the universes and the stars. So it's their limitations. So therefore, when we're judging something, a lot of times, unfortunately, when we're judging something, speaking on something, we're still basing it off of the limitations that was taught to us by them because of their limitations. Before telescopes, the Dogons and Mali knew about the stars and Sirius B. And so again,
Right.
so therefore, when their technology says limitation, we should say, I don't know about that one. we'll look into that a little deeper, you know.
Right.
It's like, because we know there are no limits. There are no limits. There is no beginning. There is no ending. It's all continual. It's all continual. So in that continuation, we say, okay, these are the steps that we take so that we can amplify the information. You amplify the information how? By, like Bilal is saying, it's that consistent resonance, keeping the resonance going. That's why even with the monks or the Hindus, different ones, you see them where they do the Om, then somebody next to them is doing Om, and then they start at different times. Why? Though I may not start the same time you start, or I may not hold it as long as you hold it, but the point is that tone keeps going on and on and on. If we're not doing that within our communities, keeping that positive information, knowledge, keep going. Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, Deuce Ali, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, so on and so forth, Malachi Z, or all of the different all the different tones and vibrations, then somebody's gonna slip in and say,
Dr. Rondo.
No, that's trust me. If you expected me to name every one of them, then trust me, I was not
like you said about the prayers.
Yeah.
Like if it's docile, if there's no chi in it, if it's not activated,
you gotta activate it. You gotta
like you said, he grabbed your soul. You know what I'm saying with this prayer.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If it's not activated with energy and real authentic vibes,
and that's it.
It can be co-opted.
True.
Real quick, if you see the whole the vibes, is because we as a people have, back to value, we as a people have placed value in that monetary system. And since that value is in the monetary system, then we don't see the Dr. Andos as valuable, because in our minds, there is no money in that. There's no money in that. And I can't make a living. So our women do not value us because
we don't see the value, but they do, though they do.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Here's the thing. I think when you look at like farming, for example, you know, that's not sexy. You know, there's no gangster in farming. Although, listen, to get out there and get in that earth every day and bust your back, man, it's pretty hardcore. But there's a narrative that's being created of this. Unfortunately, and I'm not making this up, guys. I mean, you can see it on TV, you can hear it in a lot of the, quote unquote popular, media. But there's just this narrative that everything, for us, I think 50 Cent had put it perfectly one time. I was watching a piece and he said, we really like broken things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be broken. It's, and you remember that song?
I don't know if you're going there, but
I need a soldier that's gonna stand up for me. To carry them things, if you know what I mean. I need a soldier. You remember that? You remember when Beyonce and them gave us that bullshit? You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people was just following that, bro. And I know it seems like it's just music and it's just cute, but a lot of that stuff that they were saying in that thing, man, was really, once again, a misguiding script.
Program.
So basically, sis, you just put me down. If I'm not sagging my pants.
Megan Thee Stallion and Beyonce.
Oh man, listen.
It continues, is all I'm saying. But I
won't get down here. Say it again. People say that one more time, Bilal. It what? You said it continues. Is that what you said?
Yes.
they're gonna
That's
continue their
continuing.
resonance. They're gonna continue their resonance. They're gonna keep that programming going. So if
Well,
we're not out,
they're gonna
if we're
convince
not,
you. Mm-hmm.
if I was just gonna say, if we're not out there combating it, then it's gonna permeate.
But
They
how
are
can you combat it when they're how can you combat it when they're just showing their feminine power, you know?
Oh no.
They just showing their feminine energy, how they can run things.
Yeah. Peace and greetings. Hey, Christian.
You know?
mean,
Like I saw this article, it said the top
maybe there's
four.
an intention behind it.
Say it again. Say it again.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying say it. I didn't hear what you said.
No,
brother.
I'm saying that's it. Go ahead.
So I saw an article where it said you know, pretty much females, you know, here are the top 4 females who it said it was the first time in history where the top 4 spots on one of these billboards was all female. And they showed a picture. And all of them had bustier. All of it looked like a what do they call it? A burlesque. It looked like a burlesque event.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I remember Lauryn Hill and Queen Latifah and even Boss. Remember Boss?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It was like you could be a female MC and not have to have all your femininity spilled out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, you know, I don't know. First of all, of course, you know, don't nobody care about no dudes. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, you know, I always say if it was a vagina laying on the ground, somebody gonna pick that up. But if it was some penis laying on the ground, people gonna kick that shit around. Don't nobody care about that. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So the females got all the power. Okay, it's a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a little woman or a girl, right? But really, that's bullshit. It's really women got all the power, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just that we don't really, we try not to acknowledge it. We do it in like a fake little way where it's like, oh man, you know, a dude will give respect to wifey in a way and be like, oh man, I gotta do the honeydews. I gotta do the honeydew list. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like you just can't say nothing to the honeydew list. You feel me? But
exactly,
you know, on the same token, it's like, you know, you the man of the house. You know, what you say go, you put it down, you know. But then there's a limit. You know what I'm saying?
Supposedly.
Supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? But it's a dynamic. We talk about relationships and that whole dynamic. You know, you got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you might feel like, man, you know, I'm the man of the house. I know what it's supposed to be. Yada, yada, yada. This is how we going to do it. And then you go forth, you know?
I think to trail the path of how we got here. Again,
right.
To double back a little bit.
Yeah.
We got here because you were saying Beyonce.
Right. Beyonce and
that song Soldier.
Yes.
That's how we got here.
Right? Yes. The lyrics. The lyrics.
And the code of that.
The code of that.
That is.
Yes.
And that's the effect that it had on the people.
Bro.
Exactly.
That right there. But see, for some reason, we don't call that out. You know, we just kind of go along with it because it's like, okay, well, that's music. That's the culture. I guess, you know, how is it that any different with I'm sleeping, you know, with Mrs. Jones? Me and Mrs. Jones got a thing going on.
Exactly.
Well, when they was talking to Mrs. Jones, they wasn't talking about eating the booty like groceries. Okay?
Exactly.
So I think as much as we have gained these freedoms, the freedoms have been our demise in a bit. You know, we've almost
that part.
You know, we've almost flipped the scales. We used to be this lowly, just pardon me, just for no better term, but we was just this lowly, humble people that just came from the mud. And now we in the big house. Now we the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that we really are, because dude just got killed on the street.
Ratchet.
It's an illusion.
Okay.
It's an illusion.
It's an illusion. And they just killed that man on the street with the neck, with his foot in his neck, with his knee in his neck, and his hand casually in his pocket. That pig, wretched cop, and I'm gonna call it like it is. That was a wretched human being that wore a pig suit.
And that reminds me of the word wretched. Like I just said, they're aspiring to put us on the frequency of and equating the three as a tripod. Happy, bougie, ratchet.
Damn.
Look at the word ratchet. They've turned ratchet into something super cool.
Savage.
Which is wretched.
What about savage, bro?
Beast.
A beast? Yeah, a beast.
Oh, yo, he went beast, son. He was beast, son.
The wretched savage.
Yo, pretty soon they gonna be like, yo, that man is a gargoyle, son. That man is a hyena.
He's a Gargamel. No.
Programming. The programming is serious.
Exactly.
This programming is serious. And like you said, the freedoms. If you watch a lot of those Disney movies and different things like that, they push that. They push Mulan. Oh, I don't want to get married the conventional way. I don't want to do this for what my forefathers did, and I don't want to do what the ancestors did and screw the ancestry. So it's that mindset you're trying to get, which it's this is where it gets touchy. This is what we're supposed to do with this program, yet we're looking at it supposed to go to our African ancestry, but no, that type of mentality of rebellion is not supposed to go to our ancestry and our culture. It's really supposed to go to their programming, the programming that they have set up. So what happens is now we and our children are rebelling against the culture. And we'll see somebody, oh, that nigga a liar, he's a this, he a thief. But that's not a part of our culture. That's a part of their culture. That's a part of their programming. That wasn't technically a part of our organization. Right. That was a part of the residue, that the remnants that person who was raised in that program, they brought up and they brought over. So you have, yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like Malidoma and like Sangomas or whatever, and some of their initiation. And it's like, it's more of a type of thing where they put you through nature. And you come back.
Rites of passage, yeah.
Rites of passage.
Exactly.
Oh, don't get me started on the whole rites of passage thing. That's one of the reasons why our youth are misguided right now.
That's because spiritual blowout.
They have nothing that tells them you're not a kid anymore. You're not a little kid. We need you to step up now. We need you to be.
So my point too is saying it's not them telling them something. It's them putting them through nature and letting nature tell them for themselves, because it's not a prototype for everybody.
Kind of like
that's what. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say with the Amish, they grow up in a society that's off from everybody else. But when it come a time, they get their youth a chance to go out into the world, right? And so they get that Rumspringa.
Oh wow! And
so
that's
and you said
they get to decide: are they gonna come back to the Amish land, or are they gonna stay outside in the world?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly.
And that's Joe, that's kind of deep too, because our people are in a sense doing that. Though we go through this, we get all this knowledge, we read these books, we get all this information, but we're still trapped right inside of this world. So while we're learning and reading books, we still got Netflix, we still got TV, we still got movies, we still got all that stuff. So it's almost like, now what do you choose? And that goes back to what I was saying. For me, I had to take the responsibility to start saying, yeah, I can go over here and do this. I can have this woman or these women or this and that, or I can do all of that is there, but I don't want that. I want to respect the woman.
Right.
I don't want to be able, yes, I can have so many, like, matter of fact, I won't say the person's name or whatever, but there was this guy at this restaurant, and he was there, and he had this entourage of women, you know, and my cousin was like, he was like, oh, you see them? He's like, you want that, don't you, or whatever. And I was like, you know, actually, that headspace right now, man, it's like I'm in a whole nother headspace.
You know, the flesh is weak, brother. I had a cat stop me on the train one time, and I was growing my beard. I was about 19, no, I was about 22, 23. No, I ain't had kids yet, so I was about 19, no, about 20, 21. I had a big beard at the time, and you know, folks used to always think I was Muslim just because I had a beard or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And this cat come up to me, man. He was like, "Hey, brother, you a Muslim?" I was like, "Nah." He was like, "Man, listen, you need to look into that, man. You can get as many women as you want. You can have as many wives as you want, brother.
Yeah.
You can get as many hoes as you want, brother."
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, really? That's why I should come up down and get down with this religion? But see, and then that's what you have. Those are called the religious pimps or the cultural pimps.
Right.
You know, and they're no good than, you know, the cat that only want to pay you $6 an hour and the price of living is $30 an hour.
But now, don't even separate it. You have don't separate it. No, you have to separate it. Those are not cultural pimps or religious pimps. Those are flat out pimps. That's just what they are.
Right.
That's how I said. It's not our
another.
Right. They are putting on what they say. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Yeah. They're literally. They are wearing.
Which also brings us back to mastering being your guru and knowing your personal feelings and the roots of them, because and knowing that they're actually yours as well, because like you got to know what's authentic. What you got to know.
Now that's deep.
What is your intention? What's the intention behind it?
Intend, yeah.
Exactly.
That's deep, man. You asking
intend.
You asking for people to really dig in themselves to figure out why are they doing things, because
and it's not one way for everyone. Is the main
and that's why that's where we, again, knowing what the culture is. The culture is based off of the science that is given you. It deals with science, and then like Exa said about the rites of passage. With this rites of passage, again, I agree with you, Bilal, the same thing too. You're learning your true self. Everybody's not gonna be a man, because when they go through that rites of passage, some this is serious. That's serious.
Real talk.
And because if you learn
that need to go through this right now.
So look, this is something that we don't realize. In those tribes, we talk about rites of passage, but we don't realize that everybody didn't make it through the rites of passage. They had a section of the village where you had grown men or men sitting, eating with the children because they ain't make the pass.
Damn, I never thought about that aspect. Because, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know,
they couldn't get a house.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. I apologize.
I'm just thinking of, you know, just how hardcore it was, you know, back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So when you go through that training, it's like, yo, that's manhood training. We gonna need men. We gonna need to know who gonna man up when it comes for the get down. So we gonna put you through this training. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, some didn't make it through. Oh shoot. So we know that so and so who didn't make it through, we can't call on him in action. Because when I say stab that son of a gun, and you be like, and you freeze, you know what I'm saying? You freeze up. Nah, we can't have that. So it's a weeding out process.
And that's all. And as I said,
And
they didn't kill him because they didn't make it through the rites of passage. They didn't exile them or whatever. They just said, okay, well, you don't work here, so
you don't work here, you work over here. Right.
Yeah.
Because that's it. It's no shunning, it's no,
right.
You might not get a couple wives because, for a certain.
There we go.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't handle that. You can't even take care. Somebody come up to you and smack you in your face and take both your wives. Let me stop, guys. Let me stop. But no, in all seriousness, though, that's what we're dealing with.
And you start learning the things because again, it's self-value, self-worth. And I start looking at the things that I consider mess ups. No longer keep battling over what people think I messed up at. What are the mess ups that I accept? Because if I know I never was yes, I love women. That's not what I'm saying. I don't hate women or whatever. I still love women, but I was never that type where I was ever in the mindset of disrespecting,
Right. You know what?
But when you grow up and you see, oh, that D man, suck my D, go down and da-da-da, and you like, and you in my heart, I'm cringing. In my soul, I'm like, but then your partners and you said, oh, dude, you can have all the women you can, and it's like but that's not my drive.
Right.
And it's like, so now I had to literally look back and say, okay, we learn, oh, you're out of your mind because we learned this white man system, da-da-da-da. But then I'm out of my mind because I'm accepting things that I don't even agree with.
Right, exactly.
That's not my philosophy.
Right. It's kind of like
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they say, one bad apple can spoil a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Everybody start getting caught up with that same script.
Yeah.
The script,
it's like that program.
Once again, that program is going to tell you what you value. That program is going to tell you, hey, it's something wrong with you if you just want to be with one woman. Like, what? What you talking about? You don't want to get these hoes, boy?
Right.
And speaking of that, man, it's really something because don't get me wrong. I know some guys, man, they just a poon hound, man. They just, but what I found is, what I'm saying, I need a little bit more than that. You know what I'm saying? Because actually I need a lot more than that. You know what I'm saying? Because I done been through the, what I'm saying, I done got my fingers broken. They still ain't healed. Messing around with just some poons.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's again value. Society will tell us as guys, the more poon you smash, the more manly you are, the more you smash that thing. But yet they're telling little girls, oh, you gotta value that. You gotta cover that up. Mm-hmm. Well, hey, how about as a young man, I should value my stuff too. You know what I'm saying? I have value too. You know what I'm saying? So that's a script.
We can on so many different angles too, though, and layers. Because
it's always layers, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because there's tradition, there's Babylon, there's what your peers are telling you, is what your elders and families telling you, you know. So, which brings me to the thought of mental yoga, mental hatha yoga,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, meaning flexing our brain, having our finding the spots in our brain where we're rigid,
Mm-hmm.
and finding ways to flex our brain in the spots where we're rigid. Mental hatha yoga, right? And that kind of brought us back to um like I was talking about. Okay, I don't want to go that far yet. Like as far as talking about the layers,
Right.
it's like one layer says marriage and children,
Right.
and that's a program. You know, one another one may say like, polygamy, this, that, and the other. That's a program. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of different programs running.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And they're coming at you saying that this is traditional. This is what's normal and right. So
Right.
that's thus the necessity for tuning in and knowing your own path and your own feeling and way. You know what I'm saying? Because there's all these suggestions, right? So to break out of that box of the systems that's been created, we need mental hatha yoga. We
Mm.
find the spots in our mind where we're rigid. And like I said, when sex is done on a spiritual level, you kind of gotta expand your auric field and expand your brain capacity as far as in order to like hang in there and ride the wave, the energy wave, and let it expand your energy.
Yeah.
Than it going out, you know what I'm saying? Rather than it going down, going up.
Mm.
One of the keys to that is the deep breathing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what are some practices that one could do to kind of unlock that?
So it's like all these thoughts are going on up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
To practice the breathing to where it's almost like you clear the room, with the breathing and expand your thought capacity of like what can be. And like for instance, like we were talking about polygamy or having more than one wife.
Mm.
It's like on one level, it's like, yeah, somebody can give you that system, and just because it sounds sexy or you know what I'm saying, like you can get some, it's like it could be a folly because the intention behind it isn't right.
Well, look, man, in Islam, if you
there's
sacrifice yourself, you can get 60 virgins.
Right.
Okay?
There's another one that says the reason why you can't have it is because you can't handle it in this land.
I don't know about that. I just seen dude with 243 kids.
I feel you. Though, imagine breaking out of that construct.
Right.
And believing different possibilities than what people believe. You're going to look like an alien. You know what I'm saying? Like I got an elder, a main teacher of mine who's got over 20 children.
Right.
When somebody says that, they look crazy. Though that only means they must have broken out of a particular construct. Everybody else is dealing with.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And it's
no.
I think I'll just double dutch. I'll jump in.
Right.
No, it's like, to camelback off what you're saying, like overstanding that reality is, that's why the layers are the layers of existence. And if one person keeps trying to say this is what existence is, then they're limiting you to believe. It's like the Muslims are saying no to the Christians. The Christians are saying no to the Muslims. The Muslims are saying no to the Jews. The Jews are saying no to the this, and the whatever. All of them, all three of them are saying no to the Hindus or whatever. But to say no to those things is really like saying no to the spider in your garden.
Right. Oh, you brought it to the spider in the garden.
They exist. They are a part of nature. You can't wipe them out, because in order to wipe them out, you now have to explain why, like the whys, all to the minute details as to why they exist. And then you have to show why they shouldn't exist. But in you showing why you feel, like you said, you were asking, should I allow this to exist?
Right.
Then now you're saying, if there are men who have more than one wife, they exist. You can't wipe that out. They exist. So
right.
Now you have to now delve into, why does that exist? Why is that a possibility, or what part of nature? Whether you agree with it or not, it exists.
Right.
And it's like, now what happens is the next person is coming in and saying, ooh, I want 4 wives, not knowing why this person has 4 wives. He just want them just because he see them.
Right.
I want, now he's doing it out of a greed, out of a lust, out of no science.
Right.
We are messing up because we don't, like you say, we don't have a rites of passage.
And see, I'm gonna tell you another thing. I feel like the reason why I pay child support right now is because the men that came before me fucked up so bad that a system was created like this that now I suffer from. Ain't that some shit? It's like the government basically found a way to get in cahoots with the women.
Trust me, unfortunately, they are not in cahoots with the women. They're in cahoots with themselves, and the women are bamboozled just like we are bamboozled.
Yeah.
They think they got the system. They think they're getting it. Imagine this. Let me ask a question to the women. When they put a man on child support, what the man pays child support, do they get every cent of that? Every dime of that child support?
They don't, because there are other fees that I know for sure.
Fees?
Yeah.
She's like charging you fees, or you charging her fees?
No.
You understand?
The government is making money off of that. Yeah.
Exactly.
They make about 13 to 14. First of all, when you process through their website, they make a percentage.
Already.
A percentage off of what you pay. So if you pay $1,600 and they get 4%, they're gonna get 4% of that. If you make $200, they're gonna get 4% of that. If you put in $10,000, and to me, that just sounds like a money-making scheme.
So the women are not in cahoots with that. They're not in cahoots.
But they have to sign up. They have to sign up.
And this is just me trying to learn.
Yeah.
And in that learning, I'm realizing we're all in this. You know, our women are part of the program that the men are part of.
Right.
Because where did we get to the whole, before we even got to the child support part of it, we have to still deal with the program that made us perpetuate the system, that made us even be in a child support position where we are not relating. We're in a relationship. So now we got child support to deal with.
Damn.
Because we didn't,
Yeah.
that program made us that way.
Yeah.
We weren't that, what is it, die hard, for better or for worse, till death do us part. I don't care. We in this to ride or die to the wheels. You
To the
know,
wheels.
it's just,
No, that's
right.
something that I see too, that I feel like is a trend. I don't know, for people in general, probably. It's just like, it's like, if you don't got your stuff organized, if you don't have an organization, then that's their zaddy.
That's their what? That's their what? That's their daddy.
They zaddy. I guess they call them zaddies. Like that's their side piece, basically. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even if they married.
Oh, that sugar daddy, that zaddy?
That's sugar daddy right there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shoot.
It's not about building an organization together. Let's organize. It's like, no, I can't tell you how to organize and build an organization. Either you're going to do it or not. But in the meantime, I'm going to go with something that's already organized. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's where that's where it goes back to again, the programming. This is why they keep running there. Not even they, because we can't. That's why we as men, a lot of times we can't just put it all off on them or the women, because again, what are we as culture, conscious, whatever? What do we have?
We got issues.
So that's why I'm saying it's not to fault them, because it's true. It's true. We're not organized.
We have a whole lot of work.
Them to roll with us. If we can't play Zaddy, who gonna play it? Who gonna play that role? You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
so it makes sense.
If you can't play Zaddy, who gonna play it? Yo, I'm telling you, man. That's one of those big things, man. And it always comes back to that, you know? It's like, what makes a cat able to have, you know, a couple different wives, you know? First of all, you're going to have to be able to afford that. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to tell you straight up and down. You see, because all of them going to have needs that you're going to have to meet.
Exactly.
And you know what I'm saying? And a lot of that, it deals with security. It deals with security, financial security, you know what I'm saying? Physical security. Is somebody gonna come up and just smack them and take them away while you're standing right there?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So maybe one of the things about having an organization is having a thought that you're confident enough about that you see it through to an organization, to organizing it. So it has to do with confidence. If you don't show up with enough confidence, then you're not even showing up to the party.
And then where the confidence comes in is you first have to, it's almost like, of course, you have to believe in it, you know? And believe means that you have faith that this can come to fruition.
Exactly.
The second step is
your attention into.
Right. You first accept that you have no doubt. Like for me, I have me personally in my mind, I have no doubt in the things that I accept as truth. I have no doubt in it. Now my step is being, like you said, being brave enough to take all the little manipulations that I have been trained and raised in, whether it be family manipulation, whether it be mate or female manipulation, whatever, and take all of that stuff and say, you know what? I don't care. I'm focused on this. And that goes, like you said, the organization. once I accept in my heart that I don't care what this says or what this does, I have to finish this. What it say? Mission over man, man over mission over man.
Or I like to say, as the HBCU say it, find a way or make one.
And that's that. You make it so, like you said, make it so.
So be it.
So be it. That point is, that's something that I'm working on through my rites of passage that I never went through as a young man. Because
neither did I.
Because what? As a young man, what were we told? Go over there and sit down. Stay in a child's place. Go over there. Get out grown folks' business. Stay in a child's place.
I thought you was gonna say bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. That's what we was taught. But no, I know what you're saying.
We were taught that. No, we were taught that as well. I agree, 1,000%. And that's why they say stay in a child's place, stay in a child's place. Then by the time I turned 19 or 18 or whatever the age of adulthood was, now they're saying, you so childish, you so immature, you need to grow up. I was in a child's place, then now I'm an adult. Nobody brought me into that real adult.
That transition, right.
Nobody taught me how to honor a woman. You know, like you see it, you hear it, whatever.
You saw the Cosby Show.
Right. We were told things, but we weren't taught things. We were taught how to, screw, as they say, which is, as the brother Gracious Deity Bilal said, we even got that wrong. Why? Because we just screwing. And what did screw do? It screwed us up. We are screwed up. And that's why we got baby mamas and child support. There we go. Now we got baby mamas and child support because we did not learn and master how to have relationships or intercourse. We never entered the course. We stayed on the outside looking in.
And imagine if that life force was to appreciate. You know what I'm saying? Was to magnify and glorify rather than go out, go up. You know what I'm saying? And magnify, glorify, appreciate. Imagine what can be manifested together.
Together. I love it.
And even together, when you're gathered.
That's the exact same thing.
That's church.
That's
real.
I always said, when you look at together, it says to get her.
Yep.
To get closer to the Most High.
Yep.
Her. Let's get together.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's no question. It's like,
that brings you to also, like I was saying, the mental health of yoga. Of like,
you need to do a session. You need to do a Zoom session on that, B.
You know what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah.
Because it's like
people pay $10 to get in, a $10 offering.
That's what's up. Let's go.
It's things that we like.
It's like, because to even get to the point of coming together spiritually, there has to be some breaking down of the rigidity of the programs that are already there. You know what I'm saying? The rigidity, like the mind has to flex. So I say that to say, like, if I'm on expanded consciousness and she's on I can go there too. To passion, body passion and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Do you want this? You want this pussy or what I look like? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I'm expanded consciousness. She's gonna win. it's not gonna go my way unless I didn't yogied it out too. Because some of the yogis can't hang.
Oh man,
You know,
that's that mind, man. That mind
Not
over.
with that succubus. Yeah, not with that succubus.
once they lock in, it's
That's
that.
amazing.
So
Yeah.
And that's if I just wanted to say that's
so if we can
yeah.
join on the expanded consciousness and visualize and see the possibilities, the greater possibilities of what can be, you know, and that it's possible to manifest what we visualize. That's a whole nother script
Mm.
that, you know, it's going to take some practice and some mental stretching to get there.
And
Right.
it was just thrown out there. Yet I don't like certain things to just some things we have to touch on. Essex said that we were kind of in a sense we messed up, like, and that part of it, like as a whole, like we came to this consciousness, to this culture, to this elevation messed up. So the minute, like you say, even if we do, okay, I'm spiritual, but then you get with this sister who's like, yeah, spiritual, give it to me, son. Now you're like, but I'm spiritual. And then you're like, and it's all around.
Damn.
It's all around.
Exactly.
Damn.
So then when people looking at you like, I thought you supposed to be this, and like, but I am. Nah, but what happened? You got
man.
mama, baby mama, this, baby mama, that.
That's one of the main keys too.
Discipline.
Exactly.
Discipline.
Like
Discipline.
Shiva.
Discipline.
Shiva, like he sits there while I forget if it's Saraswati or Kali, it's one of them. Like there's a picture of her on him, and he's just sitting there, just
like ain't nothing.
you know what I'm saying? He's rooted in the spirit. You know what I'm saying? That's the man that can handle consorts.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the science.
Because he's here. He's not even there. Like he's here. You know what I'm saying? So
the science. Yeah.
there's balance to that whole thing.
You got a meditation. 9 shallow, 1 deep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You
You
see?
feel me?
Yeah. So
it's like what you it's like they say the master appears when the
student is ready.
When the student is ready, the teacher will appear, or the master will appear.
Like what can you handle?
Right.
You know?
And then too, what are you looking for? You know what I'm saying? Like somebody asked me, you know what I'm saying, one time, like, man, I was dealing with this one female, and you know, she had a friend or whatever, and she was like, yeah, you know, would you mind if I get in, you know, a little threesome action with y'all? And I you know what I'm saying? I just declined, man, because I mean, not that I didn't want to, but I knew responsibly that was gonna open up Pandora's box. Because now, when I'm going to work, now they gonna be freaky D-leak, you know what I'm saying? Which they could have already been doing. For her to even come to me and ask me that. You know, I come home from work one day, they both got wet hair coming out the shower. Both of them done took a shower or whatever. You feel me? Now, why y'all taking showers? Oh, because we was working out. Oh, but then a couple weeks later, you try to ask me, you know what I'm saying, about a little hookup. But see, my thing is, I just didn't want that with like, maybe if I was dealing with like a little side piece or something, but it's like my main situation. So if I open up that Pandora's box, now anything and everything is waiting to happen. Now, again, you talk about, polygamy or something like that. I mean, maybe if that's something that a couple was into type of thing, but you know what I'm saying? You got to really think about what the sort of, I don't know, yeah, like they say, the karma. Every action is a reaction. You know what I'm saying? So by you entering into one covenant, then therefore you are exposing yourself to another,
Which
and
speaks of the sincere intent behind it, whatever it is. It's like Shiva, he's tapped in. So it's like, saying it's not an intent.
right. And see, that's a whole nother level though. That's like you got, I'm sure you got
Then you're
society.
living in the spirit, I guess you call it,
Oh, okay. Right. It's not even a thought. It's just kind of like a happening. You know what I'm saying? Like
I am the Father or one type of vibe.
One thing that I used to get over the years of dealing with people is, well, not people, but with the female, the feminine, was the thing is, I'm in this mindset, like, okay, I'm trying to get spiritual and connect and do things for purpose. So then the response is, ain't nothing wrong with sex. So then now that battle is in my mind, like, which I agree, there's nothing wrong with sex. So then that's how they get me reeled back in, like, okay,
Right.
nothing wrong with sex.
Right.
But then it's like, okay, well, so now I had to learn now, or I'm learning now, that yes, there's nothing wrong with it. But what's right with it, you're not doing and you're not wanting me to do. I want to do what's right with it. So because if I'm not doing what's right with it, and I'm not doing it the right way for the right purpose and the right reasoning, therefore now it's wrong. And now it's not, so now it's sex, maybe something else. We need a new word for this thing that Bilal is talking about.
Oh yeah. There's a higher level, I think. There's a higher level.
There's that word. That's what I know. They say tantra and tantric or whatever. Yet even if that be the word, but there has to be a word for that thing that is not sex. Like we were saying, for the children, you teach your children, and you call them sexual organs instead of calling them sex organs. Call them marital organs or commitmental organs or something, to let us now know in this rites of passage that it's not about the sex. It's about the growth and the joining and the together, as it says, the gathering of each other's connect. I ain't trying to sound deep because Bilal, I'm not that. Yeah, y'all have kind of gotten a lot more in that. Yet in my life, one thing I can say is I know that I don't know. And I bow to every sacred feminine that I know that I don't know, and I apologize if I would have known, man.
Listen, man, you speaking truth. You speaking truth.
I wanted to know, but not for me though. I wanted to know for the we, for us. Because you think of it, that detriment of that mindset, because we know that their makeup as a female, sacred feminine, their makeup and the emotion that comes with this thing, but then not to get the wholeness of it just for them, the effect that you have on their psyche. The effect that we've had on their psyche, because
you know what always was so deep to me is that here in this American society where the deck has been stacked against us for centuries, how is it that the Black woman is the most educated group in America? Remember that statistic came out? Now that is a phenomenal statistic, right? but I have a pretty good idea of why they are in that position. You know what I'm saying? You talk about a society that's killing your offspring. You remember in Alien? Remember in Alien when the face came out and then another face came out to protect them babies? That was her whole thing, protect them babies. Right? She done traveled across the solar system, protect them babies. So when people ask you, they say, how did the black woman become the most educated in America? I say to protect them babies. That's what they did. That's what they did.
What they say, when you teach a woman, you teach a nation.
That's it. That's it. And that's another reason, thank you for that. That's another reason why we find ourselves in the state we're in. Because remember, when we was coming up, it was kind of like that black boy genocide, you know, black boys killing each other, black on black crime. Like they had us feeling like we was some kind of test tube babies or something because we was killing each other. You know, man, you kill where you live. You kill in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? A Czechoslovakian kills a Czechoslovakian. You know what I'm saying? A dang old Icelander kills an Icelander. You know what I'm saying? So, but they ran that game on us, but that was for reasons of extermination. That was for genocidal purposes. You know, say, hey, we get rid of this guy, we get him, we lock him up, we get rid of him. That's gonna help us out with our ultimate goal. But that wasn't good enough. So now they had to go and they said, man, now we got to go get the ladies now. We got to go after them. Because if we can get them, we can get the youth. And then there we go. Game over. We won.
And just to keep it all in sync with the program, they actually it's still in the same sense, just the order. The sequence is kind of pay attention to this sequence, and this is just to throw it out there. Even if we use the Bible, who did it come to first? The woman. Now we were taught it came to the woman first because she was naive. Naive. Well, maybe they came to the woman first because, again, when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So if they come to the woman first, automatically the nation and the child, the man, that legacy is already come because she is it. No, none to step on the men's toes or whatever yet. She is it. We are the vessel to make her form, or that the child or whatever.
Basically, we're inside of man is inside of the word womb man.
Right. And female is inside of the word of female.
Right.
Exactly.
And he is inside of the word of her.
So she encompasses.
Right. She is the holistic. Right. She is the holistic. She is the totality. So if I can get her, I already got him.
I got it.
Who gets into the clubs free before 11? You understand? Yeah. Who when they were making those commercials back in the day, who were they making those commercials and all that stuff for? For the woman. Because if we can get her, she's gonna automatically convince him to buy it. She has that mind. So in that sense, if we start learning now to start realizing that's their purpose, that's who they come after first. They come after her first because that's again, like we said, I'm spiritual, but if she ain't spiritual, then boom, what you gonna do? All that spirituality goes out the window. She got you,
man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So if we can get her to be her natural spiritual self, and out of this manipulation of the program, we have mastered what? Twofold. We got the children and the men now locked down because of her being on point.
So that's,
And
that's
it-
why, and to, I would take it back. I think it relates in some way. So taking it back to the mental hatha yoga, right? And in intercourse, like the energy going up rather than out, like as far as like joining on that visualization, joining on that spiritual journey, and getting beyond the body consciousness, expanding the mind conscious, expanding the mind consciousness, expanding the aura field. What happens is, number one, you can tap into what they call Holy Spirit.
Right.
Number two, it opens space for you to channel something new into creation. Opens channels, it opens the channel for genius, for new creation. What closes that door, what blocks that off is the programming that's already going. You know what I'm saying? Like this frequency's already jamming that thing. You know? So if you can clear those frequencies, yo, Hotstar in the house. Yo, I sent you a Zoom, whatchamacallit, to your WhatsApp if you want to join. Zoom invite. We'll probably wrap it up soon. It's up to you. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Are you on?
I was saying, opening the mind frame, we can channel in some whole new things. We can channel in a whole new genius. You know what I'm saying? Though we have to unjam the frequencies.
Yeah, that's that programming is jam the frequencies for sure. Greetings, gracious deity. What's up, man? Oh, you're mute. Your sound. Are you muted?
Looks like it's mute now. It says ask to mute.
You should be able to see Bilal. Is he muted or can you unmute?
No, it doesn't look like he's muted. Maybe his sound card is plugged in with something else.
Okay.
Yeah, because it looked like it was a mute, the mute icon over the name, but now it's clear, so we should be able to hear.
Yeah, it's clear now.
1 2 1 2 test.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Wow. I had to change the setting.
Time back in because it's counting me down. Like
Settings up.
Yeah, peace and greetings, gracious deity.
What's up? What's up, Hawk?
Nice one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What's up? What
Yeah.
time is it's 10:36 over here.
We got 6:36 where I'm at. Where we at?
6?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like it's like 2 o'clock in the morning where Essex at.
Oh yeah. That's all that Nog Champa I'm burning probably got it misty up in here.
I feel you. Got you pieced out, huh?
You know what I'm saying? Good to see you though, boy. I ain't seen your image in full life in a minute, boy.
Yeah, man. I'm in it for real. That's real.
Especially since you retired on us, you know, retirement life.
Kind of, not really. It's a next. It's not retirement.
Okay. You had scared me that time. You had posted something like that. I was like, oh no, that means that I'll never get the remix of "And I Know That You Care."
Right. Nah, it's more like caterpillar to a butterfly, you know.
Hey.
Sometimes you just gotta move on, you know. Gotta move forward. So some things I had to like rest on other responsibilities, you know?
That's true. That's true.
I feel
That's
that.
true.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
wow, man.
What's that you listening to?
It's this beat I've been working on today.
A word up?
Yeah, I'm still just putting the tightening aspects. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let that thing rock. I was actually hoping that, you know, we could all get to a moment where we could like share some beats, you know, because I've been working on a few things in the lab that, you know, I would love to share and, you know, vibe out on if at all possible.
Yeah, we're only things we can share beats though. As far as jamming, it's just the lag that's whack. You know,
Is it a lag?
we gotta
Oh,
work that out. I know you're a techie, so we gotta work out how we can get past the lag.
Oh, so was it a lag when you were doing with us when we were playing earlier? Oh, okay. See, I couldn't hear it. Yeah.
Well, one thing to consider because you know, because of the COVID-19 everything, you know, me and my fam, we've been having birthdays and stuff, and we started out on Zoom, but we was having lag, you know, like big time. Every time somebody talk, it hasn't been really like that on here. But we was using Zoom, and then we moved to WebEx, and WebEx, it was real cool because like I was DJing and everything, playing house music, and I could see, you know, everybody was juking.
On
You know
beat.
what I'm saying? Yeah. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe we could switch the technology and try that. WebEx is free, no limit. You could be in the room 24 hours, whatever.
Nice.
Okay.
That's what's up.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we, like you said, we can play beats, but we can't rhyme over the beats. So just play it, listening to them.
We can't. Oh yeah, it's gonna be choppy. Ah, shit.
Yeah. So.
Crazy, man. I was working on some beats the last couple days.
Yeah.
It's feeling like, you know, I sent one beat over to Bilal. He was like, yo, this is fire, you know? After I listened to it a couple times, like, man, this is whack, man.
Yo, but why do we
that
do
ear,
that though?
That's that ear fatigue. That ear fatigue.
Because I'm like, yo, if I don't feel it myself, I'm not about to put it out for other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to represent me first. And I'm a music critic. So if I don't feel it, then how do I expect, you know what I'm saying, a music connoisseur to enjoy this, right? So I go back to the drawing board. I keep working on it. Then I went to this website where all the beat makers are, you know, the BeatStars website.
Mm-hmm.
They have the charts. You know what I'm saying? All the top beat makers, all the top beats that everybody's listening to and buying. And I'm like, I play the top ones. I'm like, dang, this is the competition. This is the level that I have to either match or surpass, you know, to be in the game. So now I put myself up against all these kids making these new beats. You know what I'm saying? And
Don't
like,
raise the bar that high, because then when I send you my beats, I'm gonna send them back 100 times. I'm gonna get rejected at least 50 times.
and then I see like beats that they like, you know, they like something dark too, you know.
They like it dark, man.
Like hard. Hard is one of the key words. Like, oh, yo, that beat is hard. You know what I'm saying? It depends on how hard it is. You know, so hard, dark. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of these vibes. So I'm like, yo,
classy.
I got this. You know, I gotta make something that can at least get in there in the top 10, that can compete with the top 10 of what these are kids doing these beats. Okay?
Yes, right.
They're fresh out. I mean, they don't even have 1 year of making beats. And they're at the top of the charts. But yeah, but this one I was like, okay, I got something right here. I got something for the community. Like if I drop this on them, they're gonna open their eyes and gonna be like, yo, this right here.
That's that dark hardness.
So to me, it's almost like taking yourself back down to zero.
Mm.
And I'm about to get out there and like and move and shake with the cats on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Strugglers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take myself as, oh, I'm a platinum producer. I'm a this and that songwriter. No, I'm zero right now. Okay. These guys are on top. These guys are killing the game right now.
Spiritual science of loud.
Wow.
So yeah.
Okay.
I've been on that and I'm happy like I got this little piece. I'm like, yo, this is gonna work. Just staying in that training, you know, staying in that student phase, you know what I'm saying? But and another crazy thing is like I'm sitting up here struggling with these beats. Like, man, it's writer's block. Like everything I try, man, it's okay, but it's not exceptional. You know, it doesn't really hit me hard enough. And then one kid hits me up on the Instagram saying hi, and I just do a peace sign back. And he's like, I can't believe the legendary producer answered my message, right? And I'm like, I'm sitting up here feeling like I'm zero, like I'm in total writer's block, no inspiration. I'm stuck, and now cat is looking at me like I'm some musical lord.
Yeah. Yo.
It's just crazy. I'm like, yo.
That's crazy.
I'm like, yo, I can do this. I can do
worth value.
Right.
And just stay on it, man, until you hit that right, you get that right thing, and be like, yo, okay, we in the game, you know?
Right. Right.
It's interesting, man.
That's real. So
that's that value again we was talking about earlier. That worth, yeah.
You know, and so I've had that same feeling where, you know, I do a track and I'm feeling it at first, and then after a while, it's like, I don't know, it's like when you with a woman, and at first you just on 10, and then all of a sudden you just kind of like, eh. You know what I'm saying? You know, you kind of lose the power and the passion of it, you know? It's like a split, it's just something in the mind just changes. But then you could have that beat that you can listen to all night long, over and over and over and over again all night long. What's the difference between those two beats?
They both. The resonance.
The resonance, the sonic, how you feeling?
Yeah, because
I feel like there's a few factors.
On mine, real quick, I know with when we did what is it? Nefertiti, that man, when you just played the track, immediately I wanted to write to it. Like we've done stuff together.
With our brother Singate too. Big up Singate.
Yeah, Singate. It's like when I heard that track, it was just immediately I think I just laid down on the floor and just started writing to that joy. Like I just started hearing all that stuff and I didn't even do everything that I heard in my head with going along with that track, but that track was just it, you know. That was that's true. Like
though I would say also though, like for instance,
a woman or track, if you're listening to it on repeat all day, every day, it's a different thing, right? Now, if she goes home for a few days, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
You take a
I
shower,
already saw it coming.
you know you ate something different, like you just placed a different strand of bud or whatever, like whatever it is. There's different elements going on, you know. And she
That's
come
that
back,
ear fatigue.
you know what I'm saying? She come back, you like, you ready, you know what I'm saying? And it's like fresh all over again.
I think the situation I had at first was like, I made the beat for other people, like to make other people happy, you know, more than myself. So I'm like, what they would like. So this is what they would think is hot. But then after I'm like, yeah, scientifically it has all the stuff they say they would like, but I don't feel it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, nah, gotta trash this.
Yeah.
Anything I put out is like, is my legacy too. And I just think it needs a piece of the soul. It needs a piece of my soul there.
Yeah, it has to have your mark on it.
Yeah, not just like a robotic attempt at making art for people, you know?
Yeah.
Robotic attempt.
So tell me this, guys, right? I know some people feel like you can't take a loop and like make it your own. You know, like some people's like, oh, if I use a loop, then somehow, you know, the song gets impure. You know, like if like I could play the keys myself, or I could take a loop that's playing the same key and give me that same emotion.
Right.
But then you'll have those who say, oh, that's not a pure beat because, you know what I mean? But to me personally, I feel like if that sound is just a musical piece of the whole puzzle, you know, like if I go out and I sample the birds outside, you know, I mean, are you going to tell me that I'm using the birds and I should not use those birds?
Cats are architects. I feel like even somebody like, I almost feel like somebody like a D-Nice with what he's doing, it almost feels like he's the producer. Even though he's using other people's music as a DJ, the combination and the way he's doing it is on his own. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and I think like kids nowadays, they're looping. They're just using like a lot of loops. Like I swear to God, like I listen to some of the music and I know I've heard that loop, you know what I'm saying, on one of these platforms where you get loops at. I heard that loop. Now maybe they threw a little bit of automation or something on there, you know?
For me, like I'm with the loops. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing against the loops. But I do realize, as well as others,
because I know you can play the keys hot. I know you play keys.
Yeah, a little bit. But I think others realize as well that being able to play it yourself is like more sustainable, because if you're depending on loops, that means that, you know, you kind of got to get lucky on finding.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it is a luck thing.
You don't find nothing hot, then you're not going to make nothing hot.
So another perspective I would lend is, like for me, sometimes it's another element that activates the other element. For instance, I'll have a whole playlist of beats that I feel like are old, like almost like not trash, but just, you know, just old. Though when I'm in my super melody mode, I can get on any beat and make it sound like gold. Like,
now, what is this super melody mode?
And rise up the worth of any beat. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so that's just to say there's different elements at play too.
I dig that. I dig that. It's kind of like, all right, you stumbled upon a loop. You weren't really looking for that, but you had a mindset of what you wanted. Then you hear it, and it's like, oh shit, I'm just gonna tap in. I got the melody for it.
Exactly. Like imagine some Stevie Wonder songs. They sound like they were made on a Cracker Jack keyboard. But his melody and his soul essence that he puts into it makes it the best thing ever. You know what I'm saying?
So, yeah. This video, it says right here, live on YouTube recording. So are we live on YouTube or we just recording?
Yeah, we're live on YouTube as well.
Which YouTube channel?
Heartwork.
Heartworks YouTube.
Hey, can
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. We good.
Can I share a little beat with you guys real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something a little
YouTube page right here, so you can see it.
Feel good joint.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's live in action right now.
Gotcha. Nice.
Yeah. All right, we're ready.
All right, hold up. That young Google.
Yo, TJ, I'll send you a link.
You feel me?
Whoa.
I like the drums on that one.
You know what I'm saying? With the drum piece.
Huh?
Flavor.
Yeah, the drums.
That little joint, I wish I could have like, you know, some Sons of Light flavor over that. You know what I'm saying?
Loud guitar.
You feel me?
This and that. This and that.
You see?
That's what's up.
Nice.
Do I get one more?
Yeah, man.
Okay, now this is.
Hold on. Well, let me add a little intermission.
Okay.
Before you hear this again.
Okay.
I got a little something I want to put here. Let's see.
Okay.
This is a classic. For those who know. Okay. All right. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Where did it all come from? Come on, baby.
Yeah.
The sun. But you know. I know. Oh.
Yeah.
I see that I don't see myself and you are free. We've come long way. Seems like yesterday. Cold dark lonely nights. Now everything's alright. Caribbean speed, come on.
Woo!
So warm and strong. Now that I'm finally home, yeah. Journey keeps moving on. Come on, come on, come on.
Mm.
I know the work is not through. Give yourself out here. I see so much to be done. Give yourself the world is one. We've come long, long way. For another galaxy. We don't come to stay. But that will be okay. Now that we finally home. Inspired that, Huck.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
When you get to Africa, you get settled into the vibe.
Yeah.
This
Hey,
type
that,
of vibe, it
that kind
starts
of
to feel.
remind me of that. Okay. That kind of remind me of that, and I know that you care a little bit. That kind of gave me a I know that you care kind of vibe.
Yeah. It's probably close around that same time.
What
Mm.
inspired that, Huck?
What inspired that? The African vibes, like I said. And another thing, you'll get some amazing music when you make music for the sake of the art itself and
That's
not
it.
for the business.
That's
You
it.
know what I'm saying? So that type of music right there is not like somebody sat down in a board meeting and was like, we gotta create something that sells a lot of records.
Mm.
Now that I'm finally home, you feel me?
Yeah.
Loving it feels so warm. You know what I'm saying?
Sure you were shit, Pat. So
Now that I'm finally free.
Mm.
Some things like that. So all about freeing up, freeing up from all these just designation, like you have to be here,
Programs.
making
Yeah.
this money for this person, for this company, for this, for that. And it was a blessing,
You said,
in Africa we had the houses rented, and then we had, living expenses were very low and everything. So we kind of just kind of vibe. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of float on through without thinking, oh, we got to make these
like
millions next year, or we got to make these thousands for, chill for a second and like breathe and experience life. And I think that is where this type of music comes from. Now, I've been back on the grind, back on the hustle, so you don't hear a lot of this music now.
Mm.
Right.
I have to consciously create space and time where I can actually be non-business motivated and just art, and then that's when you get those songs like Mama Africa that touch the whole world,
Yeah.
I was thinking
Class
about
still.
that. Like if you can do something that helps the whole world, that's big.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I was watching the news today, like Al Jazeera, and I was like, man, Al Jazeera is so much better than CNN, because CNN, those reporters, they get hung up on like stupid stuff, baby stuff. You know what I'm saying? But Al Jazeera ain't worried about all that stuff. Like if the president wore a mask today, or if he started taking some drug that nobody knew. Like they don't care about that. Al Jazeera don't care.
exactly, small petty-ish.
Right.
So I'm just like, so I just thought about it. I'm like, they're providing a service that helps the entire globe. You know what I'm saying? Because we want information and we want to know what's going on in the world and be informed and up to date. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, man, if you can come up with a concept of something you can do where you can help the entire world, that's big right there.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like, you know what I
What's
mean?
what's your
So
take?
that's very. Is that what you say? You say something, Tosh?
That was Bilal.
Oh, what you say,
Yeah, I
Bilal?
was saying, what's your take, TJ?
What you say? Can y'all hear me?
What's-
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, what's up, brothers?
What's going on, bro?
All good, all good.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, likewise. I've been trying to call you, man. I can't reach you. I keep getting the voicemail.
For real? Man,
Yeah,
you must got a new number then, because I know I got you locked in. You got a new number?
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Okay, well, shoot, Facebook me it or something, email me so I can lock you in.
Okay.
That's what's up. You know, I've been looking for you, boy. I was like, man, where my guy at, man?
Likewise, man. Likewise, bro.
Where my roommate, man?
You already know. You already know.
Sir, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So what was the question, Bilal?
Just wanted to get your take on. Just wanted to hear something from you. Anything, like just wanted to hear your voice since you're in the house.
Okay.
Though Essex seemed like he was about to say something.
How'd you get the nice backdrop, man? What that-
No, right? I've been looking all over for that. Like, how did I do that?
Man, flexing. Man, look
fancy over there?
Looking all fancy, huh? You
You got
fancy.
me fancy.
See, I did some study last night.
that man
Okay, I
had
see
aloe vera.
you. I gotta step my game up, man.
See, hard work
Yeah.
in the house.
I just had I had to put my little blue light on just so I could have some kind of, you know what I'm saying, flex zone, you know.
I feel you. Yeah.
Yo, man, but I tell y'all why I got y'all all, you know what I'm saying, here, man. You know, big things just finna go on, man. I met with of all people, man, I met with Khalid, man, last week. And I'm trying to work out a deal, man, where she will allow me to print and distribute Ando's works, his writings. Yeah, man. So, you know, definitely, you know what I'm saying, put some energy out there because it was a big meeting. It definitely took, you know, some, you know, real just letting go of, you know, certain energies to even make it happen. But it's just so deep. I feel like Ando's spirit is in the midst because as soon as I got off the phone with her to set up the meeting for us to get together, my oldest, Jossie, called me and said the previous night, he had a dream of Ando, and Ando was telling him, giving him some direction in life. And I said, man, that's so deep. I just got off the phone with your grandmother and, you know, we putting some things together. So I feel like it's real powerful what's in the works, you know, and I think I was piggybacking off something Hawk said, which was, you know what I'm saying, just having powerful works that can, you know, that the whole world, you know, can benefit from. And definitely, you know, with something like Ando's works. Now, we all know that she's an astute, you know, businesswoman, so I gotta come correct when I come through. So, you know, but I just wanted to let y'all know those developments, man, that, you know, we could unleash some of his works.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Because I don't know if you know it, but the Science and Romance of Herbs is on Amazon for $950. So
Wow.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. You know, I was talking to Waleed the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Waleed up at Seven Under the other day, and we were talking. And he was telling me how, like, in his backyard, there's a whole bunch of yellow dock growing in his backyard.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know what I'm saying? How it's just a powerful herb. It's a blood cleanser. It's a, you know what I'm saying, immune booster. It's one of those natural remedies that our ancestors always kind of dealt with, you know what I'm saying? And that was always, they could always locate it and find it in the bush, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be like certain herbs that they would grow and just be like natural remedies that they would just, you know what I'm saying, just grab out of the backyard or out the garden, boil it up, you know what I'm saying, and take that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But it's those type of things that we have to get back to, you know what I'm saying? Those natural remedies, you know what I'm saying, that our ancestors were plugged into, and that you know, it's just basic stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's like even like basic things in correlation to diet, like collard greens, and you know what I'm saying? The black eyed peas, the collard green, things that were considered soul food, you know what I'm saying?
I've been studying even turmeric, the power of
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? There's certain key things that have always been a part of, you know what I'm saying, our ancestral diet, you know, and that we could easily, you know what I'm saying, just get back into the habit of just planting that stuff or just having it around.
Right.
Just, you know what I'm saying? And really just like cooking it up every now and then, serving it up, you know, serve up the tea to the family, to the kids, to the whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the type of stuff that keep, you know, in these modern times, our diet is filled with so much, you know what I'm saying, GMO foods, a lot of sugar, a lot of, you know what I'm saying, a lot of bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
Basically.
And so we need those blood cleansers. We need those tonics. We need those bitters that we can, you know what I'm saying, that grow locally and indigenously here, you know what I'm saying, around us, you know what I'm saying? And the things that are potent enough to really just like purify, you know what I'm saying, purify the body, you know, and just really get back into the habit of that, you know what I'm saying, make that a habit. Like right now, you know what I'm saying, a popular thing right now, especially that jumped off, that kind of has reemerged, resurged during this pandemic is sea moss. Everyone's trying to get their hands on the sea moss, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
As an immune booster, you know what I'm saying? Everybody wants the sea moss. Everybody want it, you know? It's been selling out, and the price of it has been going up because it's in such demand, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So, you know, but sea moss been around for the longest, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Spirulina been around for the longest. You know what I'm saying? The blue-green algae and the spirulina and the plant foods and the, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff. So it's like really just getting back into the habit of having that stuff around, having it accessible, you know what I'm saying? Being able to identify basic herbs, you know what I'm saying, that grow indigenously in your area, you know what I'm saying? Because it's stuff you might go in your backyard. You may not know how rich your backyard is, or you know, the wood back behind your backyard. You know, you may not know how rich it is. It might be all types of stuff growing back there that you don't know how to identify it, but it's all types of good stuff that has the power to really heal you up. You know what I'm saying?
Along with that, like we've been talking about the programming and the programs that we've been running mentally. And along with that, we could be running programs that you got a tree of fruit in your backyard. You can have an apple tree and have sweet apples ready to go. And you still go to the store and buy apple juice. Not even thinking about it. Or you got chives all in your front lawn, like, and you're like, why these weeds keep growing up? And you going to the store you're on your way to the store to get some chives.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Exactly.
Yes, it's crazy. It's that programming. It's like, you know, I was thinking about how the fact, like, you know, they really don't teach us anything to keep us healthy, really. You know, you get your nutritional pyramid, but that pyramid was given to us by the farmers who just want to give us their crap. You know, I remember ever since I heard Layla Africa a couple months back on one of these YouTube videos, and he was just like, man, so you mean to tell me you wake up in the morning, you eat a dead chicken's egg, you eat a dead chicken egg, then you eat dead pieces of animal skin, bacon, you know what I'm saying? Then you come and then you throw some pancakes in there, just some old starch or whatever. And it's like
the most important part of the day. The most important part of the day.
And it's like, what the heck is this? That's garbage.
Good.
You know? So me, I've been just going ahead and taking me some moringa and some orange juice and maybe some fruit. That's my breakfast.
I missed that. What was it? The immune builder powder. What was it?
Astragalus.
I need the lung cleanse. The whole nine.
I remember that lung cleanse was like Barosma tea.
Ooh,
it was that Barosma.
Don't the game is to be sold. No.
Yo, I mean that's just one of the pieces of the puzzle.
I'm playing.
Yeah, man. And that stuff, man, that stuff could save your life. You know what I'm saying? Stuff in your backyard. You know what I'm saying? When push come to shove, it could be stuff in your backyard that could save your life. You know?
For real.
You don't even know it, you know? You don't even know it's there, you know?
It's invisible.
It's invisible to your eyes because you can't identify. You know what I'm saying? You can't identify.
We've been cutting up dandelions for years and just, dandelions.
You know,
that's weed. That's nothing.
That's a weed.
Right.
Not even knowing it's anti-inflammatory.
Right.
You know what black people
on Insta, Minnie said, is that why women form tumors and etc. over the years by eating the wrong foods?
Whoa.
Yeah, it's that and also stress related as well.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with stress as well.
And the chemicals you putting in the hair with the perms.
Right. Yup. But I'm telling you, man, you know, a lot of our ailments, you know what I'm saying, have their origins in mental, emotional, you know, in our mental and emotional being, you know? It's how we feel about ourselves, how we feel about life, how we feel about our circumstances, how we feel about what's going on with us. You know what I'm saying? That really manifest these conditions within these ailments and these illnesses within our body, you know? It's the food, the food and the air quality and the water and all that stuff plays a part too. But the most powerful element is your mind and your heart, where that's at. You know what I'm saying?
And there's a lot of science about fear. Effects of fear on blood pressure, tumors. So fear has to do with what we believe, like, you know what I'm saying, or what we don't believe.
And I think there was a TED talk that touched on that, and then Will Smith and his son made that movie when they were in outer space and After Earth. And one of the main themes in that movie was fear, conquering your fears. You know, to the point where once you conquered your fear, then those entities couldn't defeat you. In fact, you became invisible to them by conquering your fear. And you know, the fact that fear is really a construct in our own minds. Like sometimes I have thoughts, you know, where you just be like, you know, I just pray that, you know, so-and-so is safe and this and that. And I'd be like, man, why did I just have that feeling of them not being safe? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I should, like my mind, I want to control my mind to the point where a negative thought can't even come in. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if it does, I'm quickly pushing it out because I'm recognizing that it is a negative thought.
I read one, I think it was a quote from Buddha just recently that said something like, one who has no attachment fears nothing.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you see the connection, the link
I see.
between attachment and fear.
Yep.
Attachment.
Also, too, like I find like a lot of life is vibrational. You know what I'm saying? It's about frequencies and vibrations. So it's like, when you shift, fear has a certain frequency, a certain vibration. You know what I'm saying? When you're in fear, you're on a certain frequency, and it's connected to the things that you know what I'm saying, you fear, you know what I'm saying? And so when you're fearing that, it gets the attention of the corresponding energy that, you know what I'm saying, that's linked to that energy of fear. I found, like, you know what I'm saying, it's probably been years, man. I remember when I was younger and driving and stuff, I used to get stopped by the police all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, because of the fear and you know what I'm saying? It was all in my head, all in my mind. But I find, like, now, you know what I'm saying, now that I'm more mature, like, it's been a while, you know what I'm saying, since I've got.
Fear them. We're not fear them.
Yeah. I'm not. They not even on my radar, and I'm not on their radar either.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like we just totally miss each other. Like before, like when I was younger, like I would always get stopped by the police, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was super aware of the police. Now it's like I'm just on another frequency, you know what I'm saying? And I don't fear the police either, you know what I'm saying? For just because maybe my views have evolved, or my perspective on certain things have evolved. And so
maybe you ain't doing nothing wrong now. No.
And I ain't doing car like I used to, you know what I'm saying? Subconsciously, you know what I'm saying? Subconsciously.
A good reason.
My subconscious mind was like, yeah, I'm I got some herb in the car. Like, I know I'm wrong. So, you know what I'm saying? So that energy is out there. But, you know what I'm saying? Now it's like, it's nothing, because, you know what I'm saying? Everything's just clear, you know? So it's just your mindset and where your subconscious mind, you know what I'm saying, is resonating as well.
Which also
plays a big part in, you know what I'm saying, the energy that you're projecting and attracting back to you.
Which also makes me think that maybe reality reacts to our expectation, right? Because there's been studies, I think, like in the military and stuff, and I think it's the cat box study, I forget what it's called, though it's something where there's a few different studies. Though this one,
Schrodinger's cat. If the cat is dead, but we don't know it's dead, so it's still alive.
Exactly. Though I think that's a different one. That one speaks of the fact that the person who's observing effect on the experiment.
Right.
And just the fact of observation. Though this one I'm talking about is they'll show them different pictures of things, different images, and they'll find,
the ink blot test?
I think so, yeah.
And based on what you see tells what's in your cycle?
No, not that.
Oh, okay.
They find that your mind reacts to what you're seeing before you see it.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying? They find that your whole system reacts to it before it shows up.
I was studying about these mothers, like when they breastfeed. No, hold on. It's when the baby cries, right? They studied women all over the world. When the baby cries, the mother's first reaction is to speak, to say something, and to like move the hands to reach out, you know? So what they studied was that soon as the baby cries, the area of the brain that deals with moving your hands like got stimulated at the area of the brain that controls speech. So they started to react before they realized what they're even reacting to, which is similar to what you just said.
The mammary glands and stuff start filling up with milk.
Start filling up with milk.
You don't
Yeah.
even think about it.
Yeah, man.
Also, too, just one example is like usually in the mornings I go walking or jogging, you know what I'm saying, around the neighborhood. And like sometimes I'm out jogging and like ahead of me, I might see like a dog, you know what I'm saying? Like a pit bull or, you know what I'm saying? One of these dogs or whatnot. And my first thought is like, oh snap, let me turn around, go back the other way. You know what I'm saying? But then I had to like retrain my mind to be like, nah, just go calmly. You know what I'm saying? Just go calmly. And what I found is like, when you get nervous, then the dog, you know what I'm saying? Starts to pay attention to you and reacts like there must be something to be nervous about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like what we got going on?
Right. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like once
they smell and chase the fear.
You see, exactly. Once you project that you're nervous, then they like, oh, must be something that, you know what I'm saying? Like it grabs their attention, like, oh, must something be going on over there. Let me go check it out, you know? But when you just calm and cool and you just like walk on by, like I found the dog don't even look at you. You know what I'm saying? Like you can just walk past, you know what I'm saying? And if you're not even like focused on that dog or whatnot, it's not focused on you. You know what I'm saying?
And that's funny because you said when you were speaking earlier about the cop and the fear, that's exactly what I was about to bring up about the dog and the sensing of fear. And it's not, and truth be told, what we don't realize is we are the same way. We can sense in somebody else when they're afraid or when somebody is, you know, like sometimes you like, yo, this dude up to something, and you looking and next thing you know, you like, and you find out, boom, they were up to something or whatever. So we have it, but like we're saying with everything, we're so out of tune with the natural nature. The very thing that these so-called animals have the ability to do, we have that ability naturally, but we've been in this program for so long, it separated us and made us out of sync and out of tune.
Right.
You know?
And we're the ones who transmit that energy first. You know what I'm saying? For them to even pay attention to. So when you transmitting that fear, and then the dog, you know, like picks up on it and like, oh, something's up with this person. You know?
Right.
Why they acting all shifty like
what
that?
You up to? Right.
What's wrong with you then? You know what I'm saying? Why you all nervous?
Right.
So let me go step up on you and see like what you nervous about. You know what I'm saying?
That's like my kids, you know, when they was growing up, my you know, former my kid's mom's sister, her husband. Yo, man. The kids always cried when that dude came around, man. Every time. The firstborn, crying. Secondborn, crying. Third. Yo, we like, yo, something's up with this cat. You know, no disrespect, John, if you're watching, I'm just saying. You know, the kids, they didn't like you at first. And I felt the vibe when I had to just pay attention. But they love you now. You cool. But I'm saying, kids pick up on stuff.
Right.
And
Kids pick
it
up
could
on
be
stuff. You know,
true.
maybe now he's going to church and everything, so he's good. You know, but
Look, Essex. It's probably he was scared of children. He probably didn't like children. He
right.
probably like, oh God, here go the
Oh,
kids.
God.
Oh, no.
Like here they go, and then they could sense that, like he
Right.
don't like, so like you said, the same thing Taj was saying about fear.
Yeah.
Because we know children, they have innate ability. They have the power. You know,
A kid will come up to you and be like, "Yo, man, your booty stank." Because you know they all short. You know they all short and everything too.
Oh,
So
no.
they right there at that height.
Something crazy I learned about like babies is you kind of gotta ignore them if you want to be on their good side. You know, you can't be all up in their face sweating them like, "How are you? Oh, you're so cute." This and that. Like they don't like that fan love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just gotta be going about your own thing, doing your own stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, they following you everywhere.
They follow you
Trying to
everywhere.
climb
Right.
up your leg, doing everything. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta ignore them. And then
Yo, that's real talk.
I learned that from this guy who deals with all these animals. I think they call him Tarzan or something like this. He was saying not to look at these animals directly in the eye. That's like a confrontational thing, you know what I'm saying? And just about a week ago, there was like a bird outside right here on the right here on the roof, and I walked near the bird, but I'm like, wow, this bird gonna fly away if I get any closer, because they normally get scared. But I just put my head down and didn't look at the bird. Like I was able to get so close just by not looking in the bird's face. You know what I'm saying? Just acting like I'm not concerned about you. Just it's like the same concept about the babies. And then the bird feels comfortable. It's just chilling.
It's the same thing with women too, kind of.
I was wondering who was gonna say it.
I mean, even the religion of Islam tells you keep your eyes down. Like don't even look. That might be some game that cats didn't even know. It's some next level. Just keep your eyes down. You know what I'm saying?
Which
All
also
of a sudden,
brings it back to what I was talking about with Shiva. And I don't know if it's Saraswati, one of them. Shiva's in himself. He's not paying her no attention. That's why he deserves all these consorts. Because he's not there with them. He's in the Holy Spirit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Tapped in. So that reminds me of that as well. Though there's something I was gonna mention that Minnie said on Insta. She said how the cyst and a lot of that stuff predominantly women deal with. You know what I'm saying? So as far as these cysts and all these growths and stuff. So I'm linking that to fear. You know what I'm saying? And kind of taking it back to what I was saying about Zaddy. It's like they're so quick sometimes to be like, yo, Zaddy pays the bills. You know, I'm going to my side piece, which is the organization that's already set up. Since you're not organized, you don't know how to get organized. I can't help you with that. I'm going to go to the organization, to Zaddy.
Well, that's why I said
they're already organized.
Well, that's why I was saying to earlier how
that ties in the fear
and being in cahoots. See, that's why I feel like kind of like with the whole dynamic that's set up to penalize fathers, and put them in this money thing. It's like there's no concern. There's no concern. You know, I can't even get a passport, you know, but I'm current on my child support. It's just that, you know, a couple times I was unemployed and having to pay $1,600 a month, but they don't care if you're unemployed and they still build up a tab on you. Hell, if you're unemployed for a year and they taxing you $1,600 a month, that's like 18 grand at the end of the year.
You see?
But
They'll look at the fear too. They in some aspect, it's almost like they feel like it's not going to affect them. They're like, okay, you can't figure it out. I'm going, you know, I fear being without, so I'm going to go and
link up with the government
and link up with, or a corporation, organization that's already popping. You know what I'm saying? The Zaddy, exactly.
I get you. Yeah.
But and it's
so what I'm saying is they feel like that's not going to affect them, though they get affected because the children get affected.
But that's again, that's
line. That shows that the unit has been affected by fear.
Right. Yeah, that's the agreement.
That's definitely true. That's definitely true. And the thing about it is that, you know, because we skip steps, you know what I'm saying? Like we skip steps. We haven't mastered the matrix, you know what I'm saying? Which is the basic, you know what I'm saying? The basic survival skills for this physical world, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to finance, when it comes to providing food, clothes, and shelter, we haven't mastered that yet. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then we go and we get into relationships and marriages and have children and stuff before we've even mastered the basics, you know, the basics of the physical world, the physical society that we live in, you know what I'm saying? And no wonder why we get jammed up, you know what I'm saying? There's no wonder why our women don't trust us to be able to provide security for them, you know what I'm saying? Because we haven't mastered the basics, you know what I'm saying? And it's like,
so also
before we can even touch on or ascend up into the spiritual heights, we got to master the physical world first. You know what I'm saying? That's the basics. That's the root chakra. That's the ground level. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we were saying.
Once we master that, then we can ascend on up into the spiritual realms and start to master those levels as well. But we just got it all. We got it backwards. You know what I'm saying?
So maybe it's because we
got our priorities.
Confidence. We haven't had enough confidence in one idea or thought to see it through to organization, to being in organization or something worth incorporating. You know what I'm saying?
I would like to add too.
That goes. Just to camel back on what you were saying, because that's what we were saying before, Essex, if you remember. Like I said, we talking about the child support, but we were messed up first to even have the whole child support situation to even come about, because we weren't dealing with it holistically. We're not dealing with it holistically. We get into these relationships, and now we're not dealing with the holistic approach of connecting and gathering together, like we said, coming together with this person holistically, as opposed to, oh, she look good, oh, I want to cut, or whatever. It's like, what does this have to offer? Because economics, people talk about economics, but if you look at the word etymologically, the word economics, all it means is household management. Literally, economics means household management. So therefore, that goes back to what we're saying. If you can't manage your household, then you, all this stuff that we're dealing with, we don't know how to manage our households. We haven't been taught that, you know. So so now since we haven't been taught really anything, we haven't been taught sex, we haven't been taught business, we haven't been taught these things. We've been told things, you know, in passing, but to go in the depth of the layers of it, this is why we. Oh, go.
And there's rules, there's laws to this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a science to this stuff.
It ain't make believe.
To economics, to, you know what I'm saying, to the physical world. There's laws that govern this stuff. There's a science to it. And there's people who know the science and they work the science and they are successful. You know what I'm saying? Because they got the keys and they work it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, these are the things that support life on this level of life. You know what I'm saying? This the basic food, clothes, and shelter level of life.
Right. Right. As long it keeps everybody in a state of, you know, you're well, I'm not gonna say everybody, but if you're, for the most part, you're at a battle of trying to meet those physiological needs, you know, and until those are met, you can't even begin to explore the chakras and outer levels and things of that nature. You're kind of just like a wild child, you know, out here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
You had a point out?
Well, the point about survival and providing, you know, I think also I look at it as we're coming up in a world where the popular opinion is that, you know, like if you go to school, get a good job, become a doctor or a lawyer, you know, this is the way to provide food for your family. That's the popular concept, right? It's not get some land, you know, grow some vegetables. That never like was put in, that wasn't popular. You know what I'm saying? And so now a lot have gone down that popular road and found out that, hold on, there's a twist to this, you know? It's a catch-22. So you get locked into this system, right? You might be able to put food on the table, but you get locked into a system, you get locked into some vibe that you're not feeling. You know, I was talking about it the other day, how one of my sons wants to be a doctor. And I'm like, okay. In my mind, I'm thinking, I hope that your intention, you know, of helping people stays in the forefront. And it's not just, I'm going to be a doctor to make society happy, to make my mom happy, to make everybody think that I'm this great person, but I'm not happy. So I'm actually an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of doctors out there who are straight assholes.
They're very empty on the inside. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But they get in paper. They're getting paper. They're putting food on the table. So, but what we've come to is now we're examining this whole world. You know what I'm saying? And we're finding new paths. We're trailblazing. We're creating and experimenting with new ways to figure this out. You know, to figure out a new way. The old popular opinion is shaky. You know what I'm saying? To me, I see myself as somebody who's like got a lot of experience in life. I mean, I was thinking about it today, like I could be in like elementary school, was out for a few weeks, then I come back to school and it's like I just got back from Germany or something. I was like, you know what I'm saying? Just all over. You know what I'm saying? So I saw a lot. I met a lot of people. I felt a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying? From rich people to poor people, to being successful, to having nothing. You know what I'm saying? So you put all of that in a whole scope. You look at the whole thing, and it's like, what's the right way to do this? You know, and that takes time. That takes time, and it takes experience. You know, even like with the diet we were talking about earlier. You know, people starting off the day with the worst diet. You know, but for them to come on over to something healthier, to something smarter, it takes time, you know, and it takes experience, you know.
Exactly.
And as they get more experience, more open-minded, you know,
And look at this.
and more experience of bad health as well, is a
Exactly.
very good motivator now to go towards the right way. So I'm just looking at it in a more holistic thing. It's like,
And look at the flip side of it too.
okay,
On the mind level of it, like you said, when I play humility, you said this is a type of tune that isn't based on commerce. I have to get in a certain mode to do that, you know, to make this type of tune. And then you said, this is a type of tune that Mama Africa is. A hit song that moved the world and made lots of, you know, and makes money, generates some money. Right? So look at the flip side of that.
Yes.
Of us thinking that in order to, you know, in order to make it, we got to go the conventional route. Whilst what you just said was the opposite.
total opposite. You know what? I was even thinking this today, like, you know, I don't really talk about ganja a lot, and I don't like go on social media and display anything about ganja. Even though I've had one of those cards, you know what I'm saying? I've dealt with it, I've grown before, but the thing is, today I was like, I would have to say I am like a ganja activist or something. I don't know. Yeah,
Vegetarian. Yeah.
exactly. Because during Mama Africa, doing writing Mama Africa, right? Like I was high like a reggae artist, like like a real Jamaican, if you understand what I'm saying. I was lighting spliffs, my brother, from morning till nighttime. With the rhythm just playing on loop, boy, for 5-6 hours, boy. And then I end up getting a publishing deal, boy, for $100,000 signing bonus, boy. $100,000. I never see this type of cash, boy, at one time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's upside down world, like Stranger Things.
That man say he got paid blazing. But meanwhile, there's somebody taking a piss test and failing, and then they don't get no job.
Yo, and the thing is, and that's what's so amazing about this world is, it's infinite ways to get it. You know what I'm saying? You can get it in so many different types of ways. So many you can, by taking different paths, you can get to the same destination. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? That's just how things are set up. You know what I'm saying? It's like it might be somebody who goes to school for, you know what I'm saying, 7 years to become a doctor. You know what I'm saying? And then there might be somebody who never graduated high school, but is an amazing songwriter who writes songs that makes just as much or more as that doctor makes. You know what I'm saying? So there's different ways, different routes you can take, you know what I'm saying, to get to that same destination. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes life so amazing and so creative. You know what I'm saying? Like you working with the creative potential. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. That
And-
will.
And you don't have to be limited by, you know what I'm saying, how other people, other people's ideas of how you reach success, you know?
But here's the thing, right? Like what Hawk was talking about with like experience, and seeing things, meeting people, being exposed to different stuff. So what if you don't get that? It's kind of like, that experience, like, okay, for example, being able to make money. I remember one time I was parking my car at a downtown parking lot and I came there and it was blocked off. And so I asked the guys like, man, why is this blocked off? I was just here last week and it wasn't blocked off. What's going on? He's like, oh, they're filming a movie across the street. So somebody bought the parking lot, for a few months. So you can't park here, right? And then he went on to say, that one of his buddies bought some land and all he does is store the movie making equipment for the movie making folks. So he put their trailers and all that on this land and he making all these thousands of dollars a month just by storing some damn movie crap on some land somewhere. So I say to myself, okay, first of all, how do you even get a parking lot? Secondly, how do you know to go get land to go put movie equipment on it? You know what I mean? Like, it's like you got to know like these hustles. These are hustles. It's kind of like somebody selling socks, on the train in Chicago versus somebody begging for some change on a corner at another city. You got one city, somebody's hustling, trying to make some change. You got another city, somebody's begging, right? Like what? It's like
that's why I talked about. That's why I feel like mental hatha yoga, as I was saying, is good to exercise because there's parts of our mind that are rigid that need to be flexible and agile, and that's where the inspiration will come through. That's where something that the planet has never seen will come through. So it's like shaking off the box in order to allow for new thoughts, a new reality, It's like blazing a new trail, like new mind paths. So that hatha yoga is like where all those thoughts are, all those frequencies are going. That mental hatha yoga is like, no, okay, I'm not listening to any of you guys right now. I'm not listening to anyone.
But I got a side thought.
What'd you say?
I said I got a side thought that kind of connects with this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I've been thinking about life these days, right? And I kind of see it as, let's say it's like a pie, right? Or let's say it's like a meal that has appetizer, main course, and dessert. You know what I'm saying? Now, what was coming to me was like, each person, it's intended for each person to have the full course meal, to have all that life has to offer, right? That's the original intention. But, you get caught up with little blocks and stuff here and there, and you start to believe that is my portion only the dinner and no dessert for me? You know what I'm saying? Why does he have an appetizer and I don't? But actually, it's like everybody is allowed to take a bite out of life and to get that food, to get dessert, to get appetizer, to get everything. And then I had to start today like, so now we're in here, we're in the world, right? We're like unleashed on the world to come take a bite out of life, to come have a full course meal of all the joys and the lessons and everything that it has to offer. Now, if you knew that you were like, let's say just the child of the Most High, like the direct child, right? Or even deeper, you're a direct emanation, right? Reflection of the Most High, right? Meaning that the creator that created all this great stuff, you are the hair. You know how powerful that is, right? So now you have all that power. How could you take advantage of it? Like, when you got in here, how could you look around and be like, I'm going to abuse this privilege? Like, in which ways could you abuse it? Could you abuse the power? You know what I'm saying? And I was just thinking about that. And
through creation.
You know what I'm saying? How could you abuse the rights given to you? And this links back to what we were talking about before, is that these more responsibilities to touch the world and to change things and to have great impact will come upon you when you are more responsible. You know what I'm saying? When you become ready and more responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? And then you deserve to even take more bites out of life. You know what I'm saying?
Like the creator's like, I won't give you nothing you can't handle type of vibe.
Or even like we were saying earlier too, about commanding your blessing. Like when, you know what I'm saying, somebody pray for you and they be like, give this to them, give it, you know? Like, bless them. Like demanding, like what you were saying, Hawk, if you put in your mind that like you got all this that's really divinely yours, like what are you gonna do with it? Like, to me, what I got out of what you were saying is like we've got the power of creation, and that's like a powerful weapon if you just really weaponize it and use it to its full potential. And you know what? I think about that a lot, actually, because I start thinking about what can I create, and I start thinking about, you know, like when they talk about royalties, why do they call it royalties? You know what I'm saying? Like it's belonging to royalty, like kings. It's the stuff that kings and, you know, castles is made of, you know?
But it's passed on from generation to generation.
And they go from, and you don't get royalties from working 9 to 5. You get royalties through creation.
Exactly.
Also,
check this out. Okay.
Go
ahead. Okay, I'll go real quick. Babies are like fresh souls in here, right? And they got this new spaceship. They're not even really sure how to work it. So when they be drinking the milk, they drinking so much, they don't know how to manage it, right? To where they get the hiccups. You know what I'm saying? You gotta burp them. They get the hiccups. All of this stuff because they going too hard. They going overboard, basically. Because they fresh to this thing. They really don't know how to use it. So I think that's the same thing with being responsible in life, is that if you start taking too many bites out of life and you don't know how to handle the bites, there's some sweetness out there. You know what I'm saying? There's some sweet and sour. You could get addicted to one type of flavor, right? And then what happens? Overweight, out of balance. You see what I'm saying? So that responsibility, and it comes with growing. The other day, I was eating some food and I was just going like too fast. After I laid down, hiccups. I'm just in the bed like, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to breathe.
Yeah.
Just attack spasms. You know what I'm saying? Because I was out of balance. What happened when I was coming off of a juice fast, you know, you're kind of excited about that food.
Yeah.
So you might go a little too hard, you know what I'm saying? And get out of balance. But I think as we grow.
How often do you fast, Hop?
It's not a set thing, but I would say like maybe twice a month. I'll do like liquid or do like the lemonade thing, you know, for like.
You're doing juice fast.
Yeah, just probably at least 3 days, you know, just to like keep the flow. Not let things get stopped up. But yeah, man, responsibility is key. And going back to royalties, honorability, you know, that's royal. Just like I said with the track, if I would have said like, okay, I'm about to drop this track just because it's a money motivated track. I think it's whack myself, but I can get money. Then now that's less honorable. It's less integrity behind it. You know what I'm saying? But when I scrap that track and keep working harder till I have something that I feel strong about, that resonates with my being, now that's honorable. You know what I'm saying? That's royal. You know, telling the truth in relationships. You know what I'm saying? Being upfront, letting people know your intentions, not being, you know, all into the hiding and all of this different stuff. To me, that's more royal, you know? And when I started doing that with my relationships, I started looking up like, wow, I'm really on some king shit. I'm living some king shit. Like, yo, this is really it.
You're graduating with honors.
Right.
You know
Because you made your reality, you know, you created the reality that you wanted.
And life will teach you, like, yo, just be honorable. You know, if you watch life, if you watch, even TV can teach you this. You know what I'm saying? Watching cheaters. You watch all these cheaters getting busted time after time, you be like, yo, man, I'm just gonna tell the truth, man.
Yo, I'm just gonna
like, this don't fit me. This don't fit me. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, you know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes when I try to hide and lie too, like, you cannot love while you're scared.
Nah, man.
You cannot love while you're scared.
You can't, like, yo, that's it. You can't love while you're scared, fam.
Bro, love and fear can't exist in the same point. Which
honorability,
Ma has always said.
We develop that more and more honorability, self-control. You know, somebody piss you off, say something crazy, instead of just like saying something that'll just slice them in half and totally just, you know, embarrass them in front of everybody. Honorability. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whatever. We'll handle this.
Which maybe that has something to do with light. Having a light body, your light body, right?
Yeah.
Because the fear means that you're reacting to something, like you're what do you call it? Yeah, you're reacting to something before it happens, right? So the light body is the Shiva mode, where he's like, nothing matters. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
unattached.
He's light. So therefore, to say, you know, the energy that it takes to lie or to cheat or to, it's like you're too light for that. you know what I'm saying, possibly type of thing, you know? This one how
Honorable,
Say,
honor, care, honesty. Go ahead.
yeah, getting back to what Essex was saying about, you know, the different hustles and, you know what I'm saying, ways to get it out here. It's like, I see like people are limited by their awareness. You know what I'm saying? So they may live in a world to where the only way they know how to get it is to go work at a fast food spot, or, you know what I'm saying? Like certain channels, you know what I'm saying? Like that's all they know. Like outside of that, they don't know other ways to get to, you know what I'm saying, making what they feel that they need, you know what I'm saying? But those ways exist, you know what I'm saying? Because like Essex said, there's somebody out there who is buying up a parking lot to store movie equipment. And that's a way to get it, you know what I'm saying? If the person who was only, their awareness was only limited to working at McDonald's, you know what I'm saying, knew that was an option, you know what I'm saying? Like if their consciousness, their awareness was gain access to that knowledge, you know what I'm saying, then that expands their options, you know what I'm saying? Like you got Elon Musk, you know what I'm saying? He's building rockets to the space station. He's about to send some astronauts up to the space station. That's a way to get it, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because his mind has access to those ways. He knows those hustles.
Right.
I was thinking of suggesting today to Huck, like, start an OnlyFans page and exercise. Do some cheap brush floors, push-ups, OnlyFans, you know what I'm saying? You could make, who knows how much you could make.
I know right now my sister.
So many women that love some Huck. Overnight, you could be an overnight sensation with an OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
To even think of that, to have that in the atmosphere mentally.
Also, too, it's like looking at the way that society is structured. It's based off of capitalism. You know what I'm saying? And capitalism is based off of something called the free market. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like having knowledge of markets.
Right. Right.
Having knowledge of markets.
What's
market is where you exchange. That's the medium of exchange is the market, the marketplace. When you don't have a good product or service to exchange in the marketplace, then only thing you have to exchange is your time and your energy.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You are the product. You
are the product in the marketplace, in the free market. That's capitalism.
Slavery.
So if you haven't created a product or have a good or a service to provide, to exchange in the marketplace that has value, then you are the product. You have to sell your time and your energy, you know what I'm saying, in exchange for capital, you know, in the capitalist society. And so when you understand markets and the marketplace, you know what I'm saying, there's certain markets where you can go and, you know what I'm saying, you can purchase certain types of cars here and ship them over to Dubai and sell them for more, you know what I'm saying? Or used cars and sell them, you know, because the market over there, they may have a shortage and they have use for those things, you know what I'm saying? And you're able to make a profit, you know what I'm saying? There may be a market to where you're able to buy something low and sell it high, you know what I'm saying, in a different market and make a profit. But when you have knowledge that this market over here has need of this product,
right?
You know what I'm saying? That you can buy in this other market at a lower price, then you can see where you can make some profit in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Because you have knowledge of this market where you can buy the product at a lower cost, and then
Right.
go to a different market and sell it at a higher price.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you have knowledge of those markets. And you're able
Exactly.
to play in various markets and be able to, you know what I'm saying, leverage.
Just like the
Right.
middleman in a weed deal or whatever.
Huh?
I said just like the middleman in a weed deal. He gets
Yeah,
paid
yeah. It's
because he knows different markets.
exactly.
He's
Exactly.
not throwing it. He's not, you know, he just has the hookup.
He just has the hookup.
It's interesting now that when cats make beats, they talking about they cooking it up. They cooking up like they, you know what I'm saying, in the trap house. They cooking beats up, you know. So the metaphor. So essentially, you know, what we're saying is, you got to have a product.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a product. Okay. First off, when we're born, we're the product.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we get a social security number. We're a product of the United States. They about to go ahead and get some human resource out that ass.
That's right.
So it is our goal then. It becomes our task. It becomes our pursuit of happiness, if you will, to exchange our body as the product for a physical product that we've created to actually free ourselves from this system.
Right. Either the one that we've created, or we identify a product that you can, you know what I'm saying, purchase.
Right.
And resell it.
And resell it, exactly.
You know what I'm saying, for a profit.
So you've created a lane. You created a lane.
This goes back to, again, camelbacking off what Taj said earlier about that us recognizing what this physical is. And like you said, royalties. Why royalties? Why the word royalties? Well, what is specific about royalty? What makes someone royal? Their lineage.
Their lineage, right.
Their lineage. So therefore, why royalties? Because with royalties, it's supposed to be something that can be passed on, you know, this residual that keeps going, that can carry over from generation to generation. So
also too, royalty is connected to the word authority.
Yeah.
Authority, which the root word of authority, authorship.
Oh, shit.
Creation, authorship. When you create something,
that's what I was gonna get to.
Of that thing, that's why you get paid royalties whenever that thing is utilized in the world, because you have authorship over that. You have authority over that thing that you created. You know what I'm saying? As a divine offspring of yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's why you are paid royalties, is because of authorship. You know what I'm saying? And authority. You know?
That's what I was going. Of course, because the point is going back to, like you said, creating. When you're creating, now it takes you out again. I think that's where most people do. They miss it as to nullify or minimalize something of a different. You know, it's like a competition. It's like Taj said, a person who works at, let's say, McDonald's or whatever, because that's where they are. But the person who is a singer or a rapper or whatever, when they go out to eat, where do they eat at? So if this person was too good to work at McDonald's, there's nobody working at McDonald's. So this person who is a football star or whatever, who wants to go out and eat out, something quick, fast food, there's nobody there to serve him or whatever, because everybody's too good. Everybody wants to be the rapper. Everybody wants to be this. Sometimes if people could own where they are, which is what I had to learn, or again, I haven't learned anything. I'm still learning, which is what I'm learning, is mastering where we are and acknowledging you are where you are. Even with this, something as simple as this, being on this live with you all, because years I was never realizing I am in this space with you all. You know, I'm still looking at it like, oh wow, these guys, like, it's like, okay, yes, these guys, but we are all together in the same space at the same time. We're supposed to be creating right now. Do you really recognize what this is that you have and that you're a part of? Because we mastering, knowing our purpose. We have existence in our purpose. Everybody knows their purpose. And it's just, you start mastering your mind to say, I'm okay with who I am now. And now, how can I be better? How can I be better? If that's something
and the thought of having a product makes me think also of what you were saying, what Hawk was saying about the track that he was working on. It's like, in that balance, there's a balance there, because you want to have the confidence to see something through to manifestation. That's the only way you're going to have a product or an organization or anything like that, corporation, or something to bring to the table to work with.
Right.
So like Hawk was saying, he listened back to it and it's like, I'm not confident about that. Let me go back to the drawing board, which is what we do a lot. Like me and you, Essex, we had to chirper for years.
Yeah.
And when you hit that wall of doubt, it's like, yeah, go back to the drawing board, but don't stop. See something through to completion in order to have a product to be able to trade in the market. You're not even able to be in the marketplace if you don't got nothing to trade type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? So it's just an analogy.
Right.
And be able to get off what you have, you got to have a product that you believe in. That goes back to what Hawk was talking about.
Exactly.
Integrity and honor. You know what I'm saying? What you're creating, what you're producing.
Your heart has to be there.
You can't be in the marketplace trying to sell something you don't believe in. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to sell that multi-level marketing packet, and you ain't really feeling that.
And it's some bullshit,
Right. You trying to sell them vacation plans.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have something that you willing to stand behind, something that you believe in. You know what I'm saying? In order to have a greater chance of being able to exchange your goods. You know what I'm saying? Because you stand behind it. You stand behind the quality of your goods. You know what I'm saying? You know when you got some bullshit. You try to sell bullshit. And you try to get it off.
All you gotta do is stand next to somebody.
By the way, you guys got life insurance packages?
Businessman.
You got any mutual? You want to help putting together investment?
No, there you go.
Businessman. To those who are viewing, anybody who needs to look. So all the viewing audience,
insurance man.
That's what it's about, and just going back to what we were saying about royalties and royalty. Kings, you know what I'm saying? They're kings because of the word authority. They are the authority.
Ruler rules.
Right. They rule.
Yeah.
And
they have the authority. You know,
they wrote the rules.
Right.
Right.
You know
they right. They follow.
Okay. That also takes you back to the thought. You're a creator to a certain level.
Right.
you're an official creator. Then.
That's what authority is. That's what authorship is.
So you have a space. You have a space of sovereignty. You know.
Mhm.
Right.
That's what I talk about. Like maybe we're practicing because we're to be creators of worlds and planets. You know.
And think about it. You can create them all through the imagination.
Yeah.
You know, you can look at the lady that did Harry
what
Potter.
we are doing with our lives. It's what we have done.
is what we're doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
just right now, us being on this live together and building. You know what I'm saying? We're creating.
Yep.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're manifesting. We're creating. You know what I'm saying? A space. You know what I'm saying? We're creating. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, this is. You know what I'm saying? This gathering of the mind is an act of creation.
Mm.
It is.
Which, you know what I'm saying? If perpetuated and consistently, you know what I'm saying? It can actually become a thing. You know?
Right.
If we consistently invest energy into whatever this is that we are doing, it can become a thing.
That's
you know,
and like Hawk said too,
that's very true.
Because of the fact that it's heart-based and you believe in it, or I don't know, Taj said it, it's sustainable in that fashion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's self-sustaining.
Mm-hmm.
And what of course lets me see how it is, like, because Taj just said what we said earlier, what consistent, that resonance. If you keep that resonance consistent, then that's what carries on, because the radio waves, going back to what we were saying about the radio waves, the frequency, if you keep it consistent, that's why I was also saying, far as us being, we how many times we've come together, went our separate ways, then come together, went our separate ways. Imagine the things that we may have being separate, the things that we may have done or been a part of that wasn't really us, wasn't really what we want to do or whatever. And now it's like, okay, if we're consistent, now our resonance will start to overtake the resonance that we've been, you know, dealing with outside, or our families or children or whatever. Our resonance starts to be more dominant. It starts to
and maybe some of the affirming of that confidence is
real
the
quick,
realization that it serves others.
Say, I didn't hear what you said. What you say?
I was saying maybe some of the confirmation or some of the affirming of that confidence is the realization that it's serving others.
Right.
At times you can have an idea and think, maybe I just like it, you know. Though I noticed with D Nice a lot lately, if you check his live, like towards the night, he'll tap in and like start getting emotional and be like, look, before this whole thing, I was playing what I thought people wanted to hear. But now I just play my heart. I don't even care. I see it serving so many people. They love it. This, that, and the other. Like adamantly doing his thing, you know?
Also too, like I've been thinking, just like we have so many ideas and things like that, you know what I'm saying? But the difference between ideas and how things come into being,
fruition,
through consistency, you know what I'm saying? Like consistently doing something. That's what makes the difference between an idea and a thing. You know what I'm saying? It's when you're doing it consistently, that's when something comes into being and becomes a thing. You know what I'm saying? You're consistently doing it. You know what I'm saying? Repetitively and consistently.
That's right.
Energy into it, that's when it becomes a thing and begets a life of its own.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
It gains a vessel.
And that goes back to what you were saying, Bilal. Your organization, you keep bringing it up. Organization. You can't have an organization if the organs are not consistently pumping and functioning. If they're not doing what they're supposed to do, that organization is not gonna form. It's not organized. And that's one thing that speaks straight to my soul, because that's one thing that, like I was telling them earlier in this bill, is I realize and I look back in the ways that I was not consistent, and that my lack of consistency, it allowed me, and not just consistent in, okay, going to work or going to this, but consistent in saying, I know this is my heart. This is how I feel. This is what I want to do. This is what I agree with. This is my values, my morals, my principles. If I'm not consistent in that, then that's where my failure has come now. Not just right now because I haven't made the hottest track and the world knows my tracks, but like you said, being consistent in my views and my values and my ideas, and just steady keeping with that.
Right.
The more I keep with it, the more I start seeing those organs pumping. I start getting into the studio and I start recording and I start putting out what I want to do, rather than, having to listen to something that I don't want. Having people say, hey, brother, I like that song. But then I go and watching Netflix or doing things or whatever that has nothing to do with my consistency. Why am I not creating? My mom used to tell us this when we were little. She said, turn that TV off. They done made their money. Like, like that stuck with me all these years, but now it really hits home to what that really means. Turn that TV off. Those people have made their money. You need to be creating. Why aren't you consistent in your creating? Why aren't you consistent? Yeah.
Absolutely. And then you look at something like a Netflix or a company, right?
Right.
A company is not a living being. You know what I'm saying? Like Netflix is not a living being. You know what I'm saying? But it is a living thing. You know what I'm saying? Because the people behind it are consistently investing energy into this thing, to where the customers, the people who watch Netflix, can rely upon it. They know when they turn their TV on or click the app, it's going to be there. You know what I'm saying?
And also the price point is so low that you forget they even billing you $7.99.
Exactly. You know,
it's $7.99. Hold on, they billing me. No,
you probably got the extended plan.
Oh, okay.
So let me tell you guys a story really quick, a funny story. So I was working at this company that sold email marketing to Fortune 500 companies, Ticketmaster, Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Anyway, the wife and the husband got into it and got a divorce. And so, long story short, they sold the technology to Ticketmaster, okay? But there was still one client left, Leukemia Lymphoma Society. And me and my homeboy, I was like, look, man, I'm not finna let this money go. These people finna let this company die. But I said, you know what? Me and you, we the ones who know how this program works. So long story short, me and the wife and my homeboy, we was running Leukemia Lymphoma Society email. It was 2,000 users, and we was charging them $5 a month. $5 a user. So 5 times 2, what's that?
10.
10,000. 10,000 a month, just for people to send some emails. Okay. So she got upset with me and my homeboy because we wouldn't sign this bogus contract that basically said we worked for her pretty much forever. And she tried to sabotage the whole deal. She sent the email to the Leukemia Lymphoma Society CTO, told him not to do business with us. He emailed me 2 minutes later. He said, Essex, we still good? I said, yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir. I said, because I done seen brothers stand on the block and risk penitentiary chances to get this kind of money. And you think I'm gonna let somebody bully me over some internet? Man, get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff is running on my server. So once I got a taste of $5 a month.
See hot.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Once I got a taste of that,
Yeah, green screen. Mm-hmm.
I knew that I wanted to have nothing more than a subscriber base that gives me a monthly subscription, because it was too easy. The check was coming in so beautifully. And then guess what happened? The wife who hated the husband, she would rather have him run it all than to give it to us two boys.
Wow.
Don't give it to those boys. I emphasis on boy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So she calls him, he done took their kids and everything. That's like the devil to her. But she rather him had a business. So long story short, man, he sold the business to Leukemia Lymphoma Society right from under me and my homeboy noses.
Wow.
But my whole point of saying is this, is once you get exposed to something.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Exactly.
You know
Exactly, Todd. That was a lane.
Exposure.
That was a lane I knew nothing about.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And previously, you may have only known one or two other hustles. You didn't know about that one. You know,
I didn't know about the email hustle.
But then when your awareness expanded into there and you became aware of that hustle, you like, oh shit, yeah, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, how else can I rock this? How else can I freak this? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
This subscriber-based email.
This subscriber-based, bro. Subscriber-based.
You know?
Yo, I've been saying.
And the thing is, the same amount of time that you invest, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, you know what I'm saying? You might be doing a job that you get paid, you know what I'm saying, maybe $100, you know what I'm saying, for 8 hours of work. You know what I'm saying? You're getting paid, like when you add up your hourly wages and whatnot, you getting paid $100 for 8 hours of work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you might become aware of another lane, another hustle, to where you're able to do something online or whatnot, to where you're able to make $100 in an hour. You know what I'm saying?
You see? Yeah,
or
that's what I'm
in
talking
5
about.
minutes.
Yeah.
You know, same amount of money, less amount of time. You know what I'm saying?
And energy.
Yeah, less amount of time and energy. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day is time and energy.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Time and energy.
Energy.
You know?
What
and
was
it's
you
like,
saying?
okay, how can I free up my time and my energy and be able to make the same amount of money or more? You know what I'm saying? For that time and that energy, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's some people who they go certain jobs and they break their back sweating all day doing a hardcore job in the meat packing facility. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
For $100 at the end of the day, they didn't broke their back. They stressed out. Their hair fell out.
Bro.
Right.
For $100. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day.
Some of the panhandle.
You know what I'm saying? But then there may be someone else who's able to make that same $100. They didn't found a way, a mechanism. You know what I'm saying? To get $5 out of you know what I'm saying? 100 people, you know what I'm saying? And make that same amount of money in half the amount of time or a fraction of that same amount of time that they invested in working in the packing facility.
Bro,
You know, stressing themselves out, you know what I'm saying? For that same amount of money.
They be in the summertime heat and the rain out there all day. Some of these homeless folks, panhandlers. I'm like, how is this the easiest hustle for you? How's this?
What'd you say?
I'm like, how is this the easiest option? Like,
For the homeless, the panhandlers.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
they out there in the burning sun and rain all day. It's the easiest hustle. You know, though. What you was about to say something?
Now Hot stepped away.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's about finding, like you say, whether you want to call it your hustle, your destiny, your purpose, or whatever, and sticking to it, and as you say, Bilal, believing in it enough to find that confidence that, hey, I'm doing this
Empty.
all the way.
So,
just be it. And it's knowing that consistency. You gotta first be consistent within yourself. And I'm learning that, you know, like just being consistent within myself to start saying, okay, I don't want to do it your way or this way or what. I already got my sights on how I want to do it. You know, is the stuff that comes through. Like, y'all know how I do with the words and all of that. People constantly, yeah, well, if you just do that and don't say it like this, and why you gotta say that, or why you gotta do that. And it's like, but so now I try to do it the way other people, and it doesn't sit right with me. And then so I was like, but I gotta do, so now I have to do music the way I want to do it. And that's why I remember, Bilal, when we was working on something one time, and you said, you remember the time you said you was talking to Snoop or whatever, and Snoop was like trying to give you pointers and suggestions, and it's like, yeah, why y'all always gotta have that flute in your music?
No, yeah, that was Andre 3000.
Oh, well, you said Snoop, but all right. Said,
okay.
All right.
Yeah,
but it was like, see, man, I guess that's
yeah,
why.
Snoop. Yeah, that was Snoop. I think Kai told something of Hawks to Snoop, and Snoop was saying that to Kai.
Yeah, and I was like, what? I was like, so, and it's good that it was Snoop, because I probably, if it was Andre 3000, I don't know, I might have been like, huh? Maybe.
Yeah, he did that too. We were kind of trying to get him to manage the Suns at one point.
Yeah.
So he was like, y'all a little too off the deep end right now. Like,
yeah.
Try to clear that up and come back. Try again.
Yeah, so even in hearing that made me say, you know, like, I don't care who it's coming from. I want to be consistent with what I feel in my heart and soul to do, you know.
Yo, I got a twist too.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tosh.
I was just gonna say that takes to go against the current, you know what I'm saying? Like that takes a strong mind, strong like fortitude, you know what I'm saying? To go against the grain of popular culture. You know what I'm saying? And forge a new way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's one thing I respect about Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, he stands his ground on his book. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right.
You might be like, yo, this dude, what is he talking about? You know? But he sticks to it. Like, he stands on his stuff. You know what I'm saying? No matter if people say he's wrong or he's lying or he's that, like, he will run with that thing. You know what I'm saying? And he will not, no matter if the whole world is saying, like, this dude's an idiot, he's stupid, he's whatever, but he will stay on message, on, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, that takes a strong mind, you know what I'm saying? To not, like, confidence, to not change course midway and be like, and get discouraged because everybody's telling you, like, you know what I'm saying? That's whack, or that's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, staying on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and terraforming the, you know what I'm saying? The mindset. You know what I'm saying?
What he went through, Elon
until you bring it into being. You know what I'm saying? And everyone is agreeing with you and the way that you see things. You know what I'm saying? Like that takes strong. That's like how I see, like how they described Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like there were certain things like they were saying, like Jesus couldn't do, or you know what I'm saying, but he was seeing the unseen. You know what I'm saying? And that's what that whole thing of like the faith of a mustard seed, and you know what I'm saying? Faith is the substance of things unseen and the evidence of, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like when you're able to stand in something that nobody else sees but you, that's a powerful faith. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a powerful faith. And it's like, that's some powerful stuff right there. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing, like, I see a lot of people, they, you know, they talk bad about Trump and whatnot. And I'm not a Trump supporter, none of that. You know what I'm saying? But I do see I recognize.
All right, bring it home, Josh. Bring it home.
I recognize and acknowledge the principles, you know what I'm saying, that he's utilizing, you know what I'm saying, to become, to be in that position, you know what I'm saying, which is probably the most powerful, occupying the most powerful office on the planet right now, on Earth, you know what I'm saying, which is the American presidency. So it's like, but it takes a certain level of belief and faith in oneself to be able to go against the grain, to walk against the currents, you know what I'm saying, and not be moved off course, you know what I'm saying, to where as soon as you say something that you may believe in and everybody comes down on you, you know what I'm saying, and criticizes you, you're not like, oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry that you guys are right. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, like standing your ground, standing firm in your vision and what you see and what you believe. You know what I'm saying? That's a powerful practice, a powerful principle. You know what I'm saying? That could be used for good or for ill. You know.
Yeah. What was your flip up, Hop?
I was gonna say the twist to you know, this whole getting successful via money, you know, financial gain. The twist comes in with like the COVID-19, you know. That's one of the things it taught me was
ground zero.
Now, what happens? What happens if they just shut down your whole system, right? So we talked about the capitalistic system, you know. It would be great for everybody to go learn as much as possible, study the system, you know, master the system. And then what if they just yank the plug on the system, right? And that's pretty much what we all praying for, actually, right?
Supposed to be, right? Supposed
now,
to be.
Yeah. What really sustains you now? And to me, that's your connection, your spiritual connection, and your spiritual karma, which is the wealth that you've built up. You know what I'm saying? Spiritually. And it made me think relationships will show you that that's like more of your wealth than the paper stuff or whatever currency that they give us the value of. You know, it's somebody else controlling the value of this currency. So, but the actual relationships, you know what I'm saying? that's a whole nother thing. And it just made me think, okay, everybody was like, stack up on food, stack up on water, buy all of this and that. I'm like, yo, I don't got paper to be just buying out the whole, you know what I'm saying? Buying out the whole supermarket, right? I'm chill, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get some few bags of beans or whatever, and yo, I'm about to write it like this. But it had us starting to think, what would happen if the supermarkets closed down and now you couldn't go get more food? In my mind, I'm like, I got enough love on the streets, whereas the surrounding people, they gonna help me. They gonna give me some beans. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna share with me what they have. You know what I'm saying? I got enough love on the streets that I'm gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? I didn't stack up a gang of water, but I know cats who did stack up, and I'll go over their house and go get some water.
Right. But wouldn't you like to be in a position to offer it to others who may be in the same position as you, who may need some water or beans?
Exactly.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
I might have one particular thing they may need as well. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? For me, I see it as it's all balance. It balances out at the end of the day, because even, you know what I'm saying, we live in a physical realm. So there's limits, you know what I'm saying, on the amount of things that are here. You know what I'm saying? So say, for example, at the store, the store's only been stocked with 50 bags of rice. You know what I'm saying? But there's 100 people who may need rice. After those 50 people, first come, first serve, get the first 50 bags of rice. The other 50 are asked out. You know what I'm saying? There's no rice to go around. Now the first 50 are gonna have to share, you know what I'm saying, their rice with the 50 who didn't get no rice, you know?
Right.
But there is a limited supply, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you have to take that into consideration as well, you know what I'm saying? Unless you're growing your own rice, you know what I'm saying? And even that's limited by time, you know what I'm saying? Because it only grows during certain seasons, and it may only be a certain amount that you're able to grow, you know what I'm saying? So there's a limit there. So when you're in the physical universe, there are limits, you know what I'm saying?
I think
in the spiritual universe
point is that
you're able to tap into unlimited resources in the spiritual realm, you know. But in the physical realm, there are limits. There's those checks and balances, you know what I'm saying, that you have to be aware of as well. If you are, you know what I'm saying, concerned about maintaining your physical vehicle, which is the main component for operating on this level of existence. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have one of these, you know what I'm saying, to operate in this physical world, you know? Now,
what's crazy is there will be events and circumstances in life where you can do all your best, you know, all your best plotting and planning.
No doubt.
But you know, something happens.
There's always an X factor
that's beyond anything you can control. And this COVID-19 has showed us that this whole thing can come crashing down. You know, even the money system, because it started making us think of worst case scenarios, you know, just to be mentally ready. And if that whole thing comes crashing down, you have to now think, what makes me stable? Now there's no more money. The money has no more value. They shut down the whole system. The bank cards don't work. You know what I'm saying? Or if they just hit the switch on the internet, everybody's gonna feel it there too. because even the ATM machines are working on internet, right? So if they flick the switch, now what do we got that makes us secure?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the twist to this whole success thing too.
And that's the thing. Like there's certain businesses and certain industries that during this COVID-19 thing, they've made more money than ever before during this time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because they were sufficiently positioned to make all the money under these circumstances. So you got Amazon, you got Walmart, certain stores that have remained open the whole time. And they got all the goods, all the essentials that you need, you know what I'm saying, to keep going. They are the ones who are the winners during this COVID-19 because they have positioned themselves in an essential position. You know what I'm saying? That when these type of conditions present themselves, you got limited choices. You can only go to Amazon to, you know what I'm saying, to get the things that you need. You can only go to Walmart. You can only go to Sam's Club, which is owned by Walmart. You know what I'm saying? So these people have made more money during this time, during the pandemic, during the collapse, than any other time. They caking up like never before right now because they ain't got no competition. They ain't got nobody to share the money with, for customers to share the money with. It's all going to them.
How about on the Cosmic Prophecies? I just recently saw an updated version of the Cosmic Prophecies, and what I wanted to do, it's a face on there that looked just like Jeff Bezos. And next to it,
with the big ears.
Not the big ear dude. It's a dude with a droopy eye.
I know.
Yeah.
He got a droopy eye and a droopy lip. And it says green hat. It says green hat, man, right next to it. And so who has the green hat on? This dude about to be the first to be a trillionaire. That should not be possible. A trillionaire person. Now, Apple has already made enough money to where they could pay the US debt. Remember that? They was one of the first companies to become a trillionaire. Now you mean to tell me a single person is gonna be up there with Apple? Because of COVID?
Yep.
Something ain't right. And then you got the guy who runs the Center for Global Population Reduction trying to tell you that you need a vaccine to help you stay alive. But he want the population.
Which is another money play.
Which is another money play.
You know,
if I may, like, I think another point that Hawk was hitting on was, which is a line that I say in this Sons of Light tune, Gardens. I say something like, who is this seeking spiritual value? I'm serving Amma and the system we not go bow to.
I love that.
Who is this seeking spiritual value? Looking down like, who is this seeking spiritual value? Like, ain't nobody out here doing that. Like,
and I feel so low and small. I'm so low and small.
You see what I'm saying?
What does that mean? You gotta humble yourself. We gotta humble ourselves, guys.
Well, and that's I think that's really, like you're saying, what we all speaking, because it's never really one above the other. It's all inclusive, because yes, we are physical beings and we are spiritual beings. Yet what's happening is we're not dealing with it holistically. So us physical beings are not prepared for what Hawk is saying. Us physical beings are not prepared for when they shut this thing down. You know, and that's why we really, like we were saying earlier, that's why when we hosted the Marcus Garvey Day celebration, we said they have us, we're saying, you hear a lot of people in the conscious community saying, well, what you gonna do when Walmart shut down? What you gonna do when Walmart shut down? But really, and then I said, well, what about this? Like you said, as a twist, what about the twist? What are we gonna do to shut Walmart down? Because like Taj said, 9 times out of 10, guarantee you, it's the conscious community who is also feeding into this Walmart's profit. It's the conscious community who is also feeding into. So therefore, are we prepared? That's really what it's supposed to say. We've been saying this for years. What are you gonna do when Walmart shut down? But what have we done?
Walmart.
Where are our Walmarts?
Right.
They very
What you gonna say, Huck?
Amazon is
They're
prepared.
very prepared.
Walmart is prepared. You know what
They
I'm
are
saying?
very prepared.
Look, they
They're
gonna
like,
bring them drones.
it's like they are very prepared. So it's
Life is so mysterious, right? You
Yo,
could have
you
been.
muted, Taj.
Taj, you were out. He muted you.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is like life is so mysterious that you could be being trained on this path for years, right? You could be trained 10, 20 years, let's say as a carpenter or just anything, a plumber. But all of a sudden, life changes and you're actually now, all of that was preparation for you to do something totally different that you had no idea for. You was planning, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Then all of a sudden, some catalyst happens in the middle of the road. And now you realize that all of that prepared you now to handle some other responsibilities that's necessary that you had no idea for. So
that's because the fundamental principles underneath gaining experience are the same no matter what.
No matter what. Yeah.
You know, so whether you're training to be a doctor or training to be a lawyer or training to be a musician or training to be a carpenter, the discipline and the principles that go into studying and training and gaining experience, you know what I'm saying, for any of those things are all the same. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same. It's all the same principles. It's putting in the time, the work, the dedication, you know what I'm saying? And that can be translated into any field, you know what I'm saying? Once you've done it in one field, you can take those same, you know what I'm saying, principles and put it into something totally different, you know what I'm saying? And pivot into a whole nother something.
Yeah.
We've heard a lot of prophecies of what the future may bring, and there's been some stories about some changes in the earth, some serious climate change, maybe some coastal areas being
submerged underwater,
possibly underwater, looking at the science and everything, and a lot of changes on the earth. Now, if this stuff comes, there'll be a lot of response. There'll be roles that need to be filled, to build and organize, the new Wakanda.
So that's why I'm calling this the sound science series.
Yeah.
Because I'm positioning myself for greatness. I'm setting up a track. I already know what's further down the line. So this is the beginning of the track. Sound science, right? Because that's where I'm headed. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I feel like that's the future of like teleportation, space travel, all of this stuff. It's all possible through sound science. And that speaks of sound right reasoning as well as sound, the sound vibration, you know? So it's like some more next level business.
Mm.
Yeah, it's putting in the work, as you say. Hard work is putting in the work. You know, as I've learned from you guys, just learning more and more from you all. Like it's a way of life. It's not something that you just sit up here and read a book and pretend about or whatever. It's really, you start saying, okay, well, no, I eat healthy. No, I've been to Africa and live, and it's certain things that you start realizing, these things you have to do. And the more and more I'm reading, the more and more I'm studying, the more and more I realize, dang, you really have, the responsibility is on you to, if people say be the example, then that means that whatever rubbish that you were, you have to do your own self exorcism and shed all of that off. Whatever you didn't get from the American system, you have to shed all of that stuff off yourself. So when you all went over there, I'm pretty sure that's a part. I don't know all of it, but I'm pretty sure that's a part of what happened with you guys over there, that you had to shed
I
all
feel like
that.
it's prepared us for this time as well.
Right. You shed all that, whatever America had put on you, whatever the system, the whatever, the school, all of that, and you shed it off, and you found that space, and you took on that responsibility. And now you're saying, okay, you're, like Hot said, that Wakanda, it has to be built. Whether it's almost like, sometimes I feel like this, we're waiting for America to whatever stop to build the Wakanda.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. Native
building
Americans
Wakanda.
and Black people are going to have to come together.
Right. So it has to be, it shouldn't even be if America ends or stops. Why does it doesn't even have to. Y'all do what you do over there. We need a Wakanda anyway. We need to raise our children a certain way anyway, without all the crap that they're being taught and indoctrinated with. I was telling them earlier, I was telling them earlier that my cousin sent me this piece on Mansa Musa, right? And y'all know who Mansa Musa is, but the piece that they sent me, they were presenting him in
whitewashed.
Yeah, they had a picture of Mansa Musa, and this dude looked like Zeus. Like, I mean, I was like, yo, they've done it, yo. They took Mansa Musa, the king of Timbuktu of Mali, and made him a white man and said that this is Mansa Musa.
My dad would say, that's their MO. Why would they do anything
exactly exactly So it's like, so once we know their MO, what is our MO? What is our mode of operation? What is our move in operation? You know, what are we moving towards? So I'm learning more and more the responsibility, as you say, the honor, as you say. I'm learning that integrity or whatever more and more, that I have to. I can't slack no more. I can't be like, oh, well, you know, I'm human just like everybody else. I have to take the responsibility, hook or crook, to be the best that I know I need to be to build that Wakanda. Because if I'm waiting for somebody else to build it.
For real.
Another key word
I was just gonna say real quick. I've been rocking this for a few hours now. I want to give everybody a few minutes to say their last piece. Then we're gonna wrap it up. I'll go ahead and unmute everybody.
I think Hawk was speaking.
So Hawk, you can take it first if you want.
One last keyword is preparation. We're all human beings to me, we're similar in that we all want like that fullness, that joy of life. We want those high peak moments. We want all the best that it has to offer, right? Now, preparing to receive and experience that preparation. Because, like, while I was doing the stretching, it makes me think about yoga and how beautiful meditation can be. Like when you sit in a silent, peaceful place and you feel that healing energy over you. You feel like something is soothing you, something is healing you, right? And then that meditation can take you to a very peak experience. You know, it can help you take more of a bite out of life, which we're all here to experience. Now, all of that stretching and all of that is just preparation for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can be preparing for years, getting your body right, getting your breath right, getting your mind right, your whole lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You could be balancing it for years just so that you can now sit down and hold a meditation that just fully heals you and soothes you. And it's so powerful, it spills out and heals anyone who comes in the vibe. You know what I'm saying? Preparation. My mom told me, you want to take a flight somewhere, just pack your bag and put it by the door.
Ooh.
You don't even know where your ticket is. You just already started packing. You know what I'm saying? And you give it thanks that it's already done.
Oh, you putting it out in the universe.
You feel me? Preparation, my brother. That's my final keyword.
Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Love that.
Truly, truly, give thanks.
Y'all been on here for 5 hours?
Yeah, man. Probably longer than that.
Yeah.
Mental, drop some wisdom for us.
Okay. I see. That's the countdown, the 4-minute countdown.
Yeah, he's doing the countdown.
Okay.
Countdown.
I was about to say, like, dang, y'all been on for 5 hours.
No, Taj, that doesn't let us off the hook. Unfortunately, that doesn't let us off the hook. We've actually been on here longer than 5 hours. We've been on here since probably before 3 o'clock.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's been a little while now.
Wow.
Yeah, man. We got caught up, man.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's the countdown clock for everybody.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now I guess preparation, camelbacking off of preparation and following up with that is pure intention for me. More dedication and commitment to that pure intention. You know, being consistent, of course, is learning that. Being more consistent. You know, I'm being more consistent with what I have been feeling in my heart and soul now, and realizing where I veered off my paths or whatever is just like because of knowing what I want and no longer looking for approval and acceptance. As the scriptures say, seek not the praises of men, you know, it's like looking for that praise and that approval, the likes, the comments, the subscribes, and all of that other stuff. It's okay, you know. I was telling a friend of mine, you know, I said it's funny, people don't really trip over you, you know, they don't really get really agitated with you because you do the dirt, as they say, the drugs, whatever it is that he does. They don't trip off you for that. They trip when you start kicking knowledge to them and trying to show them the right path or whatever. It's like they get real, you see them go in with that. And it's like, and I said, you know what? I'm no longer gonna let people dictate and determine because they don't like me because I want to do better. I want to take this path or whatever. I want to be that, you know? So long as I know that that's what I want, I'm gonna be that regardless. You know, I'm gonna do my Shiva, you know, let her, would you say Bilal? Whatever. I don't care what her purpose or their purpose is. I'm gonna sit in that. Stand on my square. So consistency, Taj, I'm using that one. I took your, if you was gonna use consistency, I'm using it. Consistency, man, I love it. And prepared and consistency for me. So I mean, I don't want to take up the full 5 minutes.
Thanks.
But yeah, just that. And sound right reasoning, for real, sound right reasoning, divine love. So give thanks, you guys. Healing, divine love, patience with each other. We got to be patient with each other, because again, we was raised in this crap. Some of us, I mean, I don't know. Some people were born in sound right reasoning and the knowledge. But so patience. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Truly, I say.
Jay, Purple Crown.
Yeah. Well, I would just add, both of those were great ones, and I would just add, something I've been just kind of meditating on and vibing on lately is mental and emotional fortitude.
Hey.
And because ideas and just your vulnerable self, you know what I'm saying, and your ideas, the pure essence that you have to share with the world. Sometimes it can be like a candle, like a flame in the wind, you know what I'm saying? And so it's like the winds are just like the world, you know what I'm saying? All the varying opinions and the, you know what I'm saying? The things that try and like blow your flame out, you know? Like that mental and emotional fortitude is like when you try to light the candle, you got to put your hand up to block the wind. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to guard, you know what I'm saying? You got to guard yourself. You got to become mentally and emotionally strong. You know what I'm saying? In order to withstand the winds, you know what I'm saying? The currents, you know what I'm saying? That try and throw you off path and throw you off of your focus, you know, off of your mission. And so, because, sometimes it could just only take a word from the one particular
right, wrong person,
right or wrong person, yeah,
right,
to veer you off track. You know what I'm saying? So it's like really, I'm saying, so that your belief in self, your belief in yourself, your belief in your own ideas, your belief in your purpose, you know what I'm saying, is able to withstand all the turbulence that the world offers, you know? And so that's what I put out there.
Let me add one small comment onto that, is that from Kriya Yoga, one of the great gurus of Kriya Yoga, Lahiri Mahasaya, he says, meditate as much as possible so that you will see yourself as infinite essence. You know what I'm saying?
He said as what?
As the infinite essence, right? And that links to what Taj was saying, because we see ourselves, as the yogi was pointing out, we see ourselves as a bag of bones, flesh and bones. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, yo, I need you to quickly get to the point to where you see yourself as infinite essence. Then that gives, when you're seeing it and you're experiencing it, that gives you the confidence to stand up against all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That gives you that intuition, that to where you're like, no, I'm firm on this. You know what I'm saying? I know.
And it gives you access to greater resources. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the infinite essence is an unlimited realm of being, you know? So when
There's
you
value.
gain access to that, you gain more resources, you know what I'm saying?
And you connect to the grid, to the
And
energetic grid
he-
of the spiritual internet.
Mm-hmm.
then you
You
need
know?
to see yourself as this. It's your identification. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. You know, that's causing the lack of confidence.
We're disconnected from it. Yeah, we're disconnecting. From
Send some
Yeah.
love out to Leslie Miller. Give thanks for riding with us all day.
Oh, Leslie, give thanks. She's still on.
Energy exchange.
In
Peace.
the building.
That's,
That's what's up.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
Give
So
thanks,
we-
Taj. That was powerful. Yeah.
For real. Heavy, right on point.
Nice one.
Word up. Yo, man, this is real powerful, guys. You know, I appreciate the whole thing. You know, we really been building. And I want to say, you know, you guys have touched on several subjects, you know, that have been on my mind. And what I really come away from with this is that whole aspect of the royalties, the whole aspect of creation, and what Hawk was saying in terms of really realizing, you know, just how precious, you know, life is, and how this is really just such a gift, you know, when you think about the power that we truly have to create, you know, and that creative power can truly be what frees us from the bondage, you know, of this bag of bones, you know. We can create things that will provide us, you know, financial freedom. We can create healthy spaces in our minds and in our hearts so that we can have a peaceful existence within and outside and inside. So that power of creation that we have, you know, we can make life, you know, we can do all kinds of things. But to do it with, to do it responsibly and to do it deliberately, to be deliberate in our creation and to do it not for, you know, because the world says do it, you know, but we do it because that's something that's really deep within our hearts, you know, that we want to do. So, like I said, for me, I've been really trying to figure out, man, how I can just use my mind to get up out of this system. And I know that I have two battles to fight. The one to get myself financially independent and free, and the other to free my mind from the physical bondage.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate y'all for helping me get further on that understanding.
Just to add to that, I would say, you know, keep a thought of, you know, I am the one and only, you know, child of the Most High. Like I am Adam. And so it's meant for me to have the full bite out of life, the full course meal. It's meant for me. You know what I'm saying? It's not meant for just somebody else or just one group of people. And I think when you get that in your head, see that little smile on your face, it's like things starting to light up. And that's the light you're gonna need to manifest this shift. All right, this shift.
Also, too, one last thing is the things that, you know what I'm saying, knowing that there is a way. You know what I'm saying? There is a way to take care of all of those things that You know what I'm saying? Are your immediate, things that you're trying to, those ends that you're trying to meet. There's a way to fulfill those things. You know what I'm saying? Meet all your needs. There's a way. You may not be aware of that way just yet, but just put the seed in your mind of like, knowing that that way exists. Now, what is that way? And just be on the lookout for it.
Right.
Just be looking out for it. You know what I'm saying? You may not know what you're looking out for.
Oh, he froze up.
Oh man. Yo, he dropped knowledge. See? You see how the system do?
Yeah, right. Yo, let me, on that piece of him saying looking out for it, I just want to camel back on that real quick, because I say this a lot of times. We talk to people, we pass people all the time, not knowing that, like he said, what we're looking for is that person that we didn't speak to. We skipped them over. We didn't talk to them that day or whatever, and that they had that thing that we were looking for, that tool that we needed, that land that we needed. We're not communicating. We're scared to communicate. We're afraid to go out there and communicate outside of our box. Those people, like Hawk saying, I'll camel back on that as well. What do you say? I am the center of the universe. The world revolves around me. Your parents told you, oh, the world don't revolve around you. Your people told you the world don't revolve around you. Look around you, and what's around you? The world, the universe. You are the center of the universe. So when you handle it that way, then you harness your universe to work for and with you. I told a sister, don't pray for me, pray with me. Don't pray for me, pray with me.
And I feel like,
oh yeah, go ahead. I was just gonna say this one last thing.
Okay,
she said, I said that, and it was funny because I usually say that, and I say, because I could be praying for a mansion, and you praying for me to have a nice apartment or whatever. And it was funny because her response was, I don't want no mansion. I said, whoa, see, I would have prayed for you to have a mansion. She said, I want a 1-bedroom house. I said, see, that's why I say, don't pray for me, pray with me.
Yeah.
So you're praying for what I'm praying for. But go, I apologize, Hot. Thanks, Hot.
Oh, no problem. Man, I forgot where I was in the train of thought, but it was off of something you were saying, which was
I'm the center of the universe. The world revolves around you.
Yeah, that Most High, to me, Most High would love to give you more gifts, to give you what you want,
everything.
Right?
Yeah.
My dad would say, like, which parent wouldn't love to make their child happy?
Right.
But I ain't gonna go give no 3-year-old a damn toy that only a 12-year-old supposed to be playing with. That's too dangerous. What I look like giving a damn 3-year-old a damn toy that's for a 12-year-old.
That's real talk, baby.
Right.
That's real talk.
That's facts.
All in due time.
Mm-hmm.
Get prepared.
And for me, that kind of leads into what I would say. Some of what I would say is like, number one, I feel like maybe we're here practicing to be creators of worlds. And that's what we're doing already with our life. We're creating a life. We're creating a world. And we're learning, we're running into stuff like, so it's practice of becoming a creator of worlds, you know what I'm saying? Possibly. So there's that. And there's the walkthrough of uh, figuring out what we determine to be valuable enough to uh, to pay our attention, you know, where we want to put our attention, right? Once we do that, then uh, then we focus in and and bring it to fruition through basically what I'm saying is from the conception of it to organization, right? And when I bring up the organs again and the origins, that's to say, like in a lot of cases, we have two organs working together or a set of organs working together. So we play an chord, we're harmonizing with these organs, right? So I'm walking from what we pay attention to and put our focus into, and then we organize around this thing because we have so much heart and faith and feeling about it. And as a unit, we harmonize as organs as we are here on this platform. And we play a beautiful harmony, which brings forth an organization or something that's real in the world that can be stamped within law, you know? So it's like, then you're bringing forth something that is, then you manifest it. You know what I'm saying? Then we're manifesting. So yeah, that's the walkthrough. You know, to have the confidence to see something through to manifestation, to build a team of organs working together that are going to harmonize to bring forth a beautiful harmony, a beautiful sound, a beautiful resonance. You know, though it's all based on an intention, a core intention that's like authentic from the heart. You
Know
know,
what to do now.
you said what?
I said we know what to do now. We know exactly what to do now. From this point forward.
Is it?
We've hit all sides. So we have to chime back in. We have to touch back in and update
Exactly.
each other on the progress.
Every week, the same time. Every week.
Yo,
we
this
need-
right here, I'm calling this sound science sessions. You know what I'm saying? This is the sound science piece. And also, this is the My Heart Work channel.
Okay.
On YouTube.
And subscribe.
Exactly.
Subscribe.
Y'all can subscribe.
Subscribe.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to be more current vibes. Like, we're going to keep it current.
And
I'm
gonna have to say it to keep us out of trouble, brothers. It wouldn't be sound without the feminine, so we're gonna have to figure out, y'all know some feminine to get fit into it.
Yeah,
invite some sisters into the mix.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
because I'm pretty sure they're gonna be.
That's what I keep
always
telling you every
brothers.
time.
Huh?
And that's the same thing Leslie said too.
Yeah.
That's what's
So
up.
give thanks for the energy exchange, brothers. And
Yes, indeed, my brothers.
I was up last night, like researching all of this as far as how to have the lower thirds and the logo up in the corner, and you can type it in. We got YouTube going. It's going on Facebook. And, you know what I'm saying? The backgrounds. Like everything that I liked about something that I saw other people doing, I was like,
Right.
let me figure it out and get that.
That's
what's up.
right, B.
You know
Good
what I'm
look,
saying?
B. You looking real professional, boy.
So
And then too, now
position
you know. Now you
myself
know how to
for
do it.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Now you got that under your belt. You got that. You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody take that from you. You got
The
it.
notch.
You know?
Yep. The
Yeah.
notch.
Because
Now
actually, I was actually
you
quite
notched up a degree. You know what I'm saying?
saying.
Mm-hmm.
now.
You got that degree.
Channel B, Hardware Channel, baby.
I'm marking it off of my board. Like, yo,
Yeah.
gotta knock these things down.
Is that's an accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? Like accomplishments are priceless, man. Accomplishments build confidence.
Yeah.
Confidence builds self-assuredness and power. You know what I'm saying? So it's like your accomplishments, man. You got to rack them up. You got to rack up your
That's real. That's
You know what
real,
I'm saying?
Taj.
Mhm.
Because that's really how I feel in life. Like that's how I approach life. Like every time I conquer some shit, it
Right.
just gives me more power. It's
Give
like
you more power, man. Your accomplishments, man. It's power. You know what I'm saying?
that's very
Like-
true.
Right.
So if you're not
You know?
setting any goals and
Right.
making any accomplishments, then you just get weak.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
if you're waiting on somebody else's vision or somebody else's somebody else to okay your vision, that ain't it.
That ain't it. That
You know
ain't
what I'm
it.
saying? Gotta get some momentum going. And then the organs have some momentum, some life, some spark to
Mhm.
get it popping, to get the engine
Exactly. That's right.
So we know they MO. What is our MO? You got to get our own MO.
Right.
Our
Right.
own MO, you know.
You gotta rack up them accomplishments,
Them
man.
accomplishments, them degrees.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Get
Exactly.
your degrees. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Get them degrees, bro.
That's
You
it.
know, rack them up. The more accomplishments, every little thing, man. It's like I be finding like even little stuff. Like today, I put my little kitchenette dining.
Yeah, this guy right here, the
We're
author.
fine.
You
I
know
want
what
one
I'm
of
saying?
those. I want one
Right.
of those.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
got
know.
You know what I'm saying?
I know
tried,
about them
I
accomplishments. Let me take
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
Love it.
saying?
I love
The
it.
young authorship, the young royalties. That's the embodiment right there, baby.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. That's it right there. You know what I'm saying? That was manifested straight out of here. You know what I'm saying? Straight out of here.
Love it.
But I was just saying, like today, my little kitchenette dining table thing came in the mail that I ordered, right?
Right.
And so, you know what I'm saying? I had to put the thing together. You know what I'm saying? You know how you have to assemble this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And so just in putting it together, you know what I'm saying? Going through the process of looking at the instructions and doing the screws and tightening everything up and whatnot, that was an accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? I got that. I know if I order something else and I need to put it together, I can do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I've got the confidence, you know what I'm saying, to do it. You know, any little thing, you know what I'm saying, that you thinking of wanting to do, you know what I'm saying? Try your hand at it. You know what I'm saying? Get that degree under your belt, that accomplishment. Then you that much more stronger, that much more powerful as you walk with confidence through this world. You know what I'm saying? Because you got the knowledge of how to do that thing, how to perform, you know?
Huckstar put me up on Fruity Loops like a while ago, though. I just picked it back up a few days ago. He gave me a refresher on Fruity Loops and Ableton. And over the course of like a few days, I'm making beats. You know, they may not be the best.
Right.
Though I have a set of skills. I have a preset that I can put anything in.
Right.
As long as you work the preset, you're fine.
You know what, guys?
Get creative from there.
Right. and expand your boundaries, your limitations.
I think that's something.
Like if it's this, if it's right here, always seek to try and grow it a little bit further. Grow your reach a little bit further. Expand your boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Because then your awareness grows. You know what I'm saying? And then you got that much more within your sphere of influence that you got command over. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was talking too about mental hatha yoga. Like, that's one of my closing thoughts too. It's like, open your mind to the infinite possibilities within the present moment.
Right.
Our mind is programmed to expect what we've been programmed, what's been happening already, what's already been in motion. Right? We're not expecting for a spiritual being to just walk through the wall right now. Though maybe that expectation has to do with the reason why it's not happening, you know?
Right.
So what I'm saying is practicing, expanding the consciousness, which, you know, which sex naturally leads you to that, because if you're focused on the body, you're gonna bust super fast.
Right. Stretch your mind. Don't be satisfied with where it's at currently. Stretch it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then that goes back to what you were saying earlier, Bilal, about your attention. You know what I'm saying? And how they say, like, you know, the I think it's the wave and the point, like the atoms. You know what I'm saying? When you're looking at it, it's there. You know what I'm saying? But when you're not, you don't place your attention on it, it's not there. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it really in existence? You know, it's only in existence when you place your attention on it.
When
you
the
know
observer is there.
So it's like we're only experiencing maybe a fragment of 1% of what reality has to offer. You know what I'm saying? And so because we're not even
focusing on the
you know what I'm saying, the greater spectrum that's available to us.
And a lot of people don't know how to practice mental hatha yoga, stretching the mind.
Awareness, the awareness that it's a possibility to stretch beyond.
There you go.
But what are those exercises that you can do to stretch beyond?
There you go.
Have you ever gotten something you wanted and then kind of realized
you don't want that?
Maybe that wasn't what I wanted.
Yes.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yes.
That's another twist. Like I said, you can have what you want. Like the universe wants to give it to you. It's more than happy, right? But take your time with it. Take your time with it. You can have it. So be hopeful. You know what I'm saying? Even if things went bad, things went off track, universe is working with you to bring it back on track, to put it back in balance. You know, universe is hopeful for you and for the whole experience. So keep the vibes up. You know what I'm saying? But you know what you want and try to handle it responsibly. You know?
It's like hopeful and careful. Hopeful and careful.
Right.
So leaving space and room for something that's never been in creation. That has never touched the earth. That has never been even conceived. Leaving space to channel through something that ain't never existed, which is a part of practicing being a creator. You know, it's like co-creating with Holy Spirit.
So you can do it, man. There's so many examples of people who actualized, you know, their visions, their dreams came true. You know, you can work the karma, you can work the spiritual. You can some do it through the dark side. But they still get it.
You wow, huh? You wow.
It's real.
That's real though.
Get
No,
it
you
done.
real. You real. That's real.
They're finding support on all type of sides. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they're hopeful, man. They getting their dreams. They fleshing it out.
Man.
So we cannot be like despondent, thinking maybe it's not gonna happen. Maybe I'm not gonna get dessert. I don't have my full dessert yet,
Right.
but I've eaten enough meals, right? Enough main courses to know that the chef is looking out for me. I didn't get my dessert yet, but believe me, believe me.
So this way.
And
Yes,
if I don't like that dessert, they gonna make another one.
They gonna make another one.
Okay? Until it's right.
Exactly.
Until it's right. That's it, baby. That's it.
Expect a treat.
I like that. I like that. I like that. That's a very positive vision right there.
Yeah.
That's a toolkit. That's a toolkit. That's the one to put in your toolkit right there.
Yeah, it's about being worthy, knowing that you are worthy. Like we said,
right.
Knowing it. It's like we keep believing that we don't deserve it, and that's the main thing. It's like everything that we have. 1 minute we talking about we gods and goddesses, kings and queens, the rulers and all this stuff, but we don't walk with authority. Like you said, you say author, authority, authentic.
Right.
You author something, and now you're the authority of it, and now the more that it becomes, once you author it and it becomes authentic, you become the authority. Because you author it, it's authentic.
That's
but
it.
Once it becomes authentic, you are the authority over that. And it's like, and that's those levels. It's leveling up, man. If I people don't realize, a lot of people think so, certain things about me, but it's like, I had so much low self-esteem to even think, I don't, I don't know. It got to the point where Bilal met me when I was doing music to myself and for myself. And he was in the car. He was in the car, and I was playing my music, and he was like, "Who's that?" I was like, "I don't know. You like it?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, that's me."
In that case, that's me.
In that case, oh, that's me. I was like, he was like, "Yo, we need to do something together." I was like, "Huh? Us do something together? Like what?"
Yeah.
So it's just like knowing your worth, and we have to go through these things.
I would offer as well. Exactly. For real.
I
would offer too, like, look at Elon Musk. It's like,
right.
Yeah, I have to admit, I gotta check that out. I'm not.
That dude,
I know, though. I'm just saying.
It's new to me. You said who is it? Elon
Musk.
Okay.
The guy who created Tesla and SpaceX.
Tesla,
word. Okay.
And
that was
PayPal as well. He sold off PayPal, but he started it.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah, he also said that we are living in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So imagine how many no's he received on his path. Imagine how many rockets have already exploded and the test didn't go well.
That's why I was saying that
Cats are
mental,
looking at
emotional fortitude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cats are looking at him like,
yeah, fortitude.
You done wasted a lot of money.
You done wasted a lot of money, pal.
And his thought is like, he done already calculated how many rockets can I lose versus how many I can, go successful in order to say that this is a successful thing. You know,
Until he perfects the science.
exactly. So the
Accomplishment.
so the guys that are walking up to him like, oh, that didn't go wrong. I'm sorry. His mind is already on to the next launch. You know what I'm saying? He ain't there with them. It's like, okay. So
That's because he's presenting something that has never been done before. You know what I'm saying? And so people who are the naysayers, you know what I'm saying? They can't see what has never been done before. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why it takes that mental and emotional fortitude to be able to hold steady. You know what I'm saying? When you try to birth something into being that has never been before. You know what I'm saying?
Yourself.
You gotta have that.
Hold your hand.
Right. You gotta have that. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, you may not get it right on the first try or the second try or the third try. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you see the vision and you know it's possible. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You gotta have that mental and emotional fortitude to keep going. You know,
you gotta put them hours in, man.
Huh?
You gotta put those hours in. Damn.
That's right.
You know, those hours.
And then too, just to clarify for those who might not understand that, because that ties into what you were saying earlier about accomplishments. Accomplishments doesn't always mean that you completed the task or that you what is it, won at the task or you were great. Accomplishment is even just going at it to attempt it, to learn, like y'all were saying about the shuttles and losing rockets and whatever. That's still a part of the accomplishment.
Right.
So we're now it's a thing. He's mastered the science. Now it's a thing. The thing that was previously, you know what I'm saying, not possible. Not even nobody was even thinking about launching rockets, landing the rockets, and reusing them. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't a thing. That was never a thing. You know what I'm saying?
And look at the
now through consistency, him doing it and accomplishing it consistently. Now that unthinkable thing is now a thing.
Wow.
And look
how a thing that they are banking on now, that they are creating economies around. The space economy is now being created around that thing.
That's crazy. That's crazy because that's like
NASA's jumping on with these cats. Though look at how the confidence spread. Right? I'm watching yesterday the last broadcast of the astronauts that are leaving tomorrow on the SpaceX mission. They're going to put something up. And on this interview, they're breaking down everything, talking about this, that, and the other. And somebody asked, like, are you confident with, what about the risk and this, that, and the other? Elon Musk sent up enough unmanned, whatchamacallits, and had enough successful launches that now his confidence can carry over to the astronauts that he needs to man the plane or the vehicle to get to the International Space Station. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that confidence is contagious. You know what I'm saying? He's got enough facts for them to be confident to go off the planet in this guy's vessel.
You build on your accomplishments.
Like us. Exactly. Building on the accomplishments.
And
not only that, he's basing it off like some real good science, some real good mathematics. Mathematics is the language of the universe. So you know what I'm saying? It's like he's been taught a skill set, a way of thinking, a pattern that exposes him, like we talking about awareness. That's a hustle. This man has been taught the space hustle. He's perfected it. He started off making currency with PayPal. He started off before that doing like a map type of thing with AOL. They bought a map thing from him. So it's kind of like, all right, maps, First he sketched out the earth. Then he did the economy. He mastered the economy with PayPal. Now he's going in outer space. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's a trajectory this man was on. But who did he name his company after? Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Why don't Elon talk about Tesla? Why don't he give him some respect? You know, but Tesla was doing things way ahead of these boys.
That's right.
You know, that man came up with wireless technology, if you ask me. And he was talking about powering the entire earth for free.
So maybe it speaks of his intention. You know what I'm saying?
Perhaps.
Maybe that's a part of his intention.
Well, he is putting out those big battery packs.
You see what I'm saying?
They gonna COVID-19 that man.
No, don't say that.
Oh man, listen. It just, it starts to add up, man. These conspiracies, man. You know. But here's my thing, guys.
Brothers.
This, and I'm gonna leave y'all with this.
All right, bring it in.
Be it that, like, there are no, like, to my knowledge, like black space programs, like, black folks like doing that regular. So that means that we kind of at a disadvantage if it came down to like saying selecting, you know what, hey, the earth got issues, we about to dip out. Here's the flight pattern, here's the flight schedule. We don't have no security in that regard. So I'm thinking, man, we might be a little bit at odds. You know what I mean? Because I know Most High provide everything, no worries, everything cool, no worries. But I ain't never seen no black folks in the Jetsons.
Bro. On the manuscripts.
We said
manuscripts to the cosmic traditional
that,
pieces of the nation.
We already, we spoke on that. It's if we have that knowledge, we connected to it. Yet again, we have to change our MO, our mode of operations. There has to be a move of operations. We have to start moving on it. It's one thing to have the knowledge, but if we're not out here accomplishing, meaning taking it, okay, we have that knowledge. So was it Neil deGrasse or whatever?
Yeah.
We have, yet that system, we are the ones who are there, are working for that system.
True.
Sometimes and that's why I'm talking about pre-initiating sound science. Because my initial thought was first get free with the living units. And then once that's done, that will free us up to focus on sound science. You know what I'm saying? Then we can get the funds and everything, stack it up, then we can focus on sound science. Though my next thought is shortcut it. Start now on the end goal.
I think cats should be able to set up a colony on the moon.
So this is what I'm saying. Through sound science, which I'm saying is the end goal, which is the future of aviation, meaning teleportation, through, what do you call those, vortices, you know what I'm saying, vortexes and all of that, through sound, vibration and resonance, the future of aviation, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this is the start of that, because all that we're talking about is the true science. All we're talking about is the sound science. So right. It's all along that same track, you know?
Yeah, sound science has to be built upon sound science. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. It's all inclusive, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that's why it goes back to us saying, if we're of the conscious, the community or whatever, and we're saying, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when this happens? When this happens, it's not. It shouldn't be dependent. We shouldn't have been fighting because there's segregation. it's not, it's like we were saying earlier, it's really, it shouldn't even be about the race thing. It should just be about the fact that, hey, we're not trying to be left out in this.
No, it's not even yeah, you're right. It's not a race thing.
Like
We're just not trying to be left out. Yeah.
Right.
We're not trying to be left out. That's all.
And if we have the knowledge and we brag on the knowledge, I've been in this community, the conscious community, the African community, the whatever, and we brag on the knowledge that we have, yet when you look around at each other, you're like, whoa, why am I going to work? Why am I going here? So now it's like you said, that sound science has to be sound, not just a bunch of rhetoric.
And look at this. When you look at the cases of like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, you know what I'm saying, who has another space company, you know what I'm saying? Jeff Bezos has his own space company. When you look at these models, right? Before going to space, they mastered something basic. You know what I'm saying? You know, before SpaceX was PayPal, or like you said, the map, or you know what I'm saying? Tesla. He scaled up. You know what I'm saying? Because the same skill set.
Or what's his name? Virgin was doing Virgin Music.
Right.
Virgin Music, Virgin Airlines, to Virgin Galactic. You know what I'm saying? Because the same skill set to organize this basic thing is the same skill set you're gonna need to go to the moon. You know what I'm saying? You master something basic first. Let's master, you know what I'm saying? Create a successful business model, you know what I'm saying? And then leveraging that to scale up to the next greater expansive thing, you know what I'm saying? And then you scale that up to now we going to the moon, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know?
Right. It's kind of like if you look at countries that have like a booming auto industry, they probably also got a booming space industry as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because once you master that auto manufacturing, the building of the, you know, the engines and the body and the, you know, you got all that construction and steel manufacturing, you good to go. You just flip the script and throw a different blueprint in the schematic, and now you spitting out rocket parts. Right. You got to have that infrastructure. And a lot of times that's just the problem. You know, people got rubber, they got the rubber to make the tires, but they don't have the manufacturing equipment to convert the rubber tree into a tire, you know. And so now then you start making deals, you know, with the devil to get a manufacturing plant, you know.
And that's because we are a lot of times looking for that shortcut. You don't want to do the work. You don't want to do the work, don't want to have the discipline, the meditation, the focus. So then we say, you know what, man, shoot, I ain't got to do, I'll just go over here and get from such and such and get from so-and-so. Right. Because, again, we're not communicating with each other. So we keep assuming, as they say, what the universe has for us. We're assuming, well, the universe ain't got that for me. I got to go over here to
programming. We're programming with our assumptions.
Right. The universe don't have
out of you and me now.
Prime example, we was talking to these people. We did a show, hosted a show, and after the show, the people, the family was showing me around the land or whatever, and they were saying, yeah, we have this, we have that, but we're still trying to get grants and we're still trying to get money for this and money. And I'm like, why? It was like, what do you mean? We need money to do this and do this project. I was like, but you just had a big event. I said, did you take names and numbers? Oh yeah, we did that. I said, did you get emails? Yeah, we did that. I said, did you find out everybody's skills and talents? We didn't do that. I said, did you find out? So I said, because this is where we're lacking. You're getting all these names and numbers. Why? Just so you can invite them to your next event. But you're not realizing that all those people who came to your event, somebody out of them, somebody has skills, talents, and some type of product or whatever service that you could, what are your skills and services? or products, skills, and services. So then I said, then once you ask that on that line, that column for that, then the next column you ask, are you willing to volunteer and or barter your service?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have their contact. So now you know who the tree cutters are. Now you know who the technicians and electricians and carpenters.
And you're converting them from just consumers to also resources.
And there you go.
You know
And that's
what
what
Right.
we're not doing. We're so
But nobody knows who does what, really.
That's what
Who does what.
That's what the communication is about. That's what the asking is about. That's what the talking. That's what the.
But I feel Africa needs it. African Americans need it. Though when I go to Africa, it's one of the things I think about heavy. Like, when can we not be the workers for other people?
When we know our value and our worth.
Well, you also have to be prepared, you know, like Hawk was saying, you got to have that preparedness. You know, you think about, what was that, South Africa, where, you know, folks got together and was like, screw it, you know, we just gonna kick the, you know, farmers off the land. You know, we're gonna take back our land, but then they didn't know what to do with the land when they took it back. Then you got the produce and stuff now spoiling, no one knows what to go on. And that's a lot of times what happened when you got, you know, independent countries gaining their independence. They get their independence and then nobody knows what to do.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't prepare that far. You didn't think that far ahead, you know?
And that's why I keep saying, I apologize. That's why I keep saying that we keep talking about what are we going to do when this happens. No, we're supposed to be already there, prepared. It's like, don't wait for it to happen. That's why a lot of people are tripping with this COVID, because some of those people who knew about the cashless society and all that years in 92 and 90 or whatever, they're kind of looking like, oh my gosh, this is it. And realizing, oh my gosh, I'm not ready. I'm not prepared. So we kind of glad and hoping, we hope it come back from COVID. We hope when are we gonna get back there? Why? Because we're not prepared. A lot of people are not prepared. So they wanting the COVID to be over. Like, and then we can talk that talk. When it does come back, if it does come back, are we gonna still be doing the same thing we were doing before? Like, when Walmart closed, when this shuts down, or are we gonna be preparing, getting together those people who have the skills, the talents, and the knowledge, and putting everybody to work right now, getting the accomplishment.
Are we gonna work as a body? Are we gonna organize?
No, we don't. Everybody gonna run about all the tissue. Everybody's gonna go for every man for himself.
For the toilet tissue?
That's what it's gonna be. I mean, this is just a test, in my opinion. You know, this is Y2K COVID. This is Y2 COVID, okay?
You know, we got 2 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, so don't believe the hype. You know, since we talking about COVID, man, look, this is a new age that we're ushering in. And basically they saying, look, we didn't get you the one time, we gonna try to get you this time, you know, and you gotta put your thinking cap on.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
That's right.
You know what this reminds me of really quick? Did you see Avengers when they snapped his finger and turned everybody to dust? Half the population disappeared and half the population was good. That's all this is.
Right.
Mm.
Got you. I can dig it. And that's the thing too, is that, like you said, you know, we at the dawn of a new age, and you know what I'm saying, there's gonna be some instability as things transition from the old age to the new age. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there's gonna be turbulence because there's a shift happening and ushering in the new wave. You know what I'm saying? And it's just one of those things where right now we're in a space to where the world is pregnant, you know what I'm saying, with possibility, you know what I'm saying? So there's just know that you're in a stage of pregnancy, of a new world being birthed, a new age being birthed. And so tap into that wave, you know what I'm saying? Be a part of the birth. That's the forward thinking, the birth of the new, you know what I'm saying? That's coming in, because the world is pregnant with possibility, man, with potential, you know? And so much can come into being during this time, you know, if you tapped in, you know what I'm saying? Let go of the old and ride the wave of the new, you know what I'm saying? And bring it on in.
Yeah.
Closing words, Pop.
Stay hopeful. Everything's possible. Everything's in your hands. Stay hopeful.
Give thanks.
That's my head.
Good thanks.
There we go. Ashe, ashe.
I say. Love you guys. Until next time.
Word, infinite love, brothers.
Yeah, infinite
Next
love.
time we'll bring in an empress. So y'all think about who may be able to go some bouts, go some rounds.
Oh, you got to hit up Treeski
with the Lions.
What's up with Treeski?
I want to go out with this, man. I want to offer you guys this. I made up a new word the other day. Just tapping back into authorship, you know what I'm saying? I made a new word. I was just thinking about, like, what are some words? I want to make a word that's never been in being before, you know what I'm saying? That I know of, at least, you know, and give it meaning, you know, and give it meaning.
Creator, practicing being a creator.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, not something that I've heard from before or pulled from something biblical or something, you know what I'm saying? None of that. Like, something that comes of my spirit, of my being, you know what I'm saying? And charge it with meaning, you know what I'm saying?
This man said charge it with meaning. Yo, son.
Like man did all living things according to the Bible.
Right.
Give it a name.
Yeah.
And bring it to life.
Go for it, son.
So my word, I want to close out, you know what I'm saying, and offer this to you guys. Nadu Nwada. And it means, I share with you the sacred part of my being. Nadu Nwada. Nadu Nwada.
Say it.
Nadu Nwada. Nadu Nwada. Nadu Nwada.
Do you see the chat?
Huh?
Do you see the chat?
No.
Oh, okay.
You gonna spell it?
Yeah, I'll spell it.
Nadu Nwada.
Nadu Nwada. Nadu Nwada.
Nadu Nwada. Damn, that sounds dope, fam.
Nadu Nwada. So
you know that sounds like if you say that, the panties just gonna drop.
You are defiling this man. That was not what he said it means. That is not what he said it means.
Like when Muslims come together, they say Salam Alaikum. It's a greeting, you know what I'm saying, and a departure. When they say, peace be unto you. Nadu Nwada means the sacred part of my being. You know?
That's powerful, bro. Now something tells me you're gonna now have a whole story where people be using that term with each other.
Bro, things come from somewhere.
Yo,
somewhere.
Yo, that's heavy.
It starts.
You have a whole world to create now, son.
Yeah,
So
but
that new Wakanda.
Is there a response to that, or is that the response?
Huh?
I think
is
it's
there
a
a
double
response
word
to that, or is that the response?
It can be the response also. Like if I say Nadu Nwada, you can say Nadu Nwada. You know, I offer you the sacred part of myself. You say, and I offer you the sacred part of myself. You know what I'm saying? You can respond with the same.
This cat right here, man.
Me, like in Africa, if one person said then Nadu Nwada, the other one would just say Wada.
Ah, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Because you know, black folks always gotta shorten something. You gotta shorten it.
Exactly.
It's official. Sunland has their own language.
But it goes back to authorship. You know what I'm saying? Authority, authorship.
Exactly.
You know?
Bring forth something that's never been here, never been created.
Exactly. Bring it into being and
Tell
give
me
it meaning. You know,
Yeah.
give it definition, give it meaning. You
Well,
know?
if you haven't got a name for that language, you call it Dumalangi. It translates as soul language. Soul language. Dumalangi.
You see? Dumalangi.
Look at your cats, man.
Yeah,
Your cats is coming up with a new language and shit.
Yo,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
yo, that's how it happens. So you know,
What it means.
why not?
Why not? We done been on.
So can you spell it for me, T?
Yeah. N-A-D-U N-W-A. Hold on. How do I spell it? No, it's N-A-D. You can do D-H-U or D-U, and then N-W-A-D-A-H. Nadu Nuada.
Nadu Nuada. And then what they say, hot Wada.
Wada.
That's crazy, y'all.
Yeah.
And mental, you said that's from what?
It's actually literally I'll get a real quick story. We was in this group. My friends is in high school. They had this group. The group was called Soul, right? And it meant Sisters of Universal Life or Love or something like that. And my best friend was like, "Yo, you should be in this group. You should be in this group." I was like, "What?" It's Sisters of whatever. So of course she talked to the sisters and they inducted me into the group. And of course they had to change the name of the group. So it was Species of Universal Life. So in that time, I started channeling this language and it was called Dumalangi. So, and it was like, we had a script for it and everything. So it was like, and Dumalangi meant soul language. And of course I was trying to give it to them and teach it to them. They was like, yeah, whatever. We're not that deep into it. You're too deep.
Wow. Yeah. You know, it's like, why not, man? And it's something unique that, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's real.
That look real to me, bro.
You know?
Yeah.
That look like a place. That look like a country or something.
I feel it. It's authentic.
I feel it, man. Yeah.
Narunwada. Wada. Narunwada. Nwada.
Wada.
And it's kind of like, you know, since it has the phonetics of water, like, you know, water, like mommy water, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I share my being, my you know, it becomes water to you. You know what I'm saying? My nadun, you know, like my essence is becoming water and I share it with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's deep. That's deep. And I'm finna go chill upstairs for a minute and share my naduwada.
There you go, man.
Hold on, we'll put it in the chat. Hold on.
We gotta add on.
I put it in there.
Okay.
That's deep, man. I'm waiting on the whole concept to come out of this.
We gotta add on. We gotta add on every time.
Yeah.
We gotta add on to the language every time. I mean, we don't got to, but that would be nice.
Exactly. And I think, you know, in terms of motivating one another to accomplish our goals and stay in that creative vein, I think each of us should share with one another something that they're trying to complete and work on. and we just, you know, ask at each meeting, you know, hey, how you looking on your XYZ thing? And I think, you know, it'll keep us motivated to like at least have something done to say to the rest, yeah, I'm doing this or that. Or it's gonna make you maybe feel a little bogus when you say you ain't do nothing.
I got
You know what I'm saying? I mean, even if you
That's
just
the protocol. That's the MO that Mental's talking about.
Yeah. Yep. That
You know what I'm
move
saying?
about
'Cause
yeah.
he could just
I can imagine now. So how's that 5 wife project going for you? I got 4 in the bag. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, you behind schedule. You're supposed to have the 5-piece by now. You know, according to our plan. He was like, well, you know,
3 just signed on. What kind of work have the other ones?
You know, we've got a prospect. Yeah, guys.
All right, fam. So
All right,
we'll
y'all.
connect next time. Give thanks for the energy exchange and for the sound science. And we'll connect again soon by the grace of the Almighty.
True.
Nadu Nuada, family.
Nadu Nuada.
Yeah.
Wada.
Yeah.
Hello.